Chapter 214. Attacking the Black Wind Bandits at Night. Bang! The brown-haired man was slammed on the ground and lost his consciousness. Wang Ting squatted down and smashed the brick on his head a few more times. As expected, attribute bubbles emerged from his head. Wang Ting smiled. Spirit *1 Enlightenment *3 Fire Force *12 Spirit *2 Enlightenment *2 Fire Force *16 Wang Ting picked them all up. In total, he received 12 points of Spirit and 14 points of Enlightenment. Enlightenment. Spiritual Realm, 32.4/100 Spirit. Spirit 20.6/100, based on the ratio. His enlightenment and spirit increased by 1, 4 and 1, 2 points, respectively. Also, he gained 28 points of fire force. Wang Ting's fire force increased once again. Wang Ting got up and swung the brick behind his back to keep it. He was preparing to kill the next bandit. Suddenly, he saw the young dwarf called Waku standing not far away. He was looking at him with fear all over his face, which was covered with a mustache and a beard. When he met Wang Ting's gaze, he turned his head hurriedly and pretended that he didn't see anything. What is this big guy doing? Wang Ting felt speechless. He shook his head, ignored Waku, and ran towards another bandit. Waku heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed Wang Ting ignoring him. He patted his chest to calm his small heart, which was palpitating furiously. This is so scary, too scary. I'm lucky that I didn't offend him. Around 10 minutes later, all the bandits had been taken care of. Lin Zhan and his team had joined the battle in time, so there weren't many casualties on the dwarves' side. But there were still a few dwarves who got killed. The dwarves hiding in the stone fortress came out under the lead of leader Ao Mu when they learned that the battle had ended. Seeing their dead tribesmen, they were overwhelmed with sadness. Faint sobs could be heard all around. The people who got killed had dropped many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting picked up all of them. Wood Force *8 Earth Force *6 Blank Attribute *12 Water Force *5 Smithery *32. His various elements of force increased, and he also gained 38 blank attributes, as well as 56 points of smithery. These attribute bubbles weren't just dropped by the bandit. Some of them came from the dwarves who got killed. Wang Ting could only express his pity. Leader Ao Mu was grieving. He walked over with Anaya holding him and thanked Lin Zhan and his team. Once again, thank you for your help. This time, if it wasn't for you, our Red Leaves tribe might have suffered serious losses. Waku followed behind them. His gaze flickered when he looked at Wang Ting. You're welcome, Leader Ao Mu. Please accept my condolences, Lin Zhan sighed as he said. Wang Ting kicked the brown-haired man and said, I kept someone alive. Do you want to question him? Yes. The bandits appeared without any warning. We should question him. If there are other bandits, we will be in trouble. Leader Ao Mu nodded seriously. This fellow is a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. He probably has some status among the bandit. I hope that you can get some information out of him, Wang Ting said. Waku, bring this bandit down and question him in detail, Leader Ao Mu commanded. Yes. Waku nodded. He flipped the brown-haired man over. Wang Ting. Everyone finally saw the badly swollen face of the brown-haired man. It looked like a pig's head. Their lips twitched as they looked at Wang Ting with strange gazes. Cough! Wang Ting coughed awkwardly as he said, I hit him a little harder in case he wakes up. Waku remained silent as he dragged the brown-haired man down. Leader Ao Mu brought Wang Ting and his teammates inside the stone fortress while they waited for the result. More than an hour later, Anaya and Waku finished the questioning and came back. Leader Ao Mu noticed their grave expressions, so he asked, How is it? They come from a bandit gang called the Black Wind Bandits. 3 days ago, they were entrenched on a mountain more than 10 kilometers away and laid their eyes on us at that time. They only acted today after they settled down, Anaya said. Do you know how many people they have? What about their ability? Leader Ao Mu probed further. Besides the ones we killed just now, there are around 30 to 40 bandits left. He said that the strongest bandit is the head of the Black Wind Bandits. He is a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Below him, there are 2 more 3-star soldier-level and around 4 2-star soldier-level martial warriors. The rest are 1-star soldier-level martial warriors or martial disciples, Anaya replied. What is this powerful bandit gang doing in our area? Leader Ao Mu stamped his stick on the ground as he sighed helplessly. Leader, we need to take immediate actions. If we wait until they react, we will be dead, Anaya said agitatedly. They have 4-star and 3-star soldier-level martial warriors among them. Our tribe is not their match at all. Waka felt hopeless. Leader Ao Mu hesitated for a moment. He seemed to have made a decision. He turned and said to Lin Zhan, "Martial warriors of the human race, can you help us one more time? If you're able to destroy the gang of bandits and help us survive this life-or-death crisis, we will definitely give you a satisfying reward. Also, you will gain our friendship. If you want to forge weapons in the future, our Red Leaves tribe will not reject you. We will spare no effort to forge the best weapons for you." Lin Zhan and his team members' eyes lit up. The friendship of the dwarf race and the promise of forging weapons, honestly, they were moved. However, Lin Zhan still hesitated for a while. He said, "We need to discuss for a moment." "Yes, of course." Leader Ao Mu nodded. He led Anaya and Waku out of the room to give them some space. Outside the room, Anaya glanced at the closed door and asked impatiently, "Leader, do you think they will agree?" "I don't know. I hope they will agree. If not," Leader Ao Mu frowned and sighed. He didn't complete his sentence. If not, what? There was no need to continue. Anaya and Waku could already imagine the consequences. They could only pray that Lin Zhan and his team would stay and not leave for good. If they left, their tribe would most probably become history. After all, it was too late to send another mission to gather other martial warriors. In the room, Lin Zhan and his team members were discussing this issue. "I feel that we can't leave just like this. The dwarf tribe will be fraught with grim possibilities," Lu Yen said. "But we mustn't underestimate the ability of the Black Wind Bandit. Their head is a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. We don't know if he is at the early stage, the middle stage, or the advanced stage. Leader might not be able to win. They also have other martial warriors," Yan Jiming analyzed logically. "The dwarves will be in a sad plight if we leave." Yan Jinyue was a little emotional. She couldn't bear to leave the dwarves alone. "Wang Ting, what do you think?" Lin Zhan looked at Wang Ting, who hadn't opened his mouth yet. "I can deal with the 4-star soldier-level martial warrior," Wang Ting said calmly. His words were always astonishing. The jaws of his team members dropped immediately. They were stunned for a long time and didn't know what to say. "Are you sure?" Lin Zhan hesitated before asking. He trusted Wang Ting, but he just found it a little unbelievable. They were already dumbfounded when he reached 3-star soldier level. Now, Wang Ting was telling them that his ability was on par with a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. "Brother, are you trying to ascend to heaven?" "I will not fool around with my life," Wang Ting replied. "Good." Lin Zhan instantly made his decision. He understood Wang Ting's intention. He had agreed to fight. Lin Zhan stopped hesitating and said, "We will help the dwarves. Also, we don't have to fight with them head-on. If we sneak there now, we can catch the Black Wind Bandits off guard," Wang Ting suggested. "Good idea." Everyone's eyes lit up. "You are indeed a sly person." Lin Zhan patted Wang Ting's shoulder and praised him. Wang Ting. After discussing the issue, Wang Ting and his teammates walked out of the room. "Everyone, what did you decide?" Leader Ao Mu hurriedly came forward and asked. "Leader Ao Mu, we can help," Lin Zhan said. But Ao Mu had just heaved a sigh of relief when his heart tensed up again. "But I need to say some things first. If things get out of control, we will retreat strategically, Lin Zhan said. How can you do that? Yu immediately replied angrily. Waku wasn't happy either. He wanted to say something. Leader Aomu waved his hand at them and smiled bitterly. Of course. Don't worry. We are talking about the worst-case scenarios. Lin Zhan finally smiled. He consoled them. We just discussed and realized that our chances of winning are high. Then, he told them about their plan to sneak an attack on the bandit. In that case, we do have a high chance of winning. Yu was elated. Let's not delay matters anymore. We will prepare and leave instantly. Lin Zhan said. Okay. Leader Aomu nodded his head firmly. Everyone prepared at the fastest speed possible. They brought along the brown-haired man, who was knocked unconscious by Wang Ting. While the sky was dark, they hurried to the mountain that was taken over by the black-winged bandit. You better release me. If not, my boss will not let you off. The brown-haired man was tied up using a tailored strong rope. He was being carried by Waku, and his face was covered with bruises. However, he remained fierce and ruthless as he threatened them in a muffled voice. Do you want to have another taste of this brick on your head? Wang Ting silently took out the gold brick calmly. The brown-haired man. To hell with the brick on my head. Are you a devil? Waku's face twitched. He secretly moved further away. Lin Zhan and the others felt their lips twitching. They also looked at Wang Ting with weird gazes. What did he mean by in case he wakes up? He had clearly done it on purpose just now, right? But the effects were extremely good. The brown-haired man felt the back of his head and his face hurting again, so he shut his mouth obediently. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the mountain where the black-winged bandits were. Lead the way. Waku put the brown-haired man down and said coldly. Are you attempting to sneak an attack on them? The brown-haired man finally understood what they wanted to do. He was flabbergasted. Shut up. Do what we ask you to do. If we don't ask you to speak, keep quiet. Wang Ting glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You! The brown-haired man was furious. But, because of Wang Ting's strength and threat, he didn't talk back. He could only shut his mouth and lead the way. Some time later, they came to the area where the black-winged bandits had set up their base. Mind you, the speed of the martial warriors was swift. In just 3 short days, they had already set up a camp on this barren mountain peak. Normal people would not be able to build this base in half a month. Wang Ting and the others hid in the dark. From afar, the black-winged camp was brightly lit. The noise and clamor floated out from within, including all kinds of vulgar and coarse words. They haven't rested yet. It's not a good time to act, Lin Zhan whispered. Let's give them some additional ingredients. Wang Ting played with an ordinary-looking plant in his hand as he smiled. You have an idea? Stop hiding it and tell us quickly, Lin Zhan asked immediately. See the plant in my hand? Wang Ting asked. Lin Zhan and the others finally noticed the plant in his hand. What is this? This is sleepy herb. I picked it up along the way. Its juice is colorless and odorless, and it has a powerful illusion effect. It's one of the most important herbs in making knockout potions. Although its effect isn't as good as the pills, it's enough to let those bandits suffer, Wang Ting explained. You're really sly. Lin Zhan and the others looked at one another and stuck out their thumbs. Wang Ting, are you complimenting or slandering me? This idea is not bad. But how are we going to put them into the bandits' food? Lin Zhan asked. Leave it to me. I'll settle it, Wang Ting said. Lin Zhan hesitated for a moment before replying to him. Be careful. Yes. Wang Ting nodded and moved his body. He disappeared in the dark, silently sneaking towards the camp. Wave invisibility. The skill he just received was put to use now. Wang Ting had added 100 blank attributes to his wave invisibility. Instantly, this skill moved from foundation to small achievement stage. Wave invisibility. 1/500 small achievement. The next moment Wang Ting merged with the wind. At the same time, he used the beginner stage dark talent he received from the dark force to cover his body with dark force. Double security. The dark force allowed him to merge with the darkness around him. Wave invisibility skill allowed him to hide the fluctuations of his force. Even if a general stage martial warrior came now, he wouldn't be able to discover Wang Ting's presence. He sneaked all the way into the Black Wind camp. No one noticed him along the way. Some bandits were gathered on the empty ground in front of the camp. They were gambling, with a few jars of wine in a corner not far away from them. Wang Ting silently floated over and exerted strength on his finger. He crushed the sleepy herb into powder and dissolved it in the wine. Then, he retreated safely. Lin Zhan and the others waited anxiously. Suddenly, Wang Ting walked out of the dark. "Sai, it's good that you're all right." Lin Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Wang Ting would fail and accidentally get caught by the bandit. Everything went smoothly. "Let's wait for the herb to take effect," Wang Ting smiled gently and said. "Good fellow. You're amazing." Lin Zhan and the others smiled and praised him. However, Wang Ting and his teammates didn't know that there was another bunch of people lying in ambush and waiting to attack. Chapter 2:15. A final desperate fight. As time passed slowly, the noise in the camp dwindled gradually. Wang Ting exchanged glances with the others. He said, "The herb must be taking effect. Let's act quickly. If not, those that haven't fainted will definitely notice something amiss." "All right." Lin Zhan and the others were delighted. They nodded and sneaked into the camp. "Finally, we can take revenge for our dead tribesmen." Hatred flashed past Anaya's eyes. She clutched the dagger in her hand and followed them closely. This time, the Red Leaves tribe had sent almost all of their battle power. Only one martial warrior was left to guard the tribe. They had made up their mind to destroy the Black Wind Bandit. They knew that if the Black Wind Bandits didn't die, they would be annihilated. At the entrance of the camp, 2 bandits were on sentry duty. However, they were obviously in a bad mood. They kept complaining. "Damn it, they are having good food and drinks inside, but we have to guard the camp. What can we do? We were unlucky and lost when we were drawing lot. Let's guard the camp properly tonight." "How unlucky?" "Huh?" They became quiet so early today. One of them noticed something amiss. Before he could finish speaking, a cold breeze blew past. "Oh my God, the wind tonight is a little cold," one of the guards complained. He sniggered and said, "Who knows? Maybe they got weak." At this moment, a black figure suddenly dashed into the sentry post. The sharp and cold light slashed the throats of the 2 bandits at the speed of lightning. "Who are you?" The 2 bandits didn't even have the time to voice their thoughts. They clutched their necks and fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, they lost their breath. The black figure checked their pulse and heartbeat and confirmed that they were dead before he finally stood up. The torch at the side shone on her face and revealed her appearance. It was Anaya. She waved to the people outside. A few black figures shot in and appeared in the sentry post. They gathered around Anaya and entered the camp silently. In the empty ground within the camp, the bandits who were gambling in high spirits a moment ago were all lying unconscious in various positions on the ground. When he saw this scene, Wang Ting was slightly shocked and a little surprised. The effect of the sleepy herb was so strong? Did it knock everyone out? In that case, they were able to capture all the bandits in one go without any effort. Lin Zhan and the others were stunned too. At the start, they imagined that the difficulty of this mission would be really high. Yet, now, before they acted, all the bandits were down. It felt unreal. Let's act quickly. Changes might happen if we act too late. Anaya held her dagger and walked forward impatiently. The dwarves hated these bandits to the core. They couldn't wait to kill all of them. This was such a good opportunity, so what were they waiting for? Be careful. They might be tricking us, Wang Ting frowned and reminded her. Don't worry. and Aya waved her hand nonchalantly. However, she wasn't stupid. She remained vigilant in her heart as she quickly came in front of a bandit. She slashed the bandit with the dagger. A cold glint of force glow flashed past. The bandit died peacefully in his sleep. It looks like we overestimated the intelligence of the bandits. Wang Ting and the others were guarding against any sudden changes. When they noticed that no accidents happened, they sighed softly and went forward together. They started reaping the lives of the bandits mercilessly. These bandits were evil people whose hands were stained with the blood of many innocent lives. Thus, they felt no pressure when killing them. However, when Lin Zhan was preparing to kill a middle-aged bandit, the other party suddenly pounced up. A cold glint of light that looked like a poisonous snake sticking out its tongue stabbed towards his heart viciously. Lin Zhan was still on his guard, but he didn't expect someone to pretend to faint while seeking an opportunity to retaliate. He was in a flurry for an instant. Fortunately, he was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. His speed and reaction speed were both great. His gaze froze, and he reacted within a split second. He knew that the distance was too close, so he couldn't dodge the attack. Thus, he just tilted his body slightly and moved his vital points away. Slash! The dagger stabbed into his body. The bandit gave a hideous smile. However, Lin Zhan didn't back down. He held his bat leaks with the other hand and slammed it down ferociously. No! The hideous smile on the bandit's face froze. He gave an angry and regretful roar. The effects of the herb remained in his body. He was a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, so he didn't lose his consciousness immediately like the other bandit. But he was still affected. His actions were slow, and he couldn't evade the attack. Bang! His head was smashed into a pile of minced meat. Lin Zhan was indignant when he attacked, so he didn't show any mercy. In fact, he couldn't. He needed to kill the bandit in one move. This accident happened within a few breaths, and everyone's expression changed tremendously. However, they could only watch Lin Zhan getting hurt. Leader! Leader! Yan Jinming and Lu Yen exclaimed in shock. At this moment, another bandit leaped up and charged towards Yan Jinyue, who was closest to him. Die! The bandit's expression was savage. He looked like an evil wolf lunging at its prey. He was extremely ferocious. Yan Jinyue's beautiful face turned pale. Get off! Wang Ting reacted the fastest. He pulled Yan Jinyue back and punched the bandit with his fist. Blue ice force erupted from his fist. The power of his punch shot forward and flung the bandit a few meters back. Fresh blood kept flowing out of the bandit's mouth. He was dumbstruck. This script wasn't right? He wanted to take Yan Jinyue as his hostage when his comrade jumped up, ambushed them, and attracted their attention. He wanted to use her to force Wang Ting and the others to listen to them. His plan was great, and Yan Jinyue also got frightened by him. She wasn't able to react in time and was about to land in his hands. Once he got hold of her, he could do anything to them. However, Wang Ting, who was at the side, reacted instantly and defeated him in a split second with his punch. He was unwilling to admit defeat. His face turned red from frustration. Before he took his last breath, he shouted 2 words. Enemy attack! Suddenly, noises were heard from the other end of the camp. The camp wasn't very big. Some bandits who were resting inside took their weapons and dashed out. Who is it? What is happening? When they saw the situation outside, their expressions changed entirely, and they shouted furiously, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The remaining bandits charged towards them together. Things had already reached this state, so Wang Ting and the others knew that they couldn't continue their ambush plan anymore. Lin Zhan ignored the injury on his body and yelled in his deep voice, Kill! No one hesitated. They executed their skills and shot towards the bandit. The 2 bandits who tried to ambush them were the 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. They were already dead, so the remaining bandits were only 1-star or 2-star soldier-level martial warriors. Some of them were even martial disciples. They weren't Wang Ting and his teammates' match. In the blink of an eye, they killed 7 to 8 bandits. Cries of agony and shouts intertwined in the air. Anaya and the dwarves were held back by a few 2-star soldier-level bandits. They couldn't kill them for some time. Wang Ting waved his sword, and his sword glow flashed a few times. He helped the dwarves kill the bandits. Boom! Suddenly, the door of a house in the middle exploded. A black figure charged out with a powerful aura. Chapter 216. Your team has been enlisted. Oh no, it's the head of the Black Wind Bandits. Their expression changed when they saw the black figure flying towards them with a massive force of presence. Quickly kill the other bandit. Leave this person to me. Lin Zhan chopped a 1-star soldier-level bandit and turned around to fight with the head of the Black Wind Bandit. The guy was a muscular man around 30 years old. His hair was brown and curly, and his face was covered with different colored mustaches. He was extremely rough-looking. The current situation outside made him enraged. He pounced on Lin Zhan without any hesitation. Die! 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 This person's weapon was a huge battle blade. It slashed towards Lin Zhan with an invincible yellow force. At the same time, the man kept shouting furiously again and again. He shouted 3 times continuously. His ferocious aura was extremely frightening. Lin Zhan's expression changed. He threw out his 2-handed axe to block the huge blade that kept chopping towards him. His battle techniques, along with his battle axes, were fierce and unyielding. But he had met his match today. The blade skill of the head of the Black Wind Bandits was fierce and unyielding too. He smashed his blade down repeatedly, forcing Lin Zhan to retreat. Lin Zhan was at a disadvantage. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions turned somber. If Lin Zhan couldn't beat the head of the Black Wind Bandits, they would run away. However, it hadn't reached that stage yet. The most important thing now was to kill the scattered bandits around them and help Lin Zhan fight with the head of the Black Wind Bandits afterward. A group versus a person, there was nothing wrong with it. Lu Yen was on full throttle. The alloy bullets spilled out as though they weren't worth anything. It took the lives of many bandits. The Yen siblings combined their sword and blade skills and cooperated very well. Their speed of killing was astonishingly fast. Very soon, many bandits had died under their blade and sword. Anaya and the other dwarves went berserk from all the killing. Many low-rank martial warriors got killed by them. After a few minutes, all the bandits had gone to hell. Everyone finally had the time and effort to surround the head of the Black Wind Bandits and lighten the pressure on Lin Zhan. Dwarves! The head of the Black Wind Bandits stood in the middle and looked around him. His gaze paused on Anaya and the other dwarf. He said in contempt, "I didn't go and look for you personally. How dare you come and find me? You have done many evil things. What's wrong with killing you?" Anaya shouted angrily. "Ha ha ha, kill me?" The head of the Black Wind Bandits laughed. He glanced at them scornfully and said, "With just the few of you? Kill me? You will know after you try." Wang Ting said calmly. "He who knows not fears not." The head of the Black Wind Bandits shook his head. He stared at them with his tiger eyes, and his aura increased exponentially until it reached the peak of 4-star soldier level. Kill! When his aura reached its maximum, he roared and stomped on the ground. He looked like a crazy wild bear charging at them. Boom! The ground around him was unable to bear the huge pressure. It caved in, and cracks that looked like spider webs appeared. They spread out toward the team. 4-star soldier level peak. Everyone's expression changed. They felt unprecedented pressure. Could they beat this head of the Black Wind Bandits? However, the arrow was already in the air. They had to remain tough and fight with him no matter how hard it was. Wang Ting also turned serious. He didn't hesitate and rushed forward together with the others. Boom, boom, boom. The glints of weapons and forces collided, creating huge explosions. The powerful wind swept the dust into the sky, and sand and stones flew around them. This was evidence of how heated the battle was. The head of the Black Wind Bandits was honestly powerful. Despite fighting with so many people, he didn't show any signs of weakness. Bang! The dwarves were still weaker. He grabbed an opportunity and swept his legs at them, kicking them a few meters back. They laid on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. It looked like they were seriously injured. The Yen siblings attacked his back when he was distracted. 2 lines of blood instantly appeared on the bandit's back. He turned around abruptly and swung his sword at them with a hideous face. He forced the Yen siblings back. At this moment, a ray of gold axe glow struck him from his left. The sharpness of the attack caused the bandit's expression to change. He didn't dare to block it, so he could only dodge to the side. At the same time, Wang Ting moved. He had been waiting for this chance. When the head of the Black Wind Bandits dodged, a fiery red sword glow appeared on his path of escape. Fire Kirin sword skill. Half-formed sword presence. Wang Ting didn't hold back any of his power in this attack. Also, the attack hit the head of the Black Wind Bandits directly. These frightening scorching flames engulfed the entire body of this man. The head of the Black Wind Bandits screamed in agony. We succeeded? Lin Zhan and the others were delighted. They increased the power of their attacks and started hurling all kinds of force battle techniques at the bandit. Kill him while he was sick. They had finally injured him, so they must pursue their victory. They couldn't give him any chances of turning the tides. A few moments later, the head of the Black Wind Bandits crashed into the ground. His body was burnt and there were many wounds on it. He was dead. Sigh. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. All of them had suffered injuries on their bodies. When they relaxed, they felt their wounds, and their faces turned pale. The price was a little high, but at least they had won this battle. They were unable to hide the happiness on their faces. Just when they were planning to sit down and have a rest, the sound of clapping was suddenly heard outside the camp. You did well. More than 10 people walked into the camp. A few of them were wearing military uniforms. They looked like soldiers. Lin Zhan and the others tensed up, but they immediately relaxed again. But why are there military people here? They wondered at the same time. Leader Lin, we are fated. A voice suddenly came from the crowd. It's you. Lin Zhan shifted his gaze and realized that the person who spoke was the young master from the Yao family. He was the one who wanted to join their team before they departed. Lin Zhan felt his head hurt. They had just accepted this mission casually, yet they still met this guy again. This wasn't fate. It was a tragedy. Yes, it's me. Aren't you surprised? Young Master Yao asked with an ambiguous smile. He glanced at Wang Ting. Then, his gaze landed on Lin Zhan. I am a little surprised, Lin Zhan replied. Lin Zhan. At this moment, a man with long hair standing beside young Master Yao called him. Chong Liang, it's you. Lin Zhan looked at the man. He then understood what happened. So this young Master Yao must have joined your Wolf Fang team. That's right. Speaking about it, I have to thank you for sending Yao Jun to our Wolf Fang team. He really is strong, Chong Liang laughed as he said. Humph, congratulations, Lin Zhan said indifferently. Yao Jun was furious when he saw Lin Zhan's nonchalant attitude. He turned around and secretly looked at the man in a military uniform who was in the lead. The man in a military uniform coughed awkwardly and said, Cough, you're Lin Zhan, right? That's me. You are? Lin Zhan asked cautiously. I'm one of the squad leaders in the Crimson Tiger Troop. We are on a mission now. This is a special situation. I'm giving you an emergency notice. Your team has been enlisted, the man in a military uniform said. Chapter 217. Revealing his identity, enlisted? Lin Zhan was slightly shocked. Then, he thought of something, and a sense of uneasiness soared into his heart. It was uncommon to see the military suddenly enlisting martial warriors who weren't in the army. But, if anyone met this situation, it was definitely a bad thing. Some of these missions were death missions. One could imagine how dangerous they were. But, the military couldn't just enlist non-army martial warriors as they wanted. They could only force the martial warriors to enlist if it was an emergency, and the military had no choice but to borrow outside forces. Also, after the mission ended, they needed to report the situation and prove that there was indeed a need for enlistment. If they abused their authority, they would need to bear the responsibility. That's right. This is a special situation, so we need your help, Lu Huaixin, the man in the uniform, said. The hope in Lin Zhan's heart turned into disappointment. He exchanged glances with his team members and gritted his teeth as he replied, "Even if it's the military, you can't enlist us for no reason. We need to know the reason." "I'm sorry. That is classified. I can't tell you," Lu Huaixin shook his head and said. "We have the right to know." Lin Zhan looked at him directly in the eye without backing down. Lu Huaixin frowned. "Leader Lin, there's definitely a reason for the military to enlist us. We just need to cooperate with them. Why are you asking so many questions?" The leader of the Wolf Fang team, Chong Liang, interrupted them. "The mission of the military is the most important thing. Leader Lin, don't bring your own interest first." Yao Jun pretended to persuade him out of kindness. "Please cooperate with us." Lu Huaixin glanced at Lin Zhan and his team members with an indifferent expression. The next moment, the military martial warriors he brought along raised the guns in their hands and aimed them at Lin Zhan and his team. Lin Zhan, Lu Yen, and everyone's expression became ugly. No one would be in a good mood when they had more than 10 guns pointing at them. The corner of Yao Jun's lips curled up, and a sinister gaze flashed past his eyes. He was rejected by Lin Zhan many times in the past, so he felt extremely frustrated. His heart was filled with hatred. This time, since he met them coincidentally, he wouldn't throw this good opportunity away. A tinge of mockery flashed past Chong Liang's eyes. Lin Zhan and he were both members of the Jisun martial house. His Wolf Fang team was a famous elite martial warriors team too. However, he always got pushed down by Lin Zhan's Tiger Warrior team. While executing missions, the two teams often met. He had suffered many losses because of the Tiger Warrior team, so the two teams weren't as peaceful as they seemed on the surface. When he saw Lin Zhan and his teammates being forced into a corner, he was delighted. He had heard from others that Lin Zhan had rejected Yao Jun. Also, he knew that this enlistment was Yao Jun's doing. He hated Lin Zhan and his team. There was something fishy about this enlistment. The Tiger Warrior team would probably suffer a huge setback this time. Lin Zhan, you are seeking your own death. Why didn't you accept Yao Jun, who has a powerful background, when he came to look for you personally? Why are you holding on to a martial arts exam top scholar who doesn't have any background? You are really stupid. Look at you now. Yao Jun has connections everywhere. He just needs to play a few tricks, and you will have to suffer terribly. Chong Liang laughed at their plight. He knew clearly that Lin Zhan had no chance of rejecting the enlistment. The drafting was mandatory, and self-taught martial warriors like them had a lower status than military martial warriors. Even if their ability was stronger than the military martial warriors, it was useless unless their power allowed them to ignore all rules. Obviously, Lin Zhan and his team members didn't possess this skill. Wang Ting watched the progress of the situation quietly. He had a thoughtful expression on his face. When he saw the military martial warriors pointing their gun barrels at them, he stood up and said, "This is my martial warrior credential. Take a look at it and decide if you should continue aiming your guns at us." As he spoke, he threw his martial warrior credential at Lu Huaixin. Lu Huaixin frowned uncontrollably. He glanced at Wang Ting before catching his martial warrior credentials. He opened it and took a look. "Tisk, why are you acting so arrogantly? You're just a student from Huanghai Military Academy. Do you think I don't know your identity? There are so many students in Huanghai Military Academy. Do you really think you're special? Yao Jun scoffed. He was speaking to Lu Huaixin too, in case he wavered. Wang Ting didn't even glance at him. He remained silent and waited for Lu Huaixin to finish reading. Lin Zhan and the others were anxious and puzzled. They wondered what Wang Ting was doing. Could it be like what Yao Jun said? Was he planning to suppress Lu Huaixin with his status as a student of Huanghai Military Academy? But this was obviously not enough. Yao Jun was right. There were many students in Huanghai Military Academy. In the future, they would have different achievements. No one would make an exception for a freshman, unless this freshman had some background or he was so outstanding that others couldn't look down on him. Wang Ting didn't have any background though. He was outstanding, but he had only started university not long ago. If he wanted to become prominent, he needed more time. At this moment, Lu Huaixin said in astonishment, "You have been awarded the sergeant rank?" "That's right, I know that this fellow." "What?" Yao Jun wanted to say something, but he suddenly got shocked. "Sergeant rank? Sergeant rank." Lin Zhan and the other people were dumbfounded too. It felt like how you knew someone was rich, but suddenly you realized that his wealth wasn't just a few million or tens of millions. It was a few billion. The difference between them was enough to make one dizzy. The military martial warriors pointing their guns at Wang Ting looked at each other. They didn't know if they should lower their guns. Mind you, their squad leader, Lu Huaixin, had been in the military for a long time and had completed many missions, yet he was only awarded the sergeant rank recently. Even so, he was considered very outstanding. There weren't many people in their troop who were given a sergeant rank at his age. How old was this young man in front of them? He was actually at the same rank as their squad leader. "Put down your guns," Lu Huaixin said. The military martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly put down their guns. They were afraid that if they aimed it at him a second longer, he would remember them in his heart. "That's impossible." Yao Jun couldn't believe it. He started questioning. He's just a freshman. How can he have a military title? How can the martial warrior credential be fake? Wang Ting laughed. He replied to Yao Jun calmly. Yao Jun got angered by his tone. He snorted and turned around. "Squad leader Lu, is there any problem with his martial warrior credential?" "No." Lu Huaixin shook his head. "It's real." Yao Jun's face turned green and red in anger. His expression was fascinating. He felt embarrassed and jealous at the same time. "I don't even have a military rank. How did this fellow have one?" Actually, Lu Huaixin felt unfair too. Wang Ting was at least 10 years younger than him. But the two of them were standing on the same starting line. How could he not be jealous? However, he didn't display his emotions. He wore a smile on his face as he passed the martial warrior credential back to Wang Ting. He said, as expected of an outstanding student from the Huanghai Military Academy, "You received a sergeant rank at such a young age. You will definitely have a bright future. I apologize for what happened just now. Please don't take it to heart." Chapter 218. The dark apparition appeared again. Wang Ting remained composed and calm when he saw Lu Huaixin changing his attitude. He asked, "Squad leader Lu, now, can you tell us why you want to enlist us?" "At first, I was worried that saying it out would shake everyone's morale, but now, never mind. Since we are already in this situation, I'll tell you the reason. We discovered a bunch of dark apparitions," Lu Huaixin said. "A bunch of dark apparitions." Lin Zhan and his team members turned pale in shock when they heard this. It was hard enough to deal with 1 or 2 dark apparitions, much less a bunch of them. Wang Ting couldn't help but remember the last time he met a dark apparition. He furrowed his brows slightly. If there were really a bunch, this number of people wasn't enough. I didn't expect there to be so many of them. Hence, I have no choice but to ask for your help, Lu Huaixin said. As Lin Zhan and the others sniggered in their hearts. You even raised your guns at us just now. Yet you're saying that you were asking us? How interesting. Are the dark apparitions in this mountain? Wang Ting asked. They are in one of the caves in this mountain. The Black Wind Bandits were covering up for them. I wanted to catch them and ask them about the situation, but I didn't expect you guys to kill all of them, Lu Huaixin said. The Black Wind Bandits were covering up for the dark apparitions? Wang Ting was confused. I met a dark apparition before. They have no awareness. How can there be someone doing things for them? You've met one before. Lu Huaixin was shocked. He didn't dare to underestimate Wang Ting anymore. The one you met was probably the lowest form of the dark apparitions. Their consciousness is in a mess and they only know how to kill. High-level dark apparitions are intelligent, though, no different from normal humans. They know how to command people and can even win people's support. The Black Wind Bandits must have received some benefits from them. They are a bunch of human beasts without any bottom line. When he reached the end of the sentence, Lu Huaixin gritted his teeth furiously. He seemed to hate these human beasts very much. Wang Ting didn't expect that the one he met in the past was only a low-level dark apparition. He also didn't know that high-level dark apparitions had intelligence and could even win the hearts of humans. The waters of this world ran really deep. Wang Ting's expression was gloomy. Low-level dark apparitions were hard enough to deal with, much less high-level dark apparitions. No matter how he thought of it, this mission was a trap. When he thought about this, he felt resentment towards Lu Huaixin. Lu Huaixin felt a chill down his spine for no reason. He scanned his surroundings, wondering whether the dark apparitions were hiding nearby and spying on them. If there are a bunch of them and there might be high-level dark apparitions inside, the few of us won't be enough, right? Wang Ting still voiced his doubt. Don't worry. I won't fight an uncertain battle. My soldiers are all strong people. They are experienced in dealing with dark apparitions. With the addition of your team, we have a high chance of winning, Lu Huaixin replied. Since he had already said this, Wang Ting couldn't reject him anymore. He glanced at his teammates and sighed in his heart. He said helplessly, Squad Leader Lu, we will cooperate with you. Thank you very much. Lu Huaixin said happily. The few of them got ready to head to the cave where the dark apparitions were hiding. Lu Huaixin ordered his subordinates to burn the corpses of the bandits to prevent them from getting contaminated by dark force and turning into dark apparitions. Wang Ting used the brake to sweep up the attribute bubbles dropped by the Black Wind Bandits. Earth Force *3 Fire Force *2 Enlightenment *3 Water Force *6 Spirit *2 After picking up a series of force attributes, Wang Ting was inching closer to becoming a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. His enlightenment and spirit had increased too. Enlightenment, Spiritual Realm, 34 out of 100 Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 22, 2 out of 100, let's go. After clearing up the corpses, Lu Huaixin walked over and spoke to them. Wang Ting nodded. He turned and said to the dwarves, Anaya, you go back first. We will go to your tribe to look for you after our mission. Okay. Anaya said with gratitude, thank you for your help this time. You're welcome. Go back. Be careful. After bidding farewell to Anaya and the dwarves, they started their journey. Lu Huaixin led the way in front. He walked to the back of the camp. Yao Jun and Chong Liang were walking in front too. As for Wang Ting and his teammates, they were slightly lagging behind. The military martial warriors were scattered around them, remaining on their guards the whole way. Wang Ting, you have fought with a dark apparition before. What special characteristics do they have? Lin Zhan asked in a low voice. They had heard that the dark apparitions were hard to deal with, but they had never fought with them personally. Hence, they felt a little lost since they were going to meet them soon. Their biggest trait is their ability to merge into the dark. It makes it hard for us to find them. Wang Ting recalled the time when he met the dark apparition. They are able to merge into the dark. Lin Zhan and the others were shocked. Dark apparitions have dark force. When they are in a dark environment, they are like fish in water. There's no way to defend against them, Wang Ting said. While Wang Ting was exchanging information with Lin Zhan and his teammates regarding the dark apparition, Yao Jun, who was walking in front, inched towards Lu Huaixin and pulled his force into a thin thread. Then, he transmitted his voice through this force thread and let it enter Lu Weixin's ear. Squad Leader Lu, don't forget our agreement. This method seemed like the voice transmission technique in martial arts movies. They had different approaches, but their results were the same. They were able to prevent others from hearing their conversation. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Lu Huaixin used the same method to reply to Yao Jun secretly. What do you mean by inappropriate? Did you get scared by him? Yao Jun said with disdain. The status makes a huge difference. If I am found out, I will not be able to bear the consequences. Lu Huaixin frowned and said. As long as you cooperate well, no one will discover it. Yao Jun comforted him. Then, he stuck out a carrot. Also, if you succeed, you will be able to get the things I promised you very soon. This is a rare chance. It will be gone if you don't grab it. Lu Weixin's expression kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I will act according to the original plan. Remember your promise. Don't worry. Yao Jun smiled. His smile was a little arrogant and sinister. In his heart, he was looking down on Lu Huaixin. After they finished discussing the dark apparition, Lin Zhan looked in front and used voice transmission to remind them. I feel that we can't trust them entirely, especially Yao Jun and Chong Liang. We need to guard against the two of them. This was the first time Wang Ting saw this voice transmission method. He was a little surprised, but he quickly got the hang of it. He nodded and replied using voice transmission, We need to be aware of Lu Huaixin too. I suspect that he has an agreement with Yao Jun. Even Lu Huaixin? Lin Zhan was astounded. I don't know what their plan is yet, but there's nothing wrong with being careful. It will prevent us from failing miserably, Wang Ting replied using voice transmission. You're right. Lin Zhan took a deep breath and turned around to remind Lu Yen and the other members. After some time, Lu Huaixin stopped. He signaled everyone to hide and pointed to a narrow and long hole below the mountain wall in front of them. It looked like a crack. This is it. Be careful and prepare to enter the cave. Chapter 219. Gaining dark force again. Wang Ting, Lu Huaixin, and the group hid in the dark and observed the cave from outside for a long time. They didn't notice any traces of the dark apparitions. Yao Jun was already a little impatient. He said, Squad Leader Lu, can we move? He had never seen a dark apparition before and only heard other people's descriptions of them. Many people told him that they were terrifying, but he remained indifferent. He felt that these people were too weak, so they raised the danger level of the dark apparition to hide their uselessness. However, he was also very curious about the dark apparitions. He was a little excited. Lu Huaixin frowned, and a hint of unhappiness flashed past his eyes. This Yao Jun was really naive. Dark apparitions were a menacing presence. Even military martial warriors like him, who had fought with them many times throughout the year, didn't dare to let down their guards. On the other hand, Yao Jun didn't take it seriously at all. He glanced at Wang Ting and his teammate. They were obviously on high alert. Before he spoke, they didn't say a single word and were silently regaining their stamina and healing their injuries for the battle later. Honestly, if Yao Jun didn't have a strong background, Lu Huaixin wouldn't be willing to cooperate with him. But humans had to give in sometimes. It was even more so for someone like him who didn't have any background but felt that his talent and potential were not weak. However, Lu Huaixin didn't discover any dangers. He nodded and said, Okay, prepare to enter the cave. Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that it was time for the real challenge. No one dared to relax. They followed Lu Huaixin into the cave carefully. Wang Ting had already used his spiritual sight to look into the cave. There were no dangers near the cave, but he couldn't tell them that. Everyone hid beside the entrance of the cave as Lu Huaixin went in to check the area. After confirming that there was no danger, he waved his hand. 3 of his subordinates walked out with heavy machine guns in their hand. They walked into the cave. After some time, a voice echoed out. "Leader, it's safe. Let's go." Lu Huaixin led the way into the cave. Everyone followed closely behind him. The cave was extremely dark, and the visibility was low. Everyone took out their battle-style infrared glasses. This was a standard item for martial warriors. Before heading out on missions, the martial warriors would carry 1 or 2 with them. After putting on the battle-style infrared red glasses, they could see the situation inside the cave. The group continued inching deeper. The cave was bigger than what Wang Ting imagined. After more than 10 steps, the cave became broader. There was enough space for 5 to 6 people to walk side by side. "Do you smell it? There seems to be a stench?" Yao Jun couldn't bear the smell. "Indeed, it's a little smelly. There might be other living creatures living in this cave. The smell was probably caused by the accumulation of their feces over the years," Chong Liang analyzed. Actually, there was no need for him to explain. Lin Zhan and the others had guessed the reason. In this kind of environment, it was either rats, snakes, or insects. After the purification of force, the living creatures on Earth became more powerful and harder to control. The creatures on the Xingwu continent were worse. The living creatures here might have been contaminated by the dark. "Be careful," Lu Huaixin said. Everyone became even more cautious. The contamination of the dark. Wang Ting repeated this phrase in his heart. He couldn't help but remember how a human martial warrior was assimilated by the dark apparition. This must be the dark contamination Lu Huaixin was referring to. They kept moving deeper into the cave. It seemed to have gotten colder and more humid. Moss and lichen had also started appearing on the inside of the cave. They were giving off a faint glow. 2 red lights suddenly lit up in the dark. A black figure pounced towards them violently. Its target was Yao Jun F***K. Yao Jun was frightened. He cursed while retreating and slashed the battle blade in his hand, cutting the black shadow into 2. Black blood splattered on the ground. They finally saw the corpse of the creature on the ground. It was a huge rat that was many times bigger than its normal counterpart. It was half the height of a human, and its body was covered with tough black fur. It had 2 teeth as sharp as a dagger, and its black and sharp claws gave off a metallic glint. Yao Jun raised the battle blade in his hand and poked the rat's corpse. "Tisk, is this a living creature that got contaminated by the dark apparition? That's all? This giant rat is only a 1-star beast. However, rats normally come in a colony." Lu Huaixin squatted down to inspect the rat as he spoke calmly. "I will kill them even if a swarm of them comes," Yao Jun said with disdain. Wang Ting's gaze landed above the corpse of the rat. 2 attribute bubbles were floating there silently. Dark Force *5 Spirit *6. He was surprised and picked up the bubbles silently. "Let's continue moving forward," Lu Huaixin said. After walking for a few hundred meters, another 2 giant rats appeared. They were easily killed by them. Wang Ting gained another 12 points of Dark Force. Dark Force, 26 out of 100, 1 star. He had received 9 points of Dark Force when he met the dark apparition the last time. This time, he gained another 17 points, so he had 26 points of Dark Force now. He felt the dark force that was hibernating quietly in his force nucleus. It felt extremely different from the other forces. His eyes shimmered. It had to be said that the uses of this dark force were quite good. It could allow him to merge into the darkness. This was an excellent way to hide. Would his body get invaded by the dark force? Wang Ting wasn't too worried. It had been very obedient so far. It was obvious that the power of the system wasn't something a human could guess. Were there other uses for the dark force? He would figure it out in the future. Also, he gained 18 points of spirit. It wasn't difficult to tell that the living creatures that got invaded by the dark force were a little berserk. Thus, they dropped more spirit attribute. Spirit. Spiritual realm, 24. 6/100. The increment of my spiritual power is a little slow. However, I can take more from the dark apparitions. Wang Ting wondered to himself as he felt his spirit attribute rising. When his spirit attribute increased, his spiritual power got stronger too. It would give him many benefits. His spiritual power had always been one of his trump card. He would only use it when he had no choice. It was what he relied on to kill his enemies and protect his life at crucial moments. Huh! Suddenly, Wang Ting realized that the people in front had slowed down. There was a curve in front of them. Based on how cautious Lu Huaixin was, he wouldn't move ahead rashly. After a series of investigations, they finally went around the curve. 3 paths appeared in front of them. It looks like we have to split up. Lu Huaixin hesitated for a moment before he said slowly. Split up. Lin Zhan frowned. He said, Squad Leader Lu, this is not a good idea. We don't know what's going on in the cave. If we split up, it will only be more dangerous for us, and unnecessary casualties might appear. Lin Zhan didn't dare to underestimate the dark apparitions. The moment Lu Huaixin suggested splitting up, he felt that it wasn't a good idea. He didn't care about the life or death of the others, but this concerned the survival of his team members. He couldn't remain indifferent. Chapter 220, Real Jealous. JPG Lin Zhan, you're too timid. There are 3 paths in front of us. If we don't split up, how long are we going to search? Chong Liang from the Wolf Fong team scorned. He didn't let go of any chance to crack down on Lin Zhan. Spending more time is better than losing our lives. Lin Zhan wasn't convinced. We have limited time. We need to clear the dark apparitions as soon as possible. If not, we wouldn't have enlisted you. Lu Huaixin glanced at Yao Jun secretly. He ordered with a stern expression, Tiger Warrior Team, go to the left. Wolf Fong Team, go to the right. I will lead my subordinates down the middle. Lin Zhan opened his mouth. He sighed in his heart and didn't say anything in the end. He couldn't beat the circumstances. He didn't have any background to offend the military. Wang Ting glanced at Lu Huaixin, but he didn't open his mouth. Although he had the rank of a sergeant, he didn't have any real power. In a situation like this, he couldn't forcefully change anything if Lu Huaixin insisted on acting willfully. Real power. His gaze flickered a little. He couldn't help but repeat these 2 words in his heart. Lin Zhan, Chong Liang, add my wristwatch account. We will maintain contact later and share any information we gather. Lu Huaixin raised his hand and tapped on his martial warrior wristwatch. He added Lin Zhan and Chong Liang as his friends. The martial warrior wristwatch had many functions. It had a rune chip inside, so it could be used to communicate even in the Xingwu continent. Of course, they needed to be in the same world. The technology now couldn't support inter-world connections yet. Lin Zhan brought Lu Yen and his other team members to the path on the left. After walking for some distance, Lu Yen suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, Wang Ting is gone. What? The Yen siblings were shocked. They searched for Wang Ting, but they couldn't see any signs of him. Don't make any commotion, Lin Zhan said in a low voice. He looked at his team members and explained, Don't worry. He just went to take a look at what plans Yao Jun and the rest have up their sleeves. You are saying? Lu Yen and the Yen siblings felt confused and anxious. We will know if our guess is true when Wang Ting returns, Lin Zhan shook his head and said. Will Wang Ting get discovered if he goes back like this? Yan Jinming asked worriedly. I don't know. However, he said that he's confident. I don't think he's joking. Let's wait and see, Lin Zhan replied. Things had already happened, so it was useless to discuss any further. They could only wait patiently for Wang Ting to come back. The moment Wang Ting entered the path on the left, he used voice transmission to communicate with Lin Zhan. He stayed behind and used his dark force to cover his body. At the same time, he activated his wave invisibility skill and hid in the dark to spy on Lu Huaixin and the others. After the Tiger Warrior team left, the others stayed on the spot and discussed in hushed voices. Wang Ting hurriedly opened the recording function of his wristwatch. I have already sent someone to investigate the 3 paths. High-level dark apparitions are guarding the hole on the left. The Tiger Warrior team's fate is grim. We will go and kill the dark apparitions after they exhaust the dark apparitions' power, Lu Huaixin said. Haha, the Tiger Warrior team will become history after today. Yao Jun laughed and said, Squad Leader Lu, I will remember your favor. Yes. Lu Huaixin nodded expressionlessly. Chong Liang and the others knew what had happened between Yao Jun and the Tiger Warrior team. When they heard their conversation, Chong Liang was elated. Lin Zhan, don't blame me. You are the one who provoked someone you shouldn't. Chong Liang thought to himself. As for the hole on the right, there are low-level dark apparitions inside. With your ability, your team should be able to handle them. The hole in the middle should contain the target for your mission, right? Yao Jun smiled and asked. You shouldn't ask what you shouldn't know. Lu Huaixin glanced at him and said indifferently. Okay. You are so boring. You are so tight-lipped. Yao Jun shrugged and replied. Lu Huaixin didn't reply. He led his subordinates into the path in the middle. Yao Jun watched his back as he left. He sneered. Who does he think he is? Young Master Yao, they are from the military. The corners of Chong Liang's lips twitched a little. He couldn't help but remind Yao Jun in a soft voice. Don't worry, I will just complain behind their backs. Yao Jun glanced at him. A smile of contempt appeared on his lips. He said, Let's go too. Wang Ting's figure emerged from the dark. There were no expressions on his face, but there was killing intent in his eyes. After some time, he thought of something, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He went back and caught up with Lin Zhan and the rest. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Ting coming back. How was it? Lin Zhan couldn't help but ask. Wang Ting repeated the conversation he heard between Yao Jun and Lu Huaixin. Their expressions turned extremely ugly. That bastard Yao Jun, how dare he trick us? Lu Yen exploded in anger directly and cursed. And that Lu Huaixin actually colluded with Yao Jun to harm us, Yan Jinming said with a cold voice. His expression was grave. Yao Jun probably gave him some benefits. If not, he won't create trouble for us for no reason, Lin Zhan said. What should we do now? We aren't able to deal with the high-level dark apparition alone. However, Lu Huaixin is from the military. He gave an order, so we have to complete it. Yan Jinyue was distressed. We will put on a show for them. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. Put on a show? Lin Zhan and the others looked at him unconsciously. They were confused and curious. Stop leaving us hanging. Hurry up and say it. Lu Yen rolled her eyes. We will do this, and that. Wang Ting signaled them to come closer before whispering his plan to them. After some time, they exchanged glances with one another and started chuckling. What a good idea! We will make a fool out of them, Lu Yen said excitedly to Wang Ting. Lin Zhan's gaze was a little strange. He coughed awkwardly and said, I think that your plan is workable. However, is your hiding skill really able to fool high-level dark apparitions? My master taught me. It shouldn't be a problem. Wang Ting found an excuse casually. You have a master? Everyone was shocked. That's right. My master is a real boss. Wang Ting continued talking nonsense. No wonder you improved so quickly. You have a master and your master is also a boss, Lin Zhan and the others said enviously. The difference between people was enormous. Self-taught martial warriors like them didn't have any background or resources. They had to rely on themselves, but it was different for a talented student like Wang Ting. The school and the martial arts academy would automatically provide him with resources. When he entered university, a boss accepted him as the disciple. This treatment was amazing. They didn't question him anymore. The hiding skill taught by a boss was definitely good enough. There wouldn't be any problem. Anyway, they hadn't seen any hiding skills before. There were some sold on the internal web of the Martial Arts Academy, but their price was sky-high. They couldn't afford them at all. Real jealous. JPG the boss just revealed something little, and it was already so high-class. Jealousy caused them to lose their mind. Chapter 221. A Huge Bat. After everyone discussed this evil plan, this ingenious plan, Wang Ting left to act alone again. Lin Zhan and the others waited on the spot. They couldn't head deeper inside. No one knew how much further they needed to walk before they collided with the high-level dark apparitions. Hence, staying in the original spot and waiting for Wang Ting's news was the best decision. Also, they needed to cooperate to put up a good show later. They had to conserve their power and strength and practice their acting skills too. Wang Ting carefully walked on the curvy path. He used the dark force to cover his entire body and activated his wave invisibility skill to hide the movement of the dark force around him. That way, even the dark apparitions might not be able to discover his presence. Honestly, if he didn't have dark force, he wouldn't dare to execute this plan. After all, their opponent was high-level dark apparitions. Just in case, Wang Ting raised his wave invisibility to the big achievement stage. Wave invisibility. 1/1000 big achievement. He needed 500 blank attributes to raise it from small achievement to big achievement. The blank attributes that he accumulated for so long got spent just like that. He would be lying if he said that his heart didn't ache. However, if he wanted to complete his task well, he needed to sharpen his tools first. He would earn back the 500 blank attributes by collecting more attribute bubbles. Besides this, he also added 74 blank attributes to his dark force. Instantly, his dark force rose from 1 star to 2 star. Dark force, 1 of 500, 2 star. He would only be able to barely complete what he had to do with a 2-star dark force. If the dark force wasn't strong enough, he might reveal his true form in front of the high-level dark apparition. The scene would probably be a little awkward, right? Fortunately, he had picked up many blank attributes after killing all the Black Wind bandits just now. With the addition of the blank attributes from the Gale Mantis, he managed to collate enough for his uses. He felt the changes in his body and smiled gently. His confidence was at an all-time high. Wang Ting advanced 1 battle technique from small achievement to big achievement and 1 force from 1 star to 2 star in a short span of time. The speed of improvement was astonishing. Others wouldn't dare to dream of this possibility. Since he activated his wave invisibility skill, when he used his steps of gale, he felt as though he had really turned into a wisp of wind. Outsiders wouldn't believe that someone was walking on this path. Suddenly, Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. The scene in front of him had broadened. This was a huge karst cave. There were all kinds of strange limestones, and occasional sounds of water dripping could be heard. The sound echoed in the cave, causing the cave to feel exceptionally wide. At the same time, a cold and humid wave blew on his face. Wang Ting kept close to the wall of the cave and squatted down. He didn't move. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the cave. However, he didn't discover the presence of any dark apparitions. Could it be that the spiritual sight can't see high-level dark apparitions? Wang Ting was confused, and his expression turned grave. He scanned the cave once again. Before discovering the trace of the high-level dark apparition, he wouldn't move recklessly. Wang Ting scanned the cave 5 times until his eyes turned a little sore. he had no choice but to rest for a while. Suddenly, a thought flashed past his mind. He raised his head abruptly and looked up. A thick ball of black light was hiding in a corner of the top of the cave. Wang Ting gasped in fear. Looking at the thickness of this black light, this dark apparition must be at least 5-star. If the Tiger Warrior team had barged into this place unknowingly without any preparations, with their ability, they would be sending themselves to their deaths, borrowing a knife to kill a man, leaving no traces behind. Lu Huaixin and Yao Jun's plan was indeed very good. At this moment, despite using his wave invisibility skill to its maximum, Wang Ting's entire body tensed up uncontrollably. He didn't dare to move a single inch. 5-star, and it was the dark apparition that was extremely hard to handle. Wang Ting didn't have any confidence. However, he was thinking too much. The dark apparition hadn't noticed his presence. Wang Ting tried moving for some distance. The dark apparition didn't see him, which relaxed a little. He carefully entered the karst cave, hid behind a rock, and spied on the dark apparition. Once he saw the appearance of the high-level dark apparition, Wang Ting's eyes widened in surprise. He was shocked. What a huge bat! The high-level dark apparition in front of him didn't resemble the low-level dark apparition he met before. The low-level dark apparition looked like a ghost. On the other hand, this dark apparition looked like a human. The only difference was the pale and white face as well as the wings that were kept beside its body. Why does this high-level dark apparition look like a vampire? Wang Ting had many ideas of how the high-level dark apparition would look like. But he never thought that this would be its appearance. It has wings so it can fly. This makes it harder to deal with. Wang Ting's expression became grimmer as time passed. However, he remembered the plan he had discussed with his teammate. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. No matter what, we will let Lu Huaixin and the others take the front. If we kill this high-level dark apparition, it will be amazing. If we can't, we have to run away. Lu Huaixin and the others moved against them first, so when he tricked them, he felt no pressure at all. However, he knew that dark apparitions were the public enemy of the human race. General Shun from Yong City had also told him so. If he met one, he had to try his best to kill it. If not, he better run. If there was a chance, Wang Ting didn't mind acting. Of course, he wouldn't force himself. Attempting the impossible wasn't an act of heroism. It was stupid. After making up his mind, Wang Ting observed his surroundings again to ensure that there were no other high-level dark apparitions. One was enough to give them a headache. If another one appeared, there was no need for them to even attempt to fight. Wang Ting went back on the same path and joined his teammate. He told them what he saw. That dark apparition is hard to deal with. We can move another 300 meters ahead, but we can't delve any further. I'll go to Lu Weixin's side to check their situation, Wang Ting said. Okay. Lin Zhan's expression was stern as he nodded. He had received a huge blow this time. He just broke through to 4-star soldier level and was prepared to have a big go at it. However, he seemed to have become a burden now. He couldn't do anything, and it made him extremely frustrated. Wang Ting went back to the junction. His gaze alternated between the middle path and the right path for a few seconds. Then, he moved his feet and silently dashed onto the path in the middle. Compared to Yao Jun, Lu Huaixin was worth noticing more. Wang Ting executed his steps of gale and traveled secretly for more than 200 meters at a fast speed. The corpse of a huge rat on the ground caught his attention. Dark Force *4 Spirit *5 blank attribute *83 attribute bubbles floated above the huge rat peacefully. Wang Ting picked them up. He didn't study them, though, and continued heading forward. As he ran deeper, more and more corpses of rats were seen on the ground. These large rats were mostly killed by heavy machine guns. The heavy machine guns most likely had silencers on them. If not, they would have given off loud explosions in the cave. These silencers weren't the normal mechanical silencers. Instead, it was a silencing ability built by runes. They were harder to detect compared to mechanical silencers. Chapter 222. The berserk battle technique of the giant apparition Wang Ting ran all the way in. Along the way, he saw more than 10 giant black rat corpses lying in the cave. He had a happy time picking up attribute bubbles. He looked at his attributes panel. So far, he had received 93 points of Dark Force. Dark Force, 94 out of 500 2-star. He had also collected 45 points of Spirit and 142 blank attribute. Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 29. 1 out of 100 blank attribute, 166 as expected. The right way to do things was to stay behind someone and pick up the attributes they left behind. While pondering to himself, Wang Ting kept nodding his head, as if he was agreeing to himself. He found it reasonable. At this moment, the sound of fighting could be heard in front. Wang Ting stopped in his tracks before inching forward. He felt a little puzzled because the sound was too soft. By right, a fight between martial warriors shouldn't be so quiet. He took a turn in front and saw the situation happening inside. Lu Huaixin was leading his subordinates to surround 3 tall and muscular figures. A ray of light laid vertically in the middle of the passage. The runes on the walls were giving off a slight glimmer. No wonder. The sounds were blocked by the rune array. But why did they have to make this unnecessary move? Wang Ting felt enlightened and confused at the same time. The silencing effect on their heavy machine guns was a regular component of their military equipment. However, why did they have to set up a sound barrier rune array before engaging in a battle? He felt a little perplexed. His gaze went past the rune array and into the cave. The 3 figures that were surrounded by Lu Huaixin and his men looked like giants. Despite their large frames, their faces were hideous and frightening. They were dressed coarsely. It seemed as though they had peeled off the skin of some wild beasts and wore it as clothes after some simple sewing. The exposed skin was dark green in color with some black patterns on it. Their bones were massive and their figures were enormous. They looked a little hunchbacked. Their heads were twice the size of a normal human head. Their faces were ugly, and you could see their fangs clearly. Their eyes were as big as brass bells, and their yellowish-brown pupils were filled with brutality and ruthlessness. This creature is a kind of dark apparition too? Wang Ting was shocked. He felt that he had gained more insights into the world. Including this giant dark apparition, he had seen 3 forms of dark apparitions already. Currently, besides the 3 dark apparitions, 4 more were lying on the ground. However, they seemed dead. Some of the military martial warriors seemed to have sacrificed their lives in the battle. They had to pay some price to kill those 4 dark apparitions. Around 20 attribute bubbles were floating around the corpses. Wang Ting used his spiritual power to pull them over. He picked them up. Fire Force *10 Earth Force *6 blank attribute *14 Dark Force *8 Spirit *12. He received 42 points of Fire Force, 36 points of Metal Force, 28 points of Water Force, 56 points of Earth Force, 33 points of Wood Force, 48 points of Dark Force, 70 blank attributes, and 30 points of Spirit. The gains were terrific. There was no change in his realm, so Wang Ting didn't check his attributes carefully. He turned his gaze to the battlefield. Under the attacks of Lu Huaixin and his men, the wounds on the 3 dark apparitions kept increasing. Black blood stained their entire bodies, but they didn't seem to know what was fatigue and pain. They shouted angrily and swept their weapons, which looked like spiked clubs, horizontally. The military martial warriors were forced to retreat. Retreat, retreat. Damn it. Don't get close to the giant apparition. Lu Huaixin shouted continuously. The military martial warriors felt helpless too. They had experienced the brutal strength of these giant apparitions. If the clubs slammed on their bodies, Even if they were 2-star martial warriors, their bones would shatter under the force. Hence, they didn't dare to get too close. The passageway in front was not small, but it became a little crowded with so many people fighting. The people weren't able to stretch their bodies fully. At first, they could use their heavy machine guns to their advantage and shoot the giant apparitions from a safe distance. However, these giant apparitions had thick skins that could resist the bullets' penetration. The military martial warriors paid a heavy price because they had rashly charged towards the giant apparitions. So they are indeed giant apparitions. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. A few minutes later, 2 more of the giant apparitions were killed. The final giant apparition was a spent force. Wang Ting thought that it was going to die soon. To his surprise, the giant apparition suddenly screamed in anger, and its aura surged. It pounced on Lu Huaixin and his subordinates fearlessly. This is bad. It is putting up a desperate fight. Dodge. Lu Weixin's expression changed as he yelled. Unfortunately, it was too late. A military martial warrior got grabbed by his arm. With a tearing sound, his entire arm was ripped off his body. Then, the giant apparition slapped him with his hand and sent him flying. The poor guy slammed into the rock wall at the side and died instantly. The other military martial warriors turned crazy with grief. They sprayed the bullets with their heavy machine guns while shedding tears. Bullets rained on the giant apparition. Lu Huaixin held his battle blade and restrained the giant apparition with 3 other powerful military martial warriors. Force battle techniques were released continuously to prevent the giant apparition from getting close. Boom! More than 10 minutes later, the giant apparition was finally killed. It fell on the ground with a loud bang, and a few attribute bubbles floated up. When the battle ended, Wang Ting couldn't help but feel relief for the martial warriors. Then, he shifted his gaze to the attribute bubbles. He picked them up. Dark Force *8 Spirit *6 Dark Force *10 Blank Attribute *12 Spirit *7 Wang Ting gained 40 points of Dark Force, 32 points of Spirit, and 56 blank attribute. However, when he collected the last attribute bubble, he was shocked. Berserk *3 As the attribute bubble merged into his body, Wang Ting learned its uses. This was a battle technique attribute bubble. Just as the name suggested, the user would enter a berserk state when this battle technique was used. He would be able to release 2 to 3 times of his usual ability within a short period of time. This attribute bubble came from the last giant apparition. Wang Ting guessed that this berserk technique was the reason why it was suddenly able to unleash so much power in its final desperate attempt. Speaking of it, he had to thank Lu Huaixin and his men for forcing the giant apparition into a corner. If not, he wouldn't be able to receive this battle technique. They are good people. Wang Ting couldn't help but comment. If Lu Huaixin knew that Wang Ting was hiding behind them secretly and picking up attributes without wasting any effort while they were fighting for their lives in front, he might die of anger. Although they had killed the giant apparition successfully, Lu Weixin's expression was horrid. Around half of the military martial warriors he brought along were dead. The ones left were more or less injured. Their battle ability had deteriorated greatly. It would be difficult for them to tackle the high-level dark apparition. Let's rest on the spot and recuperate. Half an hour later, we will head to the tunnel on the left, Lu Huaixin said with a gloomy expression. He pondered for a moment before giving his order. The military martial warriors quickly sat down and recuperated. They didn't dare to waste any time. As for Lu Huaixin, he observed his surroundings and touched the wall. Then, he knocked a piece of black gemstone off the wall. A hint of happiness finally appeared on his face. Chapter 223. Sigh, hard-working people won't rest for even a second. When he saw Lu Huaixin knocking a piece of black gemstone off the wall, Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. He was just about to leave. Or mine. Wang Ting was astounded. Then, he understood everything. He finally found the reason for the series of Lu Weixin's weird actions. Their mission wasn't simply to kill the dark apparitions. Taking over this or mine was their primary objective. Obviously, Lu Weixin had kept this news from them. He didn't want to attract other people's attention to this place. Thus, he sent the Tiger Warrior team and the Wolf Fang team away and set up the rune array. There was another thing that Wang Ting found strange all this while. This was a dangerous mission. Why did the military send so few people? Why did they have to enlist their martial warrior team? Now the answer was clear. They were in the Xingwu continent. If too many martial warriors were sent, it would attract the attention of the various factions in the Xingwu continent. At that time, it would be hard to gain ownership of this or mine. All in all, this situation was caused because of the many worries the military had. At the same time, they coincidentally pulled the Tiger Warrior team in because they were nearby. Even without Yao Jun's instigation, when the two parties met, Lu Weixin would still enlist the Tiger Warrior team because he didn't have enough people on his side. But Lu Weixin would not send them to their deaths since they were both from Earth. He would focus on his task. But humans were always selfish. Yao Jun gave him an offer he couldn't reject. To a young master from an elite family like Yao Jun, it might be nothing, but to Lu Weixin, this was an important bargaining chip for him to climb higher. Hence, he could only let the Tiger Warrior team suffer by dying. For a moment, a myriad of thoughts and ideas flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He touched his chin and his eyes glimmered. Then, he went back and exited the passageway. He entered the path on the right. Lu Weixin and his team would rest for at least half an hour. He had ample time to go out and collect another batch of attribute. Sigh, hard-working people won't rest for even a second. The path on the right was littered with the corpses of giant black rat. These giant rats could be found in all three passageways. If someone oblivious entered, they might think that this was a rat's nest. The Wolf Fang team was an elite team among the low-rank martial warrior teams. Thus, all its members were 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. Dealing with these giant rats was a piece of cake for them. Wang Ting walked and picked up the floating attribute bubbles along the way. Dark Force *5 Spirit *6 Dark Force *3 blank Attribute *9 These giant rats were all contaminated with Dark Force. However, they were not dark apparitions. They could at most be called dark creatures. But the force they dropped was all Dark Force. This allowed Wang Ting's Dark Force to rise quickly. Before he could reach the end of the passageway, he met the returning Wolf Fang team. Although they suffered some injuries, they seemed fine. However, Yao Jun was cursing all the way. He was obviously in a bad mood. When they were killing the Rat King just now, his clothes got dirty. Other martial warriors would never be so delicate like him. A tinge of helplessness flashed past Chong Liang's eyes. This young master wasn't easy to serve. The group walked over without noticing Wang Ting, who was hiding in the dark. Wang Ting also ignored them. He quickly ran into the depth of the passageway. After some time, he saw a giant rat that was twice as large as the other black giant rat. It was beheaded, and its body was lying horizontally in the middle of the path. So this is the Rat King they were talking about. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He looked at the Rat King's body. A few bigger attribute bubbles were floating silently above it. He picked them up. Dark Force *46 Spirit *35 blank Attribute *50 Good riddance. Wang Ting was honestly a little surprised. The attributes dropped by this Rat King alone were comparable to the ones dropped by 7 to 8 normal giant rat. A few other giant rat corpses were lying around the Rat King. Wang Ting didn't forget to pick up their attribute bubbles. Then, he went back immediately. The gains he made on this trip were huge. He had received 335 points of Dark Force, 88 points of Spirit, and 280 blank attribute. As the Dark Force seeped into his body, Wang Ting shuddered. The abundance of Dark Force surged from his second force nucleus. It flowed up his spine and congregated inside his third force nucleus. Dark Force 3-star, achievement unlocked. Dark Force 17/1000 3-star. In less than a day, Wang Ting's Dark Force had risen from 1-star to 3-star soldier level. This speed was extremely frightening. Also, his spirit attribute advanced by a huge level too. Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 44. 1/100, Wang Ting could feel the spiritual power in his mind getting stronger. It even got thicker and stickier. He had a premonition. If he used his spiritual power to control his shooting star spiral now, the power would be astonishing. If he caught his opponent unaware, he might even be able to kill a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, he would need to practice it during a real battle to see if it worked out or not. Wang Ting came back to the forked road and saw Yao Jun, Chong Liang, and their team members. But Lu Huaixin wasn't out yet. Yao Jun was preparing to enter the path in the middle. "Young Master Yao, I don't think that this is appropriate." Chong Liang hesitated. He could see that Lu Huaixin didn't want them to enter the middle path. If he entered without careful consideration and provoked Lu Huaixin, he might offend the military indirectly. The authority of the military wasn't an ornament. What are you afraid of? Lu Huaixin didn't say that we can't enter. If he asks, you can just pretend that you didn't know anything. Also, don't you find them very secretive? I guess there must be some good stuff inside. Don't you want to take a look? Yao Jun appeared nonchalant. As he spoke, he walked into the middle passageway. This, honestly, Chong Liang was a little curious. However, he decided not to follow Yao Jun. Compared to Yao Jun, they didn't have any background or people supporting them. If something really happened, Yao Jun would be fine, but the military would vent their anger on them. Weren't they looking for death? But, not long after Yao Jun entered the middle path, he came back. He seemed a little embarrassed. Behind him were Lu Huaixin and the other military martial warriors. They were covered in blood and had a malicious look on their faces. Chong Liang secretly felt happy in his heart when he saw Yao Jun suffering a setback. But he didn't display it on his face. He hurriedly went forward to greet Lu Huaixin. "Squad leader Lu." "Yes." Lu Huaixin nodded. He asked, "Is your side taken care of?" "All the giant rats contaminated by the Dark Force have been killed, including the Rat King," Chong Liang replied. "Not bad," Lu Huaixin praised him. Then, he frowned and continued, "There's no news from the Tiger Warrior team until now. It looks like they have met some trouble. The high-level dark apparition didn't charge out, so this means they didn't fail completely. It's time for us to enter. Why don't we wait a while longer? Let's wait until the dark apparition kills them before we act." Yao Jun was smiling, but the words he said were ruthless and cruel. Chong Liang and the others felt a chill running down their spines. Lu Huaixin remained indifferent. He glanced at Yao Jun and said, "Let's go in first. We will decide if we should act based on the situation." Yao Jun shrugged. He didn't say anything in reply. The group entered the passage on the left under Lu Huaixin's lead. They thought that they had everything under control, but they could never imagine what was waiting for them. Chapter 224, Trap. Wang Ting recorded the conversation between Yao Jun and Lu Huaixin. Then, he entered the path on the right before them and met up with Lu Huaixin and his team. "Let's prepare. They are coming in," Wang Ting said as soon as he saw them. Lin Zhan, Lu Yen, and the others felt their hearts trembling. They replied in low voices, "Okay." Under Wang Ting's lead, they quickly ran deep into the cave. When they were about to reach the karst cave, Wang Ting signaled them to stop. "We are almost there. Later, I will use my concealing skill to hide your auras. You must not resist." Wang Ting spoke to them using voice transmission. Lin Zhan and the others nodded. First, Wang Ting used his wave invisibility skill to hide the fluctuations caused by the dark force. Then, he attached the dark force to the surface of everyone's body and hid their figures completely. This is so interesting. Lin Zhan and the others felt their bodies merging with the dark. They thought that it was some high-class concealing skill. They would never have imagined that this was the effect of the dark force. Then, everyone silently sneaked into the karst cave and found a hiding spot. This was the first time Lin Zhan and the others saw a high-level dark apparition. They were flabbergasted and found it a little unbelievable. They didn't think that the high-level dark apparition would look like this. Wang Ting signaled them to not act rashly. Then, he parted with them and returned to the passageway. He had left enough dark force on Lin Zhan and his teammate. At the same time, the wave invisibility skill he exerted could last for a few minutes. During this window, Wang Ting must guide the dark apparition to Lu Huaixin and his gang as fast as possible. On the other side, Lu Huaixin had already brought Yao Jun and the others to the second half of the passageway. They were only 200 meters away from the karst cave. Strange, why aren't there any sounds? Has the Tiger Warrior team been annihilated? Chong Liang suddenly said. Be careful. If the Tiger Warrior team is exterminated, the dark apparition will be more vigilant. If it's hiding in the passageway, we will get ambushed easily. Lu Huaixin frowned and said. Everyone raised their guards and walked in carefully. Almost there. Wang Ting gauged their distance and sniggered in his heart. He then turned back to the entrance of the karst cave. He congregated force on the battle sword in his hand and slashed it forward. Bang! The glow of the sword struck the position where the high-level dark apparition was at powerfully. However, Wang Ting saw the black shadow flashing, and the dark apparition disappeared. Wang Ting's heart jumped. He didn't stick around to find its next location. Instead, he turned around and ran immediately. What happened? The sudden loud explosion caused Lu Huaixin and the others' expressions to change. They were stunned. Everything was fine a second ago. Why was there suddenly an explosion? Could it be that the Tiger Warrior team didn't get wiped out? Were they still fighting? Before they knew what was happening, they saw a black shadow charging towards them from the darkness in front. The chilly and eerie aura spread out in the passageway. High-level dark apparition. Lu Huaixin turned pale with fright. He shouted in panic, "Get ready to engage!" As he spoke, he had already slashed the battle blade in his hand at the black shadow that was charging at them. The military martial warriors were the first to react. The powerful bullets spurted towards the dark apparition. The members of the Wolf Fong team reacted a tad bit slower. Fortunately, with the military martial warriors spearheading the attack, it gave them time to respond. Kill! Chong Liang shouted and executed his battle technique immediately. He aimed it at the black shadow. Ah! Suddenly, a scream of agony was heard. The black shadow managed to evade all the attacks and caught a member of the Wolf Fong team. Then, it scurried up to the top of the passageway and twisted the neck of the martial warrior. It threw the corpse at the people below. The martial warrior was standing beside Yao Jun a moment ago. All he saw was a flash of the black shadow. When the person screamed in despair and was caught, Yao Jun shuddered in fright. He felt his head turning numb and cold sweat dripping down his entire body. Damn it, what is this? Yao Jun couldn't help but curse. He shrunk into the crowd, afraid to take any risk. The others had no time to bother about him. All their attention was on the high-level dark apparition. They kept hurling attacks one after another at the dark apparition. All kinds of skills were put on full display. Everyone, fight properly. I will cheer for you. Wang Ting hid in the dark like a sly and sinister fellow. Then, he returned to the karst cave and met up with Lin Zhan and his teammate. The high-level dark apparition is too powerful. Lu Huaixin and the others might not be its match, Lin Zhan said with a grave expression. You're right. I saw its speed just now. I almost got a heart attack, Lu Yen clutched her chest and said with lingering fears. Shall we go and help? Yan Jiming asked. The dark apparition is extremely dangerous and harmful. It's best to kill it as soon as possible. Lin Zhan looked at Wang Ting and said. We will lay an ambush here. With their ability, they will be able to retaliate. There's a high chance that this dark apparition might be forced back into this karst cave. We will take it by surprise and grab the opportunity to land the final blow, Wang Ting said. All right. Lin Zhan nodded. The few of them hid once again and waited for the dark apparition to come back to its cave. Actually, Wang Ting had left out a sentence. If the dark apparition didn't come back, they wouldn't need to risk their lives to fight with it. Wang Ting kind of hoped that it wouldn't come back. There were two possible outcomes for that. First, Lu Huaixin failed. The high-level dark apparition would be worried that something had happened to the ore mine, so it would go to check things out. Second, Lu Huaixin and the others killed it successfully, and all troubles came to an end. Unfortunately, things did not happen as he wished. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly occurred at the entrance of the cave. Wang Ting sighed. He saw the high-level dark apparition rushing into the karst cave. Lu Huaixin and the others followed closely behind it. But there were fewer of them. They seemed to have suffered heavy losses. Attack! Lin Zhan immediately launched an attack. He waved the battle axes in his hand and aimed for the dark apparition. Golden rays congregated around the axes. The high-level dark apparition didn't expect someone to be lying in ambush inside the cave. It was caught off guard and got chopped. It fell from the air. Lu Yen shot alloy bullets from the heavy machine gun in her hand. She was aiming at the wings of the dark apparition. She wanted to damage its wings first. She expected to hear the sound of bullets entering the flesh, but it didn't happen. Instead, the sound of metals clanging was heard. So hard! Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. Attack its head and heart! Lu Huaixin looked at them expressionlessly and shouted. The Yen siblings were just about to act. When they heard Lu Weixin's voice, they aimed their blade and sword at the high-level dark apparition's heart. Lin Zhan followed up his victory with hot pursuit and smashed his battle axes at the dark apparition's head. Lu Huaixin and the others didn't slack either. Their attacks followed closely and engulfed the dark apparition. Boom! The limestone around the cave exploded, and dust flew everywhere. Due to the intense battle, air waves swept through the cave. No one could see what was happening inside. This is it. Wang Ting saw the chance. A ray of light flew out from his sleeve and rose into the sky. It was so fast that no lingering shadows could be seen. I found you. Using the tracking function of his shooting star spiral, he aimed for the heart of the dark apparition. Under its astounded gaze, the spirals pierced through its heart. Chapter 225. Huge Loot. The second his heart was pierced, the noble dark apparition's eyes were filled with innocence. His feelings were complicated, and he seemed exceptionally shocked. He wanted to ask, why? Why did I die in the hands of weaklings like you when I am so strong? Director, this script isn't right. He opened his mouth and tried to scream one last time. However, no sound was made. He fell to the ground and died. The cave turned quiet. There was a fleeting moment of awkwardness. The expression on Lu Weixin's face and the gesture of his hand were both narrating a single comment. Are you kidding me? We fought with all our might and risked our lives to try to kill this dark apparition. So many people died, but in the end we didn't manage to kill it? Yet, Lin Zhan and his team managed to get rid of it with just a single round of ambush. Were they too weak? Everyone carefully gathered around the high-level dark apparition after they confirmed that it hadn't moved for a long time. There was a huge hole where the heart of the high-level dark apparition was. The hole went the entire way from the front to the back. Wang Ting's gaze flickered slightly when he saw the wound. He chose to attack the heart not only because it was a fragile and a weaker spot. Rather, the main reason was that the Yen siblings had aimed for his heart too. He used his shooting star spiral to break the defense of the high-level dark apparition. Then, it penetrated his heart, and the attacks of the Yen siblings followed closely thereafter. The hits one after another wrecked the wound. If not, based on the Yen siblings' abilities, they might not have been able to hurt the high-level dark apparition. But, this way they had the best of both worlds. Other people wouldn't be able to see that the injury was caused by the shooting star spiral. Next, his gaze landed on the transparent bubbles floating above the high-level dark apparition. It's time to pick up attribute bubbles again. A small devil seemed to have appeared behind Wang Ting's head. It was rubbing its hands excitedly. He picked them up. Dark Force *120 Intermediate Stage Dark Talent *1 Spirit *50 Bewitch *15 Handsomeness *30 What the F *K. What a huge loot! Wang Ting was honestly astounded. This high-level dark apparition had dropped an abundance of attribute bubbles. There were many good attributes inside. He had gained 120 points of Dark Force. This was the first time he had received so many points of Dark Force in one go. Dark Force, 137 out of 1003 star. Then, there was the intermediate stage Dark Talent. In the past, Wang Ting had gotten the beginner stage Dark Force. Now, his stage advanced by a rank. He immediately felt that he had a stronger grasp and smoother control of his Dark Force. If he were to cultivate now, his speed of cultivation would increase tremendously. Next, it was the 50 points of Spirit. Spiritual Realm, 49, 1 out of 100, further down, Bewitch *15. Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. This was a skill attribute. Bewitch, just as its name implied, was a skill that could bewitch the hearts of people. It was similar to hypnosis. However, it seemed a little more high-class. This skill will have many uses. Wang Ting touched his chin. The corners of his lips went up uncontrollably as he gave an evil smile. Finally, there were 30 points of handsomeness. Honestly, when Wang Ting saw this attribute, he was stunned. What kind of setting is this? Why is he dropping a handsomeness attribute? Also, this was dropped by that vampire-like dark apparition. Is he very handsome? Is he more handsome than me? He lowered his head and sized up the pale and handsome face of this vampire. He didn't die in vain. The others didn't notice the slight changes in Wang Ting's expression. Lin Zhan patted Yan Jinming's shoulder happily when he noticed that the dark apparition had died in the hands of his team members. He smiled and said, "The two of you made a great contribution." Yan Jinming and Yan Jinyue were a little confused. They found everything unbelievable. Didn't everyone say that the high-level dark apparitions were very powerful? Why did it die after a single strike? Hello, what is happening? Wang Ting smiled. He didn't expose them, but he would definitely educate them in the future. If not, they might really think that high-level dark apparitions were easy to deal with. If they attacked one rashly in the future, the possibility of them dying was really high. He would have committed a huge crime if that happened. Humph! Lu Huaixin snorted with a gloomy expression. They understood clearly how difficult it was to fight with high-level dark apparitions. Now, when they saw Lin Zhan and his team members revealing a "he is so easy to deal with" expression, their mood turned really bad. He felt that Lin Zhan and his team members were just lucky. They had picked up the fruits of the military martial warrior's labor. The passageway had limited space, so it didn't allow the vampire dark apparition to execute its speed. That was why it retreated to the cave when it had the chance. In the karst cave, it would be able to make use of the special terrain inside. Once the vampire dark apparition unleashed his full speed, he would be much harder to deal with. However, Lin Zhan and his team members attacked the dark apparition the instant it entered the cave and caught it off guard. As a result, they were lucky and managed to kill it. Squad Leader Lu, what happened to you? Why do you seem unhappy? Wang Ting asked even though he knew the answer. You're asking me? Lu Huaixin said coldly. I asked you to clear the passage on the left. Why are you hiding here instead? Do you know that I can charge you for disobeying orders based on your actions? The expression of the other team members changed when they heard this. However, Wang Ting replied calmly, You can't make false claims. Did you see us not fighting? The high-level dark apparition was too strong, so we accidentally let it escape. Our team also got injured when we were fighting against it. Lin Zhan and the others understood his intention and revealed the wounds on their bodies. They gave an I feel wronged, but am not going to say anything look. They were possessed by drama kings at this moment. Wang Ting continued with righteous indignation. Also, our team killed the high-level dark apparition while bearing with the worsening of our injuries. We made a huge contribution. Lu Huaixin was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. What injury! You were all full of vigor a moment ago, but now your faces are pale, and y'all look as though you are going to faint any moment. Can you be a little more fake? How dare you come out and act with such poor acting skills? You even want a huge contribution? Contribution your head. You're lying. The high-level dark apparition is very powerful. We couldn't deal with it even when there are so many of us. How did you manage to survive for such a long time? You must have run away. You didn't fight with the high-level dark apparition and went to hide instead. Yao Jun suddenly pointed at Wang Ting and shouted. Wang Ting suddenly smiled. But there were no fluctuations of emotions in his eyes. He looked at Yao Jun and said, Young Master Yao, are you saying that the only way for us not to defy the order is to die? Yao Jun wanted to open his mouth. Yao Jun, be careful of what you say. Lu Weixin's expression changed as he shouted coldly. Yao Jun knew that he had said the wrong thing. He glanced at Lu Huaixin and didn't continue. Wang Ting scoffed. He ignored Yao Jun and turned to Lu Huaixin. He asked, Do you admit that our Tiger Warrior team made a huge contribution? The martial warriors that got enlisted temporarily had to bear a huge risk. That was why the military often gave many rewards to these martial warriors. If they made a huge contribution during the enlistment period, their rewards would increase. The Tiger Warrior team had killed a high-level dark apparition. This was a huge merit. I'm not the one who decides if you have made a huge contribution. I have to report to my superiors in the end and let the higher authorities evaluate, Lu Huaixin said calmly without any expression. Chapter 226 F***K that Wang Ting. F***K the Tiger Warrior team. In that case, we will wait for your good news. Wang Ting didn't probe further since Lu Huaixin had already given his reply. After all, if it was their reward, it would be theirs. There were so many people at the scene. No one could deny it. Wait for what good news? The veins on Lu Weixin's forehead bulged out. He felt that he would die of cerebral thrombosis if he continued talking to Wang Ting. Lin Zhan and the other team members couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief secretly when they noticed Wang Ting gaining the upper hand in the conversation with Lu Huaixin. They wiped the cold sweat on their forehead. They were planning to trick Lu Huaixin from the start. Even though he was the one who wanted to harm them at first, they still felt a little guilty. But it was obvious that Lu Huaixin would have to swallow this unhappiness. Lin Zhan and the others couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting. This fellow had such a harmless face and a refreshing smile. My foot! This brat is indeed a sly person. Take the high-level dark apparition's corpse. Let's pack up and go. Lu Weixin's expression was grave. He gave his order to the subordinates that were fortunate enough to survive. So many of their men were killed, but the credit wasn't theirs. Just thinking about this was enough to make them crazy. No, he must not let them gain this advantage. Also, the Tiger Warrior team must have realized that he tricked them into dealing with the high-level dark apparition. A grudge between them was formed. It wasn't something that could be forgiven with a few sentences. Cut the weeds and dig up the root. If he didn't annihilate all of them, he would feel uneasy. When he turned his head, a savage expression appeared on Lu Weixin's face. Yao Jun was unwilling to let them go. Hatred flashed past his eyes. He followed behind Lu Weixin and walked out of the karst cave. He felt that Wang Ting and his team were the ones who had caused him to be in such a disheveled state. He almost lost his life there. There was a saying, all the mistakes were the faults of other people. Don't deny it. There's no use in denying it. Listen. The unluckiest people were the Wolf Fong team. Besides Chong Liang, all the other team members of the Wolf Fong team were killed by the high-level dark apparition. All that was left of the Wolf Fong team was him, a lone general without an army. Chong Liang was on the brink of tears. Your bosses are fighting, but an innocent bystander like me is implicated. Who am I supposed to seek justice from? Lin Zhan patted his shoulder and said sympathetically, my condolences. Lu Yen and the Yen siblings copied his actions. All of them went forward to pat Chong Liang's shoulder. They seemed very compassionate as they spoke to him. My condolences. My condolences. My condolences. As expected, the nature of humans was copying others? Chong Liang's face turned green and white with anger. It was fascinating to watch. Wang Ting and his team members walked out. However, their voices spread over from afar. Leader, you're a little naughty. What are you saying? I don't understand. I don't know. Pfft. Chong Liang couldn't suppress the injury on his body anymore. He vomited a mouth of blood and his face turned white. F***k that Wang Ting. F***k the Tiger Warrior team. What a powerful resentment. When everyone walked out of the cave, the sky had already turned bright. The night was over. You must go back with me. Lu Weixin looked at Wang Ting and his teammates and said, Go back? Where? Wang Ting frowned and asked. To the headquarters of the Crimson Tiger Troop. Lu Weixin said in a low voice, We enlisted you for this mission, so we need you to cooperate with us in many areas of explanation. Wang Ting exchanged glances with his teammates. He nodded and said, All right. Lu Weixin called the military marshal to the side and said something to them. Then, the martial warriors entered the cave again. After that, Lu Weixin picked up the high-level dark apparition on the ground. Suddenly, the corpses disappeared. Space ring. Lin Zhan and the others exclaimed. They immediately noticed the ring on Lu Weixin's fingers when they saw this scene. Yao Jun was astonished too. Then, he hurriedly pouted and sneered. Ignorant! Young Master Yao, you must have seen it before. Unfortunately, Wang Ting shook his head. Unfortunately what? Yao Jun asked uncontrollably. The moment he spoke, though, he regretted it. You might have seen it before, but unfortunately, you don't have it, Wang Ting said with contempt. F***k. Yao Jun's face turned black. He seemed to have suffered great humiliation, almost choking on his own breath. Let's go. Lu Weixin glanced at them and went down the mountain first. Lu Weixin hid his car at a secluded spot at the bottom of the mountain. He sat inside his car and started the rune engine. Squad Leader Lu, our vehicle is still at the Red Leaves Dwarf Tribe. Can you give us a ride? Wang Ting asked. His tone caused Lu Weixin's anger to boil in his heart again. Wang Ting sounded as though it was only natural for him to send them there. He replied coldly, Get in. Okay. Wang Ting and his teammates quickly got into the car. Lu Weixin found the path and sped his way there. Very soon, they arrived at the Red Leaves Dwarf Tribe. After Anaya and the dwarves went back, they didn't rest the entire night. They were anxiously waiting for Wang Ting and his teammates. After all, the Tiger Warrior team had helped them overcome a life-or-death crisis. This was a huge favor. In the early morning, all the dwarves were busy with their own things. As for Leader Ao Mu and Aya and the other dwarves, they were anxiously waiting for news in the stone fortress. Why aren't they back yet? Anaya paced around the room. She would glance outside the door occasionally with a worried look. Anaya, stop walking in circles. I'm getting dizzy because of you. Leader Aomu shook his head and said helplessly. Grandpa Leader, do you think that something happened to them? Those military martial warriors from Earth seem to be executing some dangerous mission. Why did Wang Ting and his team meet them? Anaya asked in concern. Don't worry, little Anaya. Lin Zhan and Wang Ting are really powerful. They will be able to come back safely. Leader Anaya comforted her. But, Leader Anaya, back. They are back. At this moment, Waka ran in from outside. As he ran, he was shouting excitedly. Oh, they are back. Leader Aomu stood up hurriedly. They are back? This is great. They are finally back, Anaya said happily. Come, let's go out and take a look. Leader Aomu led the way out of the stone fortress. They met Wang Ting and his teammates, who were getting out of the car. You're fine. This is great. Anaya rushed forward and said happily. Ha ha ha, we are very strong. Why will anything happen to us so easily? Lin Zhan laughed. It's good that you're back. You have been busy the entire night, so you must be hungry. Come into the room quickly and have some food. Leader Aomu walked forward with a bright smile. There's no need for that. Leader Aomu, we still have emergency matters to attend to. We came back just to get our vehicle, Wang Ting explained. In that case, we will not keep you, Leader Aomu said with pity. Then, he continued, wait for a moment. He turned and said to Anaya, Anaya, bring out the things that we have prepared. Anaya nodded and ran into the house. After some time, she came running out with a backpack. We are really grateful for your help. You did us a huge favor. We have nothing to repay you, so we can only use these wine and 4 stones as our token of appreciation. We hope that you will accept them, Leader Aomu said sincerely. Oh my, how can I accept this? This was what Lin Zhan said, but his hands were very honest. He took the backpack from Anaya. Wang Ting. Shameless. Chapter 227. Guards, take them down on the way back. Lin Zhan and his teammates were elated. Not only did they receive a handsome reward, but they also gained the friendship of the Red Leaves tribe. When they left, many dwarves came to send them off and enthusiastically invited them to come and play another day. Lin Zhan and his teammates agreed readily. After all, they could not waste the delicious food and wine of the dwarf tribe. Speaking of delicious wine, Lin Zhan suddenly remembered that Leader Aomu told them he was giving them some wine as their reward. His eyes lit up as he opened the backpack. 3 jars of wine were sitting inside. Lin Zhan drove the car and opened the cap of one of the jars. The strong fragrance of wine wafted out. He poured the wine into his mouth. Then, he burped in satisfaction. As for no driving while drinking, was this a matter of concern for martial warriors? F***K Leader, this is outrageous. How dare you drink it secretly before us? When Yan Jiming smelled the wine, he popped his head out from the back seat. Haha, I'm testing the taste for you. I want to see if Leader Aomu fooled us by giving us low-quality wine. Lin Zhan smiled and replied. Bullshit. Do you think I'll believe you? Yan Jiming rolled his eyes and reached out to grab another jar. He hoarded the jar of wine for himself. Swoosh. The last jar of wine suddenly flew into the air and landed in Wang Ting's hands. I will help myself to the last jar, Wang Ting said with a smile. You're still young. Don't learn from those 2 drunkards, Lu Yen reprimanded him. That's right. You are still young. Why are you drinking? Give it to me quickly. Lin Zhan agreed. Go away. What era is this? People can get married at 18 years old. Why can't I drink at 17? Wang Ting glared at Lin Zhan and opened the jar of wine. He cheered with Yan Jiming and happily sipped the wine. Lu Huixin drove the car in front and led the way for them. Along the way, there were open fields and hills everywhere. It had to be said that the Xingwu continent was incredibly vast. There were still many areas that hadn't been developed, unlike Earth. Signs of humans could be seen everywhere on Earth, besides those places with harsh living environments that were really not suitable for survival. Of course, this was largely related to star beasts. In the Xingwu continent, the human race wasn't at the top of the biological chain. There was a huge number of star beasts, including mighty overlords. They dominated vast pieces of land, and these places were all forbidden grounds for humans. The wilderness between the forbidden grounds and the human cities was the buffer zone. Wang Ting and the others met a few more groups of martial warriors wandering around the area. However, everyone went their own way and wouldn't cause trouble for one another under normal circumstances. They drove for around 3 hours before they finally arrived outside a fairly small city. Crimson Tiger City. This city was named directly after the Crimson Tiger Troop. It was different from a trading hub like Yong City. You could see garrisons stationed all around the Crimson Tiger City. It was a heavily guarded military city. Lu Huaixin drove his car and entered the Crimson Tiger City from the side. As he got nearer, the ground started to turn black-brown. It looked like the color of blood after it had seeped into the ground and dried up. Wang Ting could even smell a faint stench in the air. They arrived at the main gate. Lu Huaixin displayed his particulars, and the guard at the sentry box let him in. However, when it was outsiders like Wang Ting, they had to undergo a round of inspection. Wang Ting realized that these guards were martial warriors too. They were just 1-star soldier-level martial warriors, but when there was a lack of martial warriors in the outside world, allowing them to become guards was extremely extravagant. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with Wang Ting and his teammates after the inspection. In the past, Wang Ting was worried that the dark force in his body would get detected, and he would be taken as some betrayer and killed. But he was obviously thinking too much. They entered the Crimson Tiger City together. The buildings and arrangements here were plain and simple. The roads were straight without any complications. There were no high-rise buildings either. The structures here were all 2 or 3 floors high, and they were made from layering hard rocks or metals. Wang Ting and his teammates were brought to a 1-floor building in the middle of the city. They were given a room to rest in. "I will go and report the situation to my superior. You can wait here first." After Lu Huaixin finished speaking, he disregarded them and turned around to walk out of the door. The moment he stepped out, his voice was heard again. "Yao Jun, come out with me." Yao Jun sniggered and glanced at Wang Ting and his teammates provokingly. He went out of the door. "What is this? Why is he leaving us here without saying anything?" Yan Jinming frowned. "That's right. Why did he call Yao Jun away? Why is he treating us differently?" Lu Yen said furiously. "All right, don't talk so much. Since he asked us to wait, let's wait." "There's nothing to lose," Lin Zhan said. "Why did Lu Huaixin call Yao Jun out alone?" Yan Jinyue asked curiously. "Maybe he wants to record our statements separately like how they interrogate prisoners. He probably wants to prevent us from colluding with one another." Yan Jinming touched his chin and replied. F***K. Lu Huaixin is treating us as prisoners? Lu Yan's temper exploded immediately. There must be something important in the cave. That's why they are so careful. Wang Ting knew what was inside, but he couldn't say it directly. Who knew? They might be surveillance cameras in the room. If they learned that he knew the contents of the cave, they could link many things together. He might not even be able to hide the fact that he had tricked Lu Huaixin. Also, the ore mine was still confidential. He would be causing trouble for himself if they used this reason to imprison him forcefully. What Wang Ting said might be right. I feel that they are very secretive. I don't think that they just wanted to kill the dark apparition. Lin Zhan contemplated. No matter what, we made a huge contribution. I wonder what rewards they will give us. Lu Yen chuckled. Something practical would be the best. The military has many good things. Yan Jinming said excitedly. If only they give me a rune gun specially supplied to the military, Lu Yen said. Letting us choose a battle technique is not bad either, Lin Zhan smiled. Wang Ting shook his head when he saw them discussing happily. For some reason, when he saw Lu Weixin's expression as he walked out of the door, he felt that something terrible was going to happen. The few of them waited in the resting room for more than half an hour before Lu Huaixin walked in with a military martial warrior who looked around 30 years old. He was muscular and he had a crew cut. He glanced at Wang Ting and his teammates with killing intent in his eyes. He then opened his mouth and said, "Based on my subordinate's report, you defied your orders during the execution of the mission and caused a delay in the battle. This resulted in the deaths of more than 20 military martial warriors. Do you know your crime?" Lin Zhan and his teammates had waited for a long time, but what they received was a series of interrogations. They were instantly dumbfounded. "We were just not powerful enough, so we let the dark apparition run away." Before Wang Ting could finish speaking, the man with a crew cut was already burning in anger. He said coldly, "Enough!" Their hearts jumped. The man with a crew cut didn't give them any chances to speak. He waved his hands instantly. "Guards, take them down!" A group of military martial warriors crashed in. More than 10 black muzzles were aimed at Wang Ting and his teammates. Chapter 228, Prison Break? In the cell of the Crimson Tiger Troop. Clang! Lin Zhan punched the metal door. "They locked us up like criminals without even giving us a chance to explain." "What on earth did Lu Huaixin say?" Lu Yen, Yan Jinming, and the others gnashed their teeth in anger when they remembered Lu Weixin's delighted smile after they were escorted to the cell. A cold gaze flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He didn't expect Lu Huaixin to have the guts to play tricks on them when he had no evidence. Or, could it be that the man with a crew cut was his support? Wang Ting's head started to hurt when he recalled the man's style of doing things. He was obviously an idiot. He didn't know what Lu Huaixin said to the man that caused him to be so angry. That man with a crew cut looked like a hot-tempered person, a person who couldn't tolerate any nonsense. In front of someone like this, there was no way they could reason with him. He might even shoot them without considering the consequences in his fit of anger. Lu Huaixin had probably thought of this, so he came up with this plan and made use of his superior to suppress them. He must have distorted the truth of what happened and even hid some fact. If not, the man with a crew cut wouldn't have thrown them in jail without giving him a chance to explain. After all, even if he didn't have the sergeant military rank, he was still a student of the Huanghai Military Academy. He's already 30 years old. Why is he still as reckless as a 17-year-old? Wang Ting thought to himself helplessly. I hope that he isn't muddle-headed. If not, we can only force our way out. However, he knew that this was the headquarters of the Crimson Tiger Troop. There were numerous martial warriors here, so the chances of escaping were very slim. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile. How about we send a message to the Martial Arts Academy? Lu Yen asked at this moment. It's useless. This cell blocks all signals. We can't send any messages out. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have informed the Martial Arts Academy about this matter beforehand. Lin Zhan shook his head and spoke in a regretful tone. No one expected them to act so abruptly. Yan Jinming sighed. The group went silent. None of them expected the Crimson Tiger Troop to be a tiger's den cave. They were able to enter but couldn't go out. They didn't expect matters to come to this state either. Wang Ting and his teammates were locked up for 2 days and 1 night. On the second night, when the guards of the prison came to send them their dinner, Yao Jun accompanied them. Tisk, tsk, is this what you are eating? Looks like you have been living miserably for the past 2 days. He looked at their dinner and laughed at their plight. Yao Jun. Lin Zhan and the others glared at him. You and Lu Huaixin are the ones behind this, right? Wang Ting asked calmly. So what if we are? Yao Jun placed his hands in his pocket and said with contempt, "Don't look as though you aren't afraid of death. I hate this kind of person. You are going to die, yet you're still acting. Despicable." Lin Zhan and the others let loose a torrent of abuse when they heard him admitting it. Leader Lin, you're right. I am despicable. In your next life, remember not to offend a despicable person, especially one that has wealth and power." Yao Jun smiled and said. He didn't seem ashamed of himself. "What do you want?" Lu Yen said coldly. "Hey, this lady is so pretty. Unfortunately, you are going to die." Yao Jun gave her a look of pity. He chuckled and said, "I don't want anything. I just came to take one last look at you. After all, you almost became my teammate." Everyone's face was black when they saw his disgusting attitude. "A despicable person like you has no right to be my teammate." Lu Yen scoffed. "That's right. Stop flaunting. We will never accept an evil person like you even if we die," Yan Jinming said. "I'm giving you face, but you're pushing it." Yan Jinming's face turned green with anger. He got furious from embarrassment after Lu Yen and Yan Jinming attacked him verbally. He turned around and walked away. "You guys can just stay here and wait for your death. What kind of person is this?" Lu Yen shouted at Yao Jun's back indignantly. "You've heard what he said. It looks like they are going to execute us tomorrow," Lin Zhan said with a grave expression. Everyone turned quiet immediately. "I never thought that I would die in the hands of our own people, especially the military." Yan Jinming gave a forced smile. "Don't be in a hurry to give up. We still have a chance," Wang Ting spoke to them using voice transmission. Everyone's heart trembled. "Really?" Lin Zhan shouted. "Shoo!" Yan Jinming hurriedly covered his mouth. Lu Yen and Yan Jinyue glared at him too. "Don't say it out loud." Wang Ting looked at Lin Zhan speechlessly. He used voice transmission again. Lin Zhan nodded his head hurriedly before Yan Jinming released him. Wang Ting glanced around them and said slowly, "Tonight we will escape from prison." Escape from prison. Everyone's expression changed. They thought that Wang Ting had some good idea, but instead, these were the words they heard from his mouth. "Wang Ting, are you serious? This isn't a joke." Lin Zhan smiled bitterly and said to him through voice transmission. "That's right. This is the headquarters of the Crimson Tiger Troop. It's almost impossible to escape." Lu Yen and the others also felt that this wasn't a good idea. "Have you forgotten about my hiding skill?" Wang Ting reminded them. "That's right. Wang Ting can fool a high-level dark apparition with his concealing skill. Tricking a normal martial warrior shouldn't be a problem." Lin Zhan agreed with Wang Ting. "But there are many powerful warriors in the army. It's not an easy task to fool all of them," Lu Yen hesitated before saying. "Do you guys have a better idea?" Wang Ting asked. This sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Yen and the others started favoring the idea of escaping from prison. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, let's do it. Let's do whatever we can. We can't just sit here and wait for death anyway." Lu Yen nodded her head firmly and replied, "I have no objections. Wang Ting has never disappointed us." Yan Jinming smiled and said. "Me too," Yan Jinhua said. "Okay." A small smile appeared at the edge of his lips when Wang Ting noticed everyone agreeing with his idea. He continued, "In that case, let's discuss the escape plan for tonight." They discussed it for an entire hour. Many brains were better than one. Even more, there were 5 of them. They studied the plan together and filled up all the loopholes. They found the best path to escape from prison and came up with an almost perfect plan. After they finished discussing, they filled up their stomachs with the prison food and waited for time to pass. They didn't care if the food was nasty. At night, the guards changed shifts and another 2 hours passed. Slowly, it reached 1 a.m. in morning. Wang Ting and his teammates opened their eyes. They were pretending to sleep just now. They glanced at the guard who was leaning against the wall and sleeping. Action! Wang Ting exchanged glances with his teammates and nodded. His gaze turned serious as his pupils stopped moving and his spiritual power spread out. A bunch of keys slowly floated out of the guard's pocket. Chapter 229. The Elder in Cell 99. This big bunch of keys slowly floated out from the guard's pocket. Although a martial warrior had force in his body and could move objects that were some distance away, he would never be able to lift an item with such ease. If that wasn't the case, the martial warrior would have already noticed it based on his acute senses. So, spiritual power. Lin Zhan and the others' eyes widened in surprise. A light bulb lit up in their minds, and these two words jumped out almost simultaneously. Before this, they were wondering what method Wang Ting would use to escape from the cell. Unfortunately, he kept them in suspense and just said that he was highly confident. He asked them not to worry. Now, they finally knew that this was the method he was going to use. They were flabbergasted. This fellow is a monster. It's fine if his cultivation speed is frighteningly fast. But, his spiritual power is awakened too. They suddenly realized that they had never understood Wang Ting entirely. How many trump cards was he hiding? Wang Ting didn't have the time to care about their thoughts. At this stage, he had no choice but to reveal his spiritual power. There was no point in hiding it anymore. He enveloped the bunch of keys with his spiritual power so that it wouldn't make a single sound. He controlled the keys and let them fly towards him. Finally, the keys landed on his palm. Success! Lin Zhan and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In their nervousness, they had clenched their fists tightly. There were many keys, but it wasn't difficult to find the right one. The cell number was labeled on the keys. Wang Ting inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it gently, click. The noise wasn't loud, yet everyone held their breaths uncontrollably. They stared at the guard, who was sleeping soundly, without blinking. At the same time, they listened to the sounds around them. This was so exhilarating. Wang Ting had managed to keep his calm throughout the ordeal, but now, he also felt a little nervous. Luckily, this light noise didn't wake anyone up. Actually, there weren't many prisoners in this prison. Those that committed minor crimes wouldn't be locked up here. Those with serious offenses had already been executed, so the cells around them were mostly empty. Wang Ting slowly pulled the door of the cell open. Lin Zhan and the others immediately gathered around him. Wang Ting was just about to execute his wave invisibility and dark force when his body tensed up abruptly. "Little brat, come to cell 99 and let me out." An old and hoarse voice sounded beside his ear without any warning. Wang Ting's heart almost leaped out of his chest. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. At this moment, all his emotions could be condensed into one word: F***K. What else could he do? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. But it was of no avail. He felt extremely frustrated. What happened? Lin Zhan and the others asked when they noticed that he had suddenly stopped walking. Wang Ting used voice transmission to tell them what happened helplessly. Their expressions turned gloomy too. They felt so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Accidents always caught them when they were unprepared. Who would have thought that a life-threatening situation like this would happen after they had come up with such a great escape plan? What should we do? Should we release him? Lu Yen asked through voice transmission. We don't know what kind of person he is. If he is a ruthless and evil criminal, we will be committing a grave mistake by letting him out, Yan Jinming said. He wasn't a saint. Everyone understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He was worried that the other party was an evil and extremely powerful person. At that time, even if they escaped from this prison, they would be entering another hell. We don't have a choice. Let's get him out first, Wang Ting replied using voice transmission. Lin Zhan and the others knew that this was their only way out, so they didn't object. Wang Ting felt his way around the prison. He hid in the dark and knocked the guard unconscious first. Then, he headed deeper inside. His expression turned more serious as he walked further in. This was because he realized that cell 99 was the last in this prison. The person who was locked up here must be extremely powerful. Would it be a blessing or a calamity when he released this person? He was already standing outside the door of cell 99. Through the gaps in the metal door, he could see a figure sitting cross-legged at the corner of the cell. His hair was hanging loose and his back was hunched. "You're here." The old and hoarse voice sounded beside Wang Ting's ear once again. It caused his heart to skip a beat. He had already activated his wave invisibility skill and his dark force. Yet, the other party could still discover him. Wang Ting felt that he had landed himself in huge trouble. He sighed. He found the keys for cell 99 and opened the door. In these final few cells, only cell 99 had a prisoner locked up in it. The other cells were empty, so he didn't have to worry about someone seeing him. Wang Ting entered the cell without a sound. Then, he looked at the figure whose hands and feet were locked with thick chains. For some reason, he found this scene a little familiar. "Ren Wuxing, are you sect leader Ren?" Wang Ting wanted to find the keys for the chains. However, the figure suddenly raised his head, revealing a face full of wrinkles. At the same time, his voice echoed beside Wang Ting's ears once again. "Don't waste your effort. The keys to the chains are not there." "How do I release you then?" Wang Ting frowned and asked using voice transmission. "Come over. Follow my instructions," the elder said. Wang Ting stood rooted in his spot. He didn't move. "Why? Are you afraid that I will kill you?" The elder laughed eerily. The laughter reverberated in Wang Ting's mind. "Of course I'm afraid. Looking at this formation, you must be extremely powerful. Look at my thin arms and legs. I'm definitely not your match. Who knows? The moment I release you, I might go to heaven immediately," Wang Ting replied. "You are quite interesting, little brat. There are very few people in the world who admit that they are afraid of death." The elder smiled and continued, "All right, I will make a martial arts oath. If you release me, I will not kill you. If not, I will get struck by lightning and die a terrible death until none of my bones remain. What do you think? Is this enough?" Wang Ting was slightly convinced. He trusted the elder a little. He had heard of the martial arts oath before. This thing was a little mysterious. Some people didn't believe it and went against their oath. None of them met a good ending. Thus, in this martial arts era, you needed to be extremely careful when making a martial arts oath. Normally, no one would go back on their words. Of course, if the other party wanted to die, there was nothing one could do. You could only admit that you were unlucky if you met a maniac. "What should I do?" Wang Ting walked forward. "I know that your spiritual power has been awakened. There's a rune array on the chains. I'll explain the method to you. Follow my instructions and find the node. Use your spiritual power to damage it." As the elder spoke, he pointed a few nodes to Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't hesitate anymore. He congregated his spiritual power into needles and stabbed them into the node. A flash of white light was seen. The runes on the chains disappeared slowly. The happiness on the elder's face got thicker and thicker. When Wang Ting destroyed the last node, he grabbed the chains with his hands and squeezed lightly. The chains turned into a pile of scrap iron. Very good, very good. You did very well." The elder stood up and patted Wang Ting's shoulder. He praised Wang Ting 3 times repeatedly. If he wasn't in a cell, he really wanted to laugh out loud. Ren Wuxing is a character in a martial arts novel. This character is very powerful. Chapter 230. The application of spiritual power. Lin Zhan and the others waited for a long time. They were getting a little agitated. Suddenly, the prison door in front of them opened silently, and Wang Ting's figure appeared. "You're back. How's everything?" everyone asked anxiously. Wang Ting tilted his body. They saw the figure of an elder appearing slowly behind him. "Little Wang, stop wasting time. Escape quickly," the elder said. Wang Ting nodded. Just when he was about to execute his wave invisibility and dark force on his teammates, the elder said, "Let me do it. Your concealing skill is useful, but you are unable to take care of so many people for a long period of time." The elder waved his hand. Lin Zhan and the others immediately felt as if there were a layer of outerwear hanging over their bodies. It was a strange feeling. "Thank you, elder," Wang Ting said. "I'm just afraid that you will expose yourself later and ruin my escape." The elder scoffed coldly. Wang Ting suddenly felt that this elder was actually very helpful even though he pretended to be hostile on the surface. They didn't hang around any longer. The group of escaped prisoners moved towards the main gate of the prison. Along the way, no one discovered them. Just like that, they swaggered their way through the prison. There was a resting room beside the main gate, and a few guards were playing poker inside. "It's your turn. It's your turn. Hurry up and play your card. Don't be anxious. Give me some time to think. Hey, is it really alright for us to play poker? If someone sees us, we are dead. What is there to be afraid of? Only a newbie like you will be scared. I have been guarding this place for many years. Nothing will happen. No one will come and inspect us." Before he could finish speaking, the guard rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The newbie's expression changed entirely. Bang! Bang! Just when he was about to get up to check the guard, he heard another 2 consecutive sounds of people falling to the ground. He hurriedly turned his head and looked at his other 2 companions. They were lying unconscious on the ground. The newbie's face turned white, and his eyes widened in fear. "Didn't they say that nothing will happen? Can someone tell me what on earth is happening?" His heart pounded furiously. Just as he was about to press the alarm button, someone knocked his head violently. His eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. However, before his vision turned black, he finally understood why the other 3 guards had fainted. Someone escaped. Wang Ting couldn't help but roll his eyes too. This elder was so childish. When he heard them discussing this matter, he decided to tease them. After taking care of the guards, the group took the keys and opened the prison gate. They walked out. The sky was dark outside. The moon was shining silver light everywhere, along with a few stars. The elder stood under the stars and pushed his palm towards the sky. He closed his eyes as if he was feeling something. "What is he doing?" Lin Zhan couldn't help but ask. "Shoo!" Wang Ting stopped him hurriedly. He used voice transmission to speak to him. "This elder is very strong. Be careful of what you say. You might get killed." Lin Zhan immediately shrunk his neck. He could tell that the other party wasn't a simple person. When he heard what Wang Ting said, he didn't dare to make any more noise. After a while, when he noticed that the elder was still posing, Wang Ting got agitated. He went forward and asked cautiously, "Elder, do you think we should leave now?" The elder opened his eyes and glanced at him. Wang Ting immediately felt afraid. Fortunately, the elder didn't say much. He just nodded and said, "Lead the way." Wang Ting moved through the dark, following the escape route that they had planned in the evening. The group looked like a bunch of thieves sneaking around in the dark. Martial warriors were patrolling at night in the Crimson Tiger City too. There were lookout posts every few steps they took. Furthermore, every team of martial warriors had heavy machine rune guns on them. If they were discovered, they would be in huge trouble. Tap, tap, tap. The orderly footsteps gradually moved away. Wang Ting and his teammates walked out of the blind spot between the buildings after the patrol left. They ran towards the back of the Crimson Tiger City. When they first arrived at the Crimson Tiger City, they noticed that the defense at the back of the city was relatively weaker. There were fewer garrisons there compared to the sides and the front of the city. If they had to find a breach, the back of the city was undoubtedly their only choice. "Stop!" The elder suddenly raised his hand. The few of them stopped in their tracks instinctively. Wang Ting looked at the elder curiously. "Elder, what's wrong?" "Look at the ground." The elder replied coldly. "How are you going to escape if you're so stupid? You almost walked into a trap before you're halfway there." Wang Ting and the others lowered their heads. With the help of the dim lights from afar, they saw some runes carved on the slab stones on the ground. "This is Sensor Rune." Wang Ting's expression changed. He recognized the runes instantly. His rune lessons didn't go to waste. He had picked up some basic rune knowledge, so he was familiar with these sensor runes. Although the runes on the ground were more complicated than the basic runes he had learned in his lessons, the foundation runes were still the same. The methods might vary, but the principle was the same. Complicated runes were formulated using foundational runes. "You're quite knowledgeable." The elder was surprised. However, he still reprimanded Wang Ting in a low voice. "But you are really stupid. You possess the rare spiritual power and yet you don't know how to use it. You can divert your spiritual power out of your body and form an induction field around you. These runes won't be able to escape under your eyes." Elder, you are right." Wang Ting felt ashamed. Ever since his spiritual power was awakened, no one taught him how to use it. He had groped his way around and thought that he had grasped the essence of the skill. Also, in his battles, he had used his spiritual power to kill his opponents many times. It made him a little arrogant. Now, from the looks of it, he was just a newbie. "After awakening your spiritual power, you haven't found a master, right?" the elder asked curiously when he saw Wang Ting's expression. "You're right," Wang Ting replied. "No wonder." The elder nodded. He stopped scolding him. To prevent attracting any attention, they didn't destroy the sensor runes. Instead, they went a few meters around it and found another path. Along the way, Wang Ting diverted his spiritual power out of his body under the elder's guidance and used it to inspect the area around him for sensor runes. After his inspection, he realized that there were more than 100 areas in the Crimson Tiger City that were protected by sensor runes. They were like surveillance cameras. They would get caught if they weren't careful enough. They also had to evade the patrols that would pass by occasionally. Hence, they unconsciously slowed down a lot. Fortunately, they managed to stay safe in their escape. However, at that moment, a shrill alarm rang throughout the entire Crimson Tiger City. "Did someone notice that we have escaped?" Everyone's heart jumped. "Bullshit, it has been a while since we escaped from the prison. How can they not discover it?" the elder said furiously. "You don't seem anxious at all." Lu Yen couldn't help but argue. "Why should I be anxious? I'm able to escape anyway." The elder sniggered. F***K. You are so sneaky. Lu Yen felt speechless. "Stop talking. Hide quickly," Wang Ting whispered. The moment his sentence ended, the lights in the Crimson Tiger City lit up. Very soon, the entire city was lit up until it was as bright as day. A large number of military martial warriors were sent out to search every nook and cranny. Chapter 231. The chief commander of Crimson Tiger Troop. The alarm in the Crimson Tiger City blared till their ears hurt. The lights lit up the city, and large numbers of military martial warriors were sent out to search for the escapees. This was an important military city. No mishaps were allowed to happen. Any problem must be killed in the cradle. In a building in the middle of the city. Tap, tap, tap. A middle-aged man with a powerful and frightening aura strode into the office. "Chief Commander! Chief Commander! Chief Commander!" Everyone in the office stood up at once and saluted the guy. When they saw the middle-aged man's expression, they immediately got nervous. This man was the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop, Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng looked around him and scanned everyone's faces. The general cloak behind him fluttered slightly even though there wasn't any wind. He sat on the host's seat and opened his mouth to ask, Can someone tell me how the prisoners managed to escape from prison? Everyone kept as silent as a cold cicada. They lowered their heads. No one dared to speak. This was the domineering presence of a chief commander. Wang Yong, speak. Xiao Nanfeng's gaze turned to a slightly plump man standing below him. Wang Yong was drenched in sweat, the muscles on his face trembling uncontrollably. He placed his feet together with a loud tap and saluted the chief commander. He said loudly, "I failed to fulfill my duty. Please punish me." Boom. The moment he finished speaking, the commander's force of presence, which felt like a huge mountain, bore down on him. Wang Yong's entire body bent over. His face was pale and his legs kept shaking. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng had already shown him mercy. If not, Wang Yong would have been forced to kneel on the spot. He would have been greatly embarrassed in front of his comrades. At this moment, a man beside him stood up and said, "Chief Commander, the most important thing now is to catch the escapees. Why don't you give Wang Yong another chance and let him redeem himself?" The other officers agreed and helped to speak up for Wang Yong. Even if some of them had a bad relationship with Wang Yong, they would just keep quiet at moments like this. Framing your comrades was taboo in the military. Their actions had a strong effect on the chief commander's perception of them. "Wang Yong, I will give you one more chance," Xiao Nanfeng said calmly. "However, if you can't catch the fugitives, you don't have to come back." The overwhelming aura also disappeared with that sentence. He got up, turned around, and left. He came quickly and left quickly. He didn't stop at all. "Yes," Wang Yong replied loudly. He waited for Xiao Nanfeng to leave before he finally raised his head. He could feel that his back was drenched with cold sweat. "Old Chun, thank you." He turned and looked at the man who had helped him just now. "Hurry up and catch the fugitives. That's the crucial thing." The man waved his hand and replied, "Okay. If I manage to survive this ordeal, I will treat you to some good wine." Wang Yong rushed out hurriedly after he finished speaking. "Run." Wang Ting exchanged glances with his teammates. When they saw more and more military martial warriors moving towards this side of the city, they immediately made their decision. The lights had already lit up a huge patch of the city. Their concealing skill was useful when it was dark, but there was nowhere for them to hide in such a bright environment. Also, there were a huge number of military martial warriors searching for them with a fine comb. The only method was to run. They were already quite close to the back gate of the Crimson Tiger City. There was still a chance of survival if they forced their way through. They dashed towards the back gate. The elder didn't say anything. He just followed behind them in a relaxed manner. He seemed extremely carefree, as though he wasn't trying to escape. There they are. After passing through a street, a group of military martial warriors, who were patrolling around this area, saw Wang Ting and his friends. They shouted loudly, "Catch them, don't let them run away." A huge number of military martial warriors started surging towards the direction where Wang Ting and his teammates were escaping. "Damn it, we got discovered so quickly." The group's expressions were ugly. They had tried their best to choose the most secluded path. Yet, they still got noticed by a group of military martial warriors who suddenly appeared at the side of the street. They ran frantically. The streets of the Crimson Tiger City were all straight and simple. There were no complicated layouts like main roads and small alleys. Thus, no matter how secluded the path was, it was still easy to get spotted. Also, this was the headquarters of the Crimson Tiger Troop. They were at a numerical disadvantage. It only took a short moment before martial warriors started rushing over from all directions. "What should we do? We seem to be surrounded," Lu Yen asked as she ran with all her strength. "We have to fight." Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and said, "The people in front, you have been surrounded. Surrender quickly. If not, well, shoot." The people opposite them used the loudspeaker to speak to them. Wang Ting and his teammates didn't care about what he said. Shoot? Things had already reached this stage. Why would they be afraid of their shooting? There was no room for negotiations. Kill! The group roared in low voices before charging towards the military martial warriors in front. Force exploded from their bodies, forming airwaves in the surroundings. They seemed to have turned into rays of lights as they shot towards the military martial warriors in front. Although their weapons had been confiscated, they still had been placed in the prison. When they escaped from their cell, they took their weapons back. Boom! It was a heated battle. The military martial warriors didn't expect Wang Ting and his teammates to be so straightforward. The fugitives charged into their group without a shred of hesitation. For a moment, the group of martial warriors was in a state of frenzy. Even though they were holding heavy machine guns, they couldn't fire recklessly. On the other hand, Wang Ting and the others had more room to wiggle since they had fewer people. They shuttled back and forth through the crowd and dealt powerful blows at the military martial warriors. There were many military martial warriors, but most of them were low rank. Their battle experience wasn't weak, but that depended on who they were facing. Lin Zhan and his teammates were all 3-star soldier level and above. When they dashed into a group of 1-star and 2-star soldier level martial warriors, they were like tigers entering a herd of sheep. The military martial warriors got thrown out in the air, and screams of agony were heard continuously. Leave! Lin Zhan and others didn't continue fighting for long. They found their direction and charged towards their target like a sharp blade piercing through the air. It had only been a few seconds since they managed to get rid of the first group of martial warriors. However, loud explosions could already be heard behind them. More than 10 compact SUVs raced on the street. They were closing in on the fugitives quickly. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out like loud drums. Lin Zhan and the others hurled themselves on the ground at the side in a hurry. Yan Jinhua was a step slower, so she got hit on her arm. Blood splattered on the road. Little you! Yan Jinming screamed. He dashed to her side immediately and pulled her up to evade the bullets flying towards them. Wang Ting and Lu Yen rolled on the ground and took out their rune guns. They started firing behind them. They were extremely skilled in gun skills, especially Wang Ting. He used his spiritual power along with gun kung fu. Almost all his bullets hit their target. This brat. When the elder saw this scene, his eyes shimmered. Wang Ting saw a military martial warrior falling after he got hit by his bullet. The compact SUV he was driving flipped sideways and was about to smash into the building at the side. At that moment, an idea flashed in his mind. He moved his body and caught up with the SUV that was about to crash into the building. He controlled the SUV and then hurled himself over the car. He ran towards the military martial warriors on the other side. He passed by a military martial warrior almost instantly. He grabbed the other party's throat with one hand and threw him out of the car. The driverless SUV flipped on the ground. Snatch the car! Wang Ting shouted. His teammates' eyes lit up. Lin Zhan was closer, so he rushed towards the SUV that was lying sideways on the ground. Lu Yen had also hit a few drivers, giving the Yen siblings an opportunity to snatch a car. They sped towards the back of the city. Chapter 232. Force Wings, the attack of a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting and his gang drove the compact SUV they had snatched and sped towards the back of the Crimson Tiger City. The military martial warriors chased them closely behind. Gunshots were heard everywhere. The two parties were engaged in an intense battle. Many military martial warriors died in front of them, leaving attribute bubbles for Wang Ting to pick up. Fire Force *10 blank attribute *8 Earth Force *8 Gun Skill *12 Water Force *6 Gun Skill *8 A large number of attribute bubbles entered his pocket. Wang Ting didn't have the time to look at them carefully, but in the chaos, his body trembled uncontrollably. Fire Force 3 out of 2000 4-star. His fire force got leveled up at this moment and went straight to 4-star. The fire force was his most powerful attribute to begin with. Hence, it was reasonable that it got upgraded first. The fourth force nucleus on Wang Ting's spine lit up, and the scorching fiery red force settled down in there. Wang Ting immediately felt the changes in his body. He felt stronger. A hot breath spurted out of his mouth. This feels amazing. Come, let's turn this place upside down. Wang Ting's eyes were shining like bulbs. With adrenaline pumping through his veins, he roared in his heart and diverted force into the rune mechanism in the vehicle. He accelerated once again. Swoosh, swoosh. Many figures were closing in on them quickly. Their aura was frightening. When they ran, the sound of air splitting apart could be heard. The 4-star soldier-level martial warriors of the troop were here. Leave first. Lin Zhan's expression changed slightly. He slowed down his vehicle voluntarily. One 4-star soldier-level martial warrior leaped high into the air and slashed the battle blade in his hand at Lin Zhan. Kill! Come on! Lin Zhan roared at the top of his lungs. He didn't show any mercy. This wasn't a time for him to hold back. He congregated his force on his battle axes and threw them at his opponent aggressively. Boom! The two of them collided. The martial warrior was forced to stop and even got thrown back. Lin Zhan was in no better state. His entire body, along with his vehicle, flew out and collapsed on the ground. Hurry up and leave! Wang Ting shouted. He swung the battle sword in his hand, and a ray of fiery red glow was marked on the ground. Boom! In an instant, raging flames lit up the sky. A fire wall laid horizontally between the military martial warriors and Wang Ting's teammates. Lin Zhan shook his head and crawled up from the ground. He hurriedly got into his vehicle and caught up with Lu Yen and the others. The 4-star soldier-level martial warrior was blocked by the firewall for some time. Their expressions turned ugly as they chased after the escapees again. Chase! We must stop those people today. If not, the Crimson Tiger Troop will be greatly humiliated. The martial warriors yelled, and their speed increased exponentially. It was like they were given nitrous injections. You're really not giving up. Wang Ting frowned. His face was icy and grave. A sword presence was brewing on his battle sword. He added all the blank attributes he had accumulated so far on the sword presence of his Fire Kirin sword skill. Half-formed. First level. Second level. The sword presence leapt increasing until it stopped at the third level. The sword presence had reached the height of its power. When the 4-star soldier-level military martial warriors were less than 30 meters away from him, the sword presence was released in an instant. Fire Kirin sword skill. Third-level sword presence. Boom! The fire spread everywhere. A huge fiery red sword light shot straight into the sky and almost lit up the entire night sky. Go! When this attack came, the 5 4-star soldier-level martial warriors were dumbfounded. Their expressions changed entirely. The sword light came down on them within a split second. They had no path of escape. Force poured out of their bodies as they executed their battle techniques to resist the sword light. But splurt! Blood spurted out of their mouths as they were forced to retreat. They were all seriously injured. One sword attack against 5 4-star soldier-level martial warriors. Wang Ting had just become a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior not long ago, so this battle power was already astonishing. Who is he? He's definitely a genius to have such abilities at this young age. This genius should be the honor of our race. Why was he locked up in prison? The few of them exchanged glances with one another. Suddenly, the sound of air splitting apart was heard behind them. A ray of light shot toward them from afar and landed in front of everyone. The pair of shimmering wings unfolded and flapped gently behind the person who arrived. You didn't manage to stop them? No. The other party is very strong. The few of them shook their heads. Do they have a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior among them? The person who came frowned and asked. No. The strongest person should be at the 4-star soldier level. However, he is very powerful. As for the one that injured us, he is just a young man. The few of them replied. What? The person was shocked. The back gate of the Crimson Tiger City was right in front of them. Lin Zhan and his teammates started beaming with delight. We're almost there. Everyone, just a bit more and we'll be free. Lin Zhan was elated. The other team members felt invigorated. Wang Ting was at the back, trying to catch up with them. When he held back the 4-star soldier-level martial warriors just now, he had picked up another round of attribute bubbles. Earth Force, 2 out of 2000 4-star. His Earth Force was next to advance after his Fire Force. Within a short span of 1 hour, 2 of the force limits that he had trouble breaking through were broken consecutively. But this happened under such dire circumstances. Wang Ting didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. However, it was a good thing for him. The stronger his ability, the higher the chances of them escaping. Stay! At this moment, a loud roar rang out from the sky. A figure was flying towards them in the middle of the sky. The force wings were exceptionally eye-catching. Everyone's expression changed, and the hope in their hearts hit rock bottom. Force wings. 5-star soldier level. It's him. Wang Ting immediately recognized the man. It was the man with a crew cut who gave the order to lock them in prison. Boom. The man with a crew cut threw a violent punch at them. The strong and frightening earth force gathered in one spot like a meteorite smashing down. The elder was prepared to act, but when he saw Wang Ting from the corner of his eyes, his face twitched a little. He stopped what he was doing. The elder saw a huge cannon suddenly appearing in Wang Ting's hand. He poured his fire force into the cannon frantically. Fire God Cannon. At this moment, a complicated fiery red pattern lit up on the surface of the Fire God Cannon. As more and more fire force got injected into the cannon, the scarlet glow got thicker and thicker. A few moments later, the Fire God Cannon finished charging. The man with a crew cut was less than 10 meters away on top of everyone. Wang Ting activated the firing runes without any hesitation. An extremely thick blood-red glow spurted out of the Fire God Cannon, leaving behind a red trail. It shot right up into the air and collided with the other party's attack. Boom! The violent explosion echoed throughout the entire city. Oh my, we're saved! Lin Zhan and the others were blown away. They couldn't describe the astonishment they felt in their hearts. On the other side, Wang Ting didn't waste any time. He fired another shot at the gate and started his engine. He took the lead in charging towards the gate. Stop daydreaming. Hurry and leave. Boom. The Fire God Cannon blew the gate away. The military martial warriors standing around the gate didn't have time to evade, so many of them got injured and killed. Under Wang Ting's lead, everyone fled into the smoke and dust. The explosion in the air finally dissipated, revealing the disheveled figure of the man with a crew cut. He had lost a huge chunk of his force wings from the explosion. Many parts of his body were burnt too. His head was covered with dust, and ashes and traces of blood could be seen at the edge of his lips. The military martial warriors that were a little late to arrive at the scene were flabbergasted when they saw this. Their jaws almost dropped to the floor, and they felt their throats turning dry. They couldn't say a single word. This powerful 5-star soldier-level martial warrior got injured so seriously? This was incredible. Chase after them. The man's gaze was cold. There were no emotions on his face as he gave his order sternly. Chapter 233. Escape. At this moment, Wang Ting and his teammates had already arrived outside the Crimson Tiger City. Gunshots were heard continuously, and all forms of force rays rained down on them from every direction. Wang Ting and his teammates drove their vehicles and sped through the bullet rain and force explosions. Fortunately, the reaction speed of martial warriors was swift, so they managed to evade the dangers, albeit from a hair's breadth. However, the impact of the force explosions formed many airwaves that cut their skin like flying daggers. In an instant, they were covered with blood. Just like what they expected, there weren't many garrisons and sentry posts at the back of the city. Also, the military martial warriors from other places couldn't rush over in time. Their best hope was to stop Wang Ting and his teammates in the city. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Wang Ting's ability. The fugitives had escaped outside the city, so the difficulty of catching them now increased tremendously. Wang Ting and the others' bodies were covered with blood, but they finally managed to leave the Crimson Tiger City far behind. Not long after they escaped, many heavy armor vehicles and compact SUVs shot out of the Crimson Tiger City to chase after Wang Ting. In the city, Fire God Cannon. The man with a crew cut had an eerie expression. He was still recovering from his injuries at the same spot. He admitted that he had underestimated Wang Ting and his teammates, resulting in some losses from the Fire God Cannon. A few rays of light fell from the sky at this moment. There were no wings on the person. He was walking in the air. Only a few prisoners managed to escape. How can we trouble senior officers like you? The expression of the man with a crew cut changed slightly, and he saluted the newcomers immediately. Li Tonghai from Cell 99 has escaped, one of the senior officers said. Let's not waste any time. Li Gang, which direction did they go? The other senior officer was more impatient. He asked the man with a crew cut directly. Northwest, the man with a crew cut called Li Gang replied hurriedly. Well, leave first. Catch up with us quickly. The moment he finished speaking, they turned into a flash of light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Li Gang looked in the direction where they vanished. A hint of envy flashed past his eyes. Drop your wings and walk in the air. This was the mark of a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior and above. He was only at 5-star soldier level. There was still a considerable distance between him and that stage. He refocused on healing his wounds. Then, a few more military martial warriors flapped their wings and flew over. Ha ha, Li Gang, why are you in such a bedraggled state? A laughter was heard from above him. Someone was gloating over his plight. Go away. Li Gang was already frustrated. When he heard his comrades teasing him, he glared at them and shouted. Ha ha ha, Li Gang, be quick. Stop dawdling. The people went away quickly. Li Gang's expression changed a few times. He spread out his wings behind his back. They had been repaired completely. He chased after his comrades. There was a vast chain of mountains behind the Crimson Tiger City. Wang Ting and his teammates had charged in that direction. Where are we going now? Lin Zhan's face was a little pale as he asked. After crossing this chain of mountains, we will head west and return to Yong City. Wang Ting confirmed the direction before continuing in a low voice. The Crimson Tiger Troop is very powerful. We might not be able to return to Earth if we go to other places. However, I had the pleasure of meeting General Shen from Yong City once. We will only have a chance if we go to Yong City. The others nodded when they heard this. They had no objections. Little brat, let's part here. The elder who had been sitting behind Lin Zhan all this while said abruptly. Elder, where are you going? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. Anywhere. We will meet again if we are fated. The elder's body slowly floated into the air. Then, he glanced behind him as a force of presence exploded from his body. He found his direction and turned into a flash of light. Remember, my name is Li Tonghai. His voice echoed beside Wang Ting's ears. The elder is indeed a powerful warrior. Lin Zhan's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the elder who suddenly flew away and felt a little fortunate. Had he really provoked the other party, he wouldn't have been able to withstand a single slap from him with his current ability. Wang Ting raised his head and looked up. He saw multiple streams of light shooting out of the Crimson Tiger City. At first, they were heading in their direction, but now they changed their target and flew towards the direction where the elder left. Li Tonghai. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He repeated the name in his heart. He attracted the attention of the powerful warriors in Crimson Tiger City. Lu Yen said joyfully. However, their expressions changed almost immediately. After the first few streams of light, multiple streams of light leaped out of the Crimson Tiger City again and flew in their direction. More powerful warriors are coming. Let's leave quickly. They dived into the forest and traveled through it quickly. After some time, Wang Ting frowned uncontrollably and said, "We can't continue like this. It's too slow and the target is too obvious." The pursuing troops were getting closer and closer. 5-star soldier-level martial warriors were able to fly in the air. Hence, they were extremely quick. "What should we do?" asked Lin Zhan. "Abandon the vehicle." Wang Ting hesitated before saying, "Abandon the vehicle? Are you sure?" Lin Zhan's expression changed slightly. Based on their current state, abandoning the vehicle wasn't a good option. Little Yu is injured. We have exhausted our stamina and force, so if we abandon the car, there's a high chance that we might get caught, Yan Jiming said. "Trust me," Wang Ting said seriously. "Okay." The others hesitated for a few seconds before they decided to leave the car. "Take your weapons out and stand on them. I will let you experience the awesome feeling of riding on your weapons," Wang Ting said. After some time, they stood on their respective weapons and flew through the forest. Spiritual power is seriously an amazing thing. Lu Yen exclaimed uncontrollably. If not, how can someone with spiritual power be considered a 1-in-a-million talent? Lin Zhan said with jealousy. Mind you, they were traveling at a much faster speed than before using this method. Also, Wang Ting repeated the same thing and executed his concealing skill. They were engulfed in the darkness once again. A few figures landed at the spot where they had abandoned their cars. They have disappeared. The force detection device can't sense their force fluctuations. They must have used a concealing skill. If not, they wouldn't be able to escape from prison successfully. This is getting troublesome. Concealing skill and the complex topography in this area will make it very hard for us to find them again. Let's split up. They quickly conversed before splitting up instantly and searching the surroundings. In the depth of the forest, a figure landed beside a pool. He scanned his surroundings, but he didn't notice anything. Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the bushes beside him. A black shadow pounced on the figure. "Go away!" the person shouted furiously. He smashed the black shadow to death with a single punch. Then, he cursed and turned around to leave. At the bottom of the pool, Wang Ting and his teammates held their breaths and hid in the dark water. "That guy is gone." Lin Zhan spoke using voice transmission. "There's no hurry. Let's wait first," Wang Ting shook his head and said. His face was a little pale. His spiritual power and force were seriously depleted. Fortunately, there was an increase in his spiritual power and dark force recently. If not, he wouldn't be able to bring his teammates along. After a few minutes, the figure who left came back to the side of the pool again. He muttered in a low voice, "It looks like they are really not here." This time, he didn't come back anymore. However, Wang Ting and his teammates still waited for a long time. More than 10 minutes later, they slowly floated up from the bottom of the pool. Wang Ting and Lu Yen used their fire force to dry the clothes on their bodies. However, Lin Zhan and the Yen siblings were still drenched. They said with hidden bitterness, "Don't just take care of yourself. Dry our clothes too." Hee. Wang Ting and Lu Yen sniggered. Then, they helped them in drying their clothes. Moments later, they merged into the darkness once again. Chapter 234. Dominance Blade Li He. 2 days later, they finally saw the Yong city some distance away. During these 2 days, Wang Ting and his teammates remained hidden to evade the military martial warriors. They took a long detour before they finally came back to Yong City. They know where we came from, so they might try to intercept us outside the city gates, Lin Zhan said. That is highly possible. Wang Ting nodded. Is the Crimson Tiger Troop able to cover the sky with one hand? Lu Yen said furiously. Let's contact Jisun Martial House first and ask them to come out and fetch us, Wang Ting contemplated before replying. Lin Zhan nodded. He opened the communication function on his wristwatch and sent a signal. The wristwatch was a rune item and could be used as a communication device in the Xingwu continent. However, there was one con when using it here. If the distance was too much, the other party wouldn't be able to receive the signal. This was why they couldn't contact Jisun Martial House in the past 2 days. Sometime later, Lin Zhan smiled brightly. I've contacted them. They will come out and fetch us very soon. That's great. I don't believe that the Crimson Tiger Troop can disregard our Jisun Martial House, Yan Jinming said. We can't rely solely on Jisun Martial House to solve this matter. Wang Ting shook his head. Lin Zhan and the others had grave expressions on their faces. They also knew that this matter was a little troublesome. After all, the military had sent a large number of advanced-rank martial warriors to chase them. Also, they had released Li Tonghai. That old fellow was locked in cell 99. He was not an ordinary prisoner. Although they were forced to make the decision because they had no other choice, the Crimson Tiger Troop wouldn't care about their reason. In summary, if their support wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to escape this ordeal. Half an hour later, a large group of martial warriors from Jisun Martial House walked out of the city. The passers-by around them hurriedly parted to the sides to make way for them. What's going on? Is the Jisun Martial House having an excursion? Are you blind? Can't you see how fierce they looked? Do they look like they are going for an excursion? It looks like something big is about to go down. Everyone started gossiping in low voices. A few martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop also saw this scene. They were hiding in the shadows. They asked Li Gang uncontrollably, "Lieutenant Li, what should we do? It looks like they are back." Li Gang's expression was extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, "Let's go. Let's see if the Jisun Martial House dares to hinder the Crimson Tiger's operation." Li Gang walked out with many martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop. They walked towards the people from Jisun Martial House without backing down. A muscular man from the Jisun Martial House's side walked forward and asked Li Gang, "How do I address you?" "Li Gang, Crimson Tiger Troop, Lieutenant." Lieutenant Li said coldly. "Chun Tian, Guardian of Jisun Martial House." The muscular man continued, "May I know what crime my Jisun Martial House martial warriors have committed that caused you to mobilize so many people? Complying on the surface but opposing in heart, delaying the battle and causing the death of many of my military martial warriors, escaping from prison thereafter and releasing a major criminal, are these crimes enough?" Li Gang replied coldly. The people around them went into an uproar. The martial warriors from Jisun Martial House committed such huge crimes? This is big news. If they don't take care of this matter properly, the reputation of Jisun Martial House will be greatly affected. Chen Tian's expression changed slightly. However, he still braced himself and said, "This is just your side of the story. I will have to confirm if this is the truth." "Why will I lie to you?" Li Gang flew into a rage. His aura erupted and surged towards Chen Tian. Chen Tian wasn't one to take it lying down. His aura exploded too. It was as powerful as Li Gang. He said, "Lieutenant Li, hold your horses. Let's call the people concerned and talk things out." "All right, call them over." Li Gang's gaze flickered as he answered. Chen Tian sent a message through his wristwatch. Then, he waited. "Let's go. Guardian Chen Tian asked us to go over," Lin Zhan said after he received the message. Wang Ting and the others nodded. They ran towards the city gate. They are here. Chen Tian smiled slightly as he saw the figures rushing towards them quickly. When Wang Ting and the others got closer, Chen Tian frowned as he looked at them. Why are you in this state? Never mind. Please explain what happened. Take them down. Before he could finish speaking, Li Gang gave his order. The martial warriors under him raised their rune guns immediately and aimed at Wang Ting and his teammate. Lin Zhan and the others turned pale in shock. They didn't expect Li Gang to act so recklessly. Lieutenant Li, what is the meaning of this? Chen Tian shouted as his expression changed. Nothing. If they have anything to say, they can say it back at the Crimson Tiger Troop's headquarters, Li Gang said expressionlessly. Is the Crimson Tiger Troop always so overbearing? Chen Tian's face was black. He said coldly, They are our Jisun martial house's martial warriors. Don't even think of taking them away before things get clear. Take them. If anyone dares to resist, kill them. Li Gang ignored him and gave his order once again. The military martial warriors surrounded Wang Ting and his teammate. Their rune guns were aimed at the vital points of their bodies. At such a close distance, it was very hard to evade the bullets. This is too much. Chen Tian glared at them indignantly. The aura around him exploded, and he charged towards the military martial warriors who were surrounding Wang Ting and his friends. Boom! Li Gang blocked his path. When their fists collided, it was like bombs were going off in the air. Wang Ting and the others saw them start their fight, so they dashed towards the military martial warriors too. Pfft! However, the instant they took a step forward, they were seriously injured. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and they flew back. 5-star soldier level. Wang Ting's pupils froze. He saw the man who had pushed them back easily. A 5-star soldier level martial warrior was hiding among the military martial warriors. Are you going to surrender, or do you need me to capture you personally? The 5-star soldier level martial warrior looked at Wang Ting with a mocking smile. Wang Ting didn't say anything. His shooting star spiral was getting restless. It was on the verge of flying out. He didn't mind killing a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior today. It looks like I have to do it personally. Sigh, youngsters refuse to be convinced unless they are faced with grim reality. The 5-star soldier-level martial warrior shook his head. Suddenly, he disappeared on the spot. Bang! The next moment, he appeared again, but he didn't manage to catch Wang Ting. Instead, he was sent flying backward at an even faster speed. Young man, didn't your chief commander tell you that your blade should be facing the other races, not one of your kind? An old voice sounded behind Wang Ting. Uncle He. Wang Ting's expression changed. Uncle He. Chen Tian, Lin Zhan, and the others called out in pleasant surprise. The elder who suddenly appeared was Uncle He from Jisun Martial House. How do I address you? Li Gang asked sternly when he saw the elder. Li He, the Xingwu Continent commanding guardian of Jisun Martial House. Uncle He smiled and replied calmly. Commanding guardian. Li Gang's expression changed. He knew that the Xingwu Continent commanding guardians of the top 3 martial arts academies were at least 6-star soldier-level martial warriors. If so, this ordinary-looking old man was actually a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior? Maybe he was stronger than that. Wait, Li He? You are that Li He? Li Gang seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed entirely. Oh, it has been so many years, yet someone still remembers an old fellow like me? Li He said in astonishment. In the past, on the Guangdong battlefield, the 9-star soldier-level dominance Blade Li He executed a general stage martial warrior from the devil race. Li Gang emphasized every single word. Old memories are nothing worth mentioning. Li He placed his hands behind his hunched back and replied calmly. The jaws of Lin Zhan and his teammates almost touched the floor. Wang Ting was stunned for a long time. He was flabbergasted. Oh my God! Dominance Blade! a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior who killed a general stage martial warrior from the devil race. Uncle Hay had such a glorious achievement. Who would think that this ordinary-looking Uncle Hay would be such a formidable martial warrior? It was unimaginable. It has been 10 years, but the aura of Dominant's blade hasn't changed. A voice rang out from far away in the sky. It seemed to be echoing beside everyone's ear. 3 black dots appeared on the horizon. Within a few breaths, they appeared in front of everyone and landed gently. Walking in the air. 7-star soldier level. The crowd was dumbfounded and exclaimed uncontrollably, "You're speaking too highly of me. Why do you need to make a trip here?" "It's just a small quibble between the younger generations," Li Hei said. "We don't have a choice. This isn't a small matter. Our chief commander personally asked about this, so we have to make a trip personally," one of the men smiled and replied. At this moment, a military martial warrior from Yong City ran out and said, "I've just received this news. Our General Shun invites everyone to the military camp. He says that we are all on the same side, so we should sit down and talk things out. There's no need to fight." "I didn't think that we would alert General Shun. Lead the way. It's indeed not appropriate to talk about this outside," the man gave a bitter smile as he replied. Chapter 235. Interrogation. In the military department of Yong City. Everyone was brought to a meeting room. "Please wait for a moment. General Shun will be here momentarily." The military officer went out of the room. The atmosphere in the meeting room was a little tense. The members of Jisun Martial House sat on one side, while the martial warriors of the Crimson Tiger Troop sat on the other. The segregation was clear. There was no nonsense spoken. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the door. The person who came in first was General Shun, whom Wang Ting had met once before. General Shun. The 7-star martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop stood up quickly and greeted him respectfully. "Have a seat, have a seat." General Shun smiled and pressed his hand down. General Shun. On the Jisun Martial House's side, Li Hei got up and greeted the general too. "Old Li, it has been a while since we met. We are both in Yong City, but you've never visited me," General Shun smiled and said. "I don't dare to disturb you. You are busy with military affairs," Li Hei replied. "Seriously?" General Shun looked at the lethargic Li Hei and felt pity in his heart. He sat on the host's seat and glanced around him. He then said, "Sit down. Since everyone is here, we can lay everything on the table and talk things out. Li Gang, you can do the explanation," a 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger Troop said. "Yes." Li Gang immediately stood up and said, "A few days ago, my men found signs of a dark apparition on a mountain. We sent people to investigate and noticed that there was an ore mine there. I didn't want to alert the Xingwu continent, so I only sent my subordinate, Lu Huaixin, and a small team under him to execute this mission. They might have noticed that there were many dark apparitions in that place. There was a lack of manpower on their end, so they temporarily enlisted the Wolf Fong team and the Tiger Warrior team, who were around the area. But the Tiger Warrior team disobeyed my subordinate's commands. They didn't follow Lu Weixin's order to attack the dark apparition. Instead, they led the dark apparition to my military martial warriors and the Wolf Fong team. When both sides got heavily wounded, they grabbed the opportunity and killed the dark apparition. My men and the Wolf Fong team suffered huge losses. On the other hand, the Tiger Warrior team remained intact. They are all standing here properly in front of us." At this point, General Shun looked at Wang Ting and his teammates uncontrollably. He frowned slightly. If this was true, the Tiger Warrior team did commit a huge crime. Their actions were loathing, so what the Crimson Tiger Troop did was reasonable. On the other hand, Li Hei's expression remained the same. He didn't seem worried at all. Li Gang continued, in a fit of anger, I locked them up and waited for the higher authorities to confirm their crimes before giving them their punishment. Yet, they chose to escape from prison. If they weren't guilty, why did they need to escape? The Crimson Tiger Troop suffered heavy losses when we chased them and tried to capture them back. They even released a major criminal. General Shin, don't you think that they deserve to die after hearing all their crimes? Li Gang, mind your words. The 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger Troop shouted. I'm sorry, I was too agitated, Li Gang said hurriedly. He knew that he had made an indiscreet remark. General Shun waved his hand. He said to the Tiger Warrior team, is he telling the truth? Lin Zhan and his teammates were infuriated when they heard Li Gang twisting the fact. Wang Ting, Lin Zhan, if you have anything to say, say it. If you are framed, our Jisun Martial House won't let it slide. Even if I can't handle it, the president will stand up for you, Li He said calmly. Bullshit, how can I frame them? Li Gang was boiling in anger. Even though the person in front of him was the once famous dominance blade Li he still glared straight at him. Enough, let them speak, the 7-star martial warrior said. Wang Ting sneered. He took a step forward and said, General Shun, Uncle He, you will know whether he's speaking the truth after you listen to this recording. He tapped his wristwatch, and a conversation started playing from it. I have already sent someone to investigate the 3 paths. High-level dark apparitions are guarding the hole on the left. The Tiger Warrior team's fate is grim. We will go and kill the dark apparitions after they exhaust the dark apparitions' power. Haha, the Tiger Warrior team will become history after today. Squad Leader Lu, I will remember your favor. There's no news from the Tiger Warrior team until now. It looks like they have met some trouble. The high-level dark apparition didn't charge out, so this means they didn't fail completely. It's time for us to enter. Why don't we wait a while longer? Let's wait until the dark apparition kills them before we act. Let's go in first. We will decide if we should act based on the situation. You and Lu Huaixin are the ones behind this, right? So what if we are? Don't look as though you aren't afraid of death. I hate this kind of person. You are going to die, yet you're still acting. Despicable. Sigh, Leader Lin, you're right. I am despicable. In your next life, remember not to offend a despicable person, especially one that has wealth and power. After he played the recording, Wang Ting retreated to Lin Zhan's side without saying another word. The 3 7-star soldier-level martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop frowned slightly. Impressive. Li He scoffed. He was seething with anger. General Shun was indignant too. He scolded loudly, What are you doing? What is this? Li Gang's expression underwent a huge change. His color turned extremely pale, and he felt the blood in his body rushing into his head. He staggered uncontrollably and shouted in disbelief, This is impossible! How is it impossible? Wang Ting asked coldly, Did you see it personally? Or did you hear it personally? If you weren't so opinionated and didn't even give us a chance to explain, would things have reached this state? If you hadn't believed the one-sided story, if you didn't give us the death penalty because of what Lu Huaixin said, would we have to escape from prison? If we don't escape, are we supposed to wait for our deaths in the cell? The series of questions forced Li Gang back. His face gradually changed from white to red and then to purple-black. He felt a strong sense of humiliation. How dare you? When the 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger Troop saw this scene, he shouted. His aura exploded at the same time. Me! Wang Ting didn't back down. He glared at the other party coldly. Am I being impudent, or did you go overboard? A fierce and powerful aura surged behind Wang Ting. The force slashed towards the 7-star soldier-level martial warrior like a sharp blade with killing intent. Do you think that I won't dare to harm you? Li He said gravely. The 7-star martial warrior's face turned pale. But, He immediately got angry from embarrassment. Li He, how dare you oppose our Crimson Tiger troop? So what if I do? I've fought on the battlefield with death all around me. When have I ever been afraid? There seemed to be an overpowering dominance hiding in Li Hei's aged body. He wasn't afraid of anything. The colors of the military martial warriors' faces changed again and again. His overwhelming aura was starting to scare them. Chapter 236. I will get justice for you. Enough! General Shin bellowed. Where do you think this is? How old are you? Why do you still speak without thinking? The 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger troop snorted and kept quiet. He sat down. General Shun, you be the judge. Who's right and who's wrong? Li He asked. The matter is obvious. Lu Huaixin from the Crimson Tiger troop and the Wolf Fong team framed the Tiger Warrior team. Li Gang neglected his duties and believed his subordinate without evidence. This was the cause of all the grave consequences that followed, General Shin said. That's impossible. Lu Huaixin will not lie to me. He doesn't have the guts to lie to me. The Tiger Warrior team must have forged the recording, Lu Huaixin suddenly cried. General Shin frowned unconsciously. Shut up! The 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger troop yelled. Is it already not embarrassing enough for you? He turned his head immediately and said to General Shun, This matter implicates our officers, so I will need to go back and confirm the truth. I'll let our chief commander make the final decision. Are you planning to walk away now that you're in the wrong? Li He mocked. Li He, don't go overboard. The 7-star martial warrior flared up instantly. All right, old Li, let it go. The Crimson Tiger troop might be in the wrong, but you don't have to fight to the death. This isn't a small matter, so it should be investigated thoroughly. I believe that the Crimson Tiger troop will give you a satisfying answer. General Shun felt helpless too. This wasn't an issue that could be explained with a few sentences. He could only gloss over the conflict. Humph, your Tiger Warrior team released a major criminal, so you will have to give us an answer for that. The 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger troop scoffed and flicked his sleeve. He left with his comrades and Li Gang, who seemed to have lost his wits. Sigh, look at how complicated things got. General Shun sighed and shook his head. General Shun, thank you. We will leave first, Li He got up and said. General Shun replied, You don't have to be so polite. I didn't do anything. Without you, the Crimson Tiger troop wouldn't have spoken to us so politely. Li He thanked the general once again. Then, he left with Wang Ting and his teammate. On the way back, Li He said to Lin Zhan and the others, You don't have to worry. The Jisun Martial House will not take things lying down. Thank you, Uncle He, Lin Zhan said gratefully. Honestly, in front of a powerful organization like the Crimson Tiger Troop, Lin Zhan and his team members had no confidence at all. They were fortunate enough to remain alive this time. Thus, when Li He promised to give them justice, they had nothing to feel unsatisfied about. Li He waved his hand and smiled. How did you escape and come back? I'm extremely curious. Lin Zhan told him about their daring escape. However, he hid the fact that Wang Ting had spiritual power. After all, he had reminded him beforehand regarding this matter. He didn't want too many people to know. This time, Lin Zhan and his friends had relied on Wang Ting to stay alive. They weren't just grateful towards him. Instead, they treated him as one of their own. Thus, they wouldn't reveal this secret to anyone. After hearing Lin Zhan and the others explaining what happened, Li He was astounded. It's surprising that you possess such ability at this young age. Wang Ting remained humble. Li He smiled. He didn't probe further. As someone who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he had seen too many geniuses. He had even killed many of these geniuses. Wang Ting's ability had indeed surprised him, but it wasn't enough for him to kick up a fuss. Also, grooming talents wasn't in his job description. He was too lazy to care about it either. Someone from the Jisun Marshall House would take care of it. Everyone went back to the Yong City Jisun Marshall House branch to hand over their mission. Then, they prepared to go back to Earth and recuperate. All of them had suffered many injuries while they were on the run. They would need at least half a month to get back in tip-top condition. After passing through the dimensional rift, everyone felt as if a century had passed. Every time I come back from the Xingwu continent, I will feel fortunate to be alive. This time, the feeling is exceptionally strong, Lin Zhan exclaimed. Wang Ting felt emotional too. His understanding of the martial warrior's world was getting deeper with every one of his trip. Leader, let's part here. I will go back to school, Wang Ting said. His body was riddled with injuries. If he went home like this, his parents would worry. In school, he could use his school credits to buy all sorts of healing medicine. It was much more convenient. There were 3 more days of holiday, so many students hadn't returned to school yet. No one would disturb him there. Going back to school was the best choice. All right. Keep in touch, Lin Zhan said. Wang Ting nodded. He sat in his car and left. He has great potential. Our team will not be able to keep him for long, Yan Jiming said. Yeah. Lin Zhan and the others sighed. Wang Ting went back to school. When he entered the main gate, he greeted the guard. You're back. Why are you injured so badly? The guard frowned and asked. It's nothing. An accident happened, but it's already solved. Wang Ting shook his head. He didn't explain to the guard. Uncle, I'm a little dirty, so I will go and take a bath first. I'll chat with you another time. All right, go quickly. The guard shook his head as he watched Wang Ting walking away. Wang Ting went to the logistics department and exchanged his school credits for 2 bottles of healing medicine, one for internal and one for external usage. He spent 300 credits in total. His heart ached for the loss of points. Then, he went back to his dormitory. He had defeated a few top 100 students, but he didn't change dormitories with them. He continued to stay in Section 3, Room Number 1. After all, he was going to challenge all of them one by one. It would be troublesome for him to change dormitories every time he defeated someone. Thus, he decided to wait until he challenged the number 1 senior. Wang Ting took his clothes and headed to the bathroom. After undressing, he opened the shower. Cold water splashed down from his head. The wounds on his body hurt slightly as the cold water flowed past them. The muscles on his face twitched in pain. The blood and dirt flowed down along with the water. 10 minutes later, he finished his bath. He dried his hair and walked out of the bathroom. He took out the medicine and applied it to his wounds. Then, he bandaged them up. A few moments later, a bandage monster appeared freshly out of the oven. Will people think I'm a pervert? Wang Ting smiled bitterly as he looked in the mirror. It was getting late and he was also exhausted. When he finally got to relax, he laid on the bed and slept soundly. The next day, it was already past 11 a.m. when he woke up. His stomach was growling in protest. I shall go to the cafeteria to eat first. Just when he was about to leave his room, he noticed a few messages on his wristwatch. They were all sent by Dan Taixian. She already knew that he was back. However, Wang Ting was curious. Why didn't she go out during the National Day holiday? Did she stay in her room all the time? The first message was sent at 8 a.m. Come to my place. 9 a.m. Why aren't you here? 10 a.m. My stupid disciple, if you don't come soon, you are dead. At this point, cold sweat was starting to appear on his forehead. He had a bad premonition. He hurriedly jumped down from the bed and changed his clothes. He then dashed out of his room. I wonder if I can get a free meal today? Wang Ting touched his stomach as he ran towards Dan Taixian's house. Honestly, he had been eyeing Dan Taixian's force dishes for a long time. They were made by a force chef master, so normal people wouldn't be able to taste them. Pfft, shouldn't he think of how to protect his life first? Why was he still thinking of food? When he reached Dan Taichuan's place, Wang Ting paused to catch his breath. He placed a fawning but reserved smile on his face and pressed the doorbell. As the door opened, Dan Taichuan's lazy and playful voice floated out. "My stupid disciple, you've only been out for a few days, yet you dare to ignore my message already." However, when she saw Wang Ting's appearance, she couldn't help but chuckle. "How did you end up in this state?" "Don't mention it. I was unlucky." Wang Ting changed into his slippers and closed the door. He explained what happened briefly, but suddenly, he noticed that there was no sound behind him. He turned around and saw Dan Taixian squinting at him. She was giving off a frightening aura. I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Wang Ting felt that something huge was about to happen, so he hurriedly changed the topic. At first, he wanted to use Dan Taixian to seek justice for himself. However, since General Shun and Uncle He had spoken up for him and solved the matter, there was no need to bring out his powerful support anymore. "Stop playing dumb. This is an important matter. How dare you keep me in the dark? Do you still regard me as your master?" Dan Taixian said with a stern face. Although Wang Ting explained light-heartedly, she clearly knew what a military troop was like. She could imagine the dangers he had experienced there. "Don't get angry, don't get angry. The Jisun Marshal House has already helped me. There's no need for you to show your face." Wang Ting smiled in embarrassment. "Go away. I am different from the Jisun Marshal House. They might have helped you to solve the matter, but that doesn't mean that I should remain silent and let them bully my disciple," Dan Taixian said furiously. Wang Ting didn't expect such a big reaction from her. He didn't know what to say. "Follow me." Dan Taixian got up directly without any hesitation. "Where are we going?" Wang Ting asked curiously. "I will get justice for you." Dan Taixian grabbed Wang Ting's shoulder, and they appeared at the door in a split second. The next second, they changed into a rainbow and shot up into the sky. "I will let everyone know that no one can bully my disciple." Dan Taixian passed through the dimensional rift with Wang Ting and arrived at the Xingwu continent. They changed into a rainbow again and shot towards the horizon. "This aura, it's her." In the Yong city's military camp, General Shun's face turned pale from fear. He flew into the air and looked at the rainbow in the distance. He was flabbergasted. "There's another person with her. It looks like Wang Ting. That direction, the Crimson Tiger Troop is in trouble." In the Yong City branch of Jisun Marshal House, Li He stood on the roof of the central building and sniggered as he looked into the sky. "I didn't know that fellow had such powerful support. Interesting, this is so interesting." Crimson Tiger City. 2 hours later, Wang Ting returned to this place. But, this time it was different. A roar echoed through the air above the Crimson Tiger City. It spread throughout the city. "Xiao Nanfeng, get out here!" Chapter 237. Crazy Woman. "Xiao Nanfeng, get out here!" Dan Taichuan's voice reverberated throughout the entire Crimson Tiger City. Everyone was appalled as they looked up. Who is this? How dare she come to the Crimson Tiger Troop and call their chief commander's name directly? She even asked him to get out there. Who on earth is so audacious? Many figures shot into the air from the military camp below, accompanied with angry howls. "How dare you! Impudent! How dare you cause trouble here?" These figures either had wings on their backs or were walking in the air. They were 5-star soldier level and above martial warriors. Their auras pervaded the air and surged towards the offender. "Go away!" Dan Taixian furrowed her beautiful brows. Her red lips moved slightly, and sound waves bombarded the air. Boom! Boundless pressure crashed into the powerful martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop like a vast sea. Their faces turned pale as they retreated uncontrollably. So powerful! Who on earth is she? Some people tumbled to the ground like shooting stars before they could see Dan Taichuan's face clearly. Only a few 7-star and 8-star soldier-level martial warriors managed to stabilize their bodies forcefully after plunging a few meters down. Why is she here? They finally recognized Dan Taichuan. They were dumbfounded and their faces turned white in fear. Suddenly, another domineering aura erupted on the ground. It rapidly neared them. Dan Taichuan, why are you running wild in my military camp? The chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop appeared instantly in front of everyone with a grim expression. What am I doing here? Dan Taichuan replied fiercely. You injured my disciple, yet you're asking me what I'm doing here? Everyone finally saw Wang Ting, who was standing beside Dan Taichuan. Wang Ting was at a loss. Dan Taichuan did tell him that she was going to seek justice for him, but he felt a little extra currently. He didn't have the power to speak in front of these bosses. They seemed to have ignored his presence altogether. Undeniably, Dan Taichuan was too eye-catching. Everyone's gaze was attracted to her. However, it still felt a little irritating to be treated as a backdrop. Xiao Nanfeng didn't expect Dan Taichuan to have a disciple. After all, she never planned to have one. He was a little astounded, but he felt confused too. He frowned and asked, Your disciple is injured, but what does that have to do with me? He didn't recognize Wang Ting. The 3 7-star soldier-level martial warriors standing behind Xiao Nanfeng were the ones who appeared in Yong City. They recognized Wang Ting, so they hurriedly flew towards Xiao Nanfeng and whispered into his ears. Xiao Nanfeng turned unhappy when he heard their explanation. He said, I've already understood what happened. My subordinates did make mistakes, but your disciple isn't entirely innocent. I will take care of my 2 subordinates myself. As for your disciple, I will forget about what he did. Let's put an end to this. Bullshit. Dan Taichuan cursed immediately. If your subordinates didn't frame my disciple, nothing would have happened. How can my disciple get injured by your men for no reason? Xiao Nanfeng couldn't control his emotions when he heard Dan Taichuan humiliating him in front of so many subordinates. He bellowed angrily, Dan Taichuan, don't go overboard. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? Come. Let's cut the nonsense and have a battle. Let's see if I cripple you first, or will you kill me first? While speaking, her entire body had already disappeared. The next second, she appeared above Xiao Nanfeng's head with a long sword in her hands. The blade gave off a sharp and glaring sword glow as it shot towards Xiao Nanfeng. You crazy woman! Xiao Nanfeng's expression changed slightly. He didn't think that Dan Taichuan would attack him without any considerations. At their level, every single move they made was frighteningly powerful. The consequences of a battle were horrifying. But there was no time for him to make any considerations. Dan Taichuan's attack was right in front of his eyes. The sword glow was so glaring that it hurt his eyes. Xiao Nanfeng didn't dare to underestimate her attack. A pair of black 8-sided maces appeared on his palms. The two started fighting without any more fanfare. At the side, Wang Ting was sent to the ground by a gentle force. He raised his head and felt a little worried. The other party was the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop. His ability must be top-notch. He wondered if Dan Taichuan could beat him. In the air, the two parties collided a few hundred times within a few seconds. The people at the scene could only see the lingering shadows of the two martial warriors intertwining continuously. Massive explosions rang through the air, and every single attack caused the air around them to erupt. It was exceptionally petrifying. Xiao Nanfeng was afraid of damaging the Crimson Tiger City, so he purposely shifted the battleground away from the city. Hence, the poor mountains and forest were the ones to suffer the wrath of their battle. Wang Ting saw a large and deep pit appearing in the wilderness from afar. Even worse, a single strike from them caused an entire mountain to explode. Boom! Sometime later, a figure flew out at a fast speed and smashed into the body of a mountain. "Chief Commander!" The martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop cried out in alarm. Their expressions changed. On the other hand, Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Good. Dan Taixian might be a little unreasonable and fierce, but she was powerful enough. Even the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop wasn't her match. At this moment, he had a clearer understanding of his master's ability. Powerful? She was indeed very powerful. The main thing was, when these two formidable warriors were fighting, Wang Ting saw many large attribute bubbles dropping and floating in the distance. Oh my God, these are attribute bubbles from general stage martial warriors. Wang Ting was a little excited. He immediately used his spiritual power to pull those attribute bubbles over. He picked them up. Wind Force *485 Metal Force *360 Fire Force *620. This was an astonishing number of force attribute. Wang Ting was dazzled. All he could say was, as expected of general stage martial warriors. They dropped so many force attributes during a casual bout. In the battle just now, Dan Taixian used two forces, one green and one gold. Thus, without a doubt, the wind force and the metal force came from her. Thinking about it, when Dan Taixian tested his ability back then, she had used the same two forces. Wang Ting already knew that Dan Taixian was a wind and metal double-element martial warrior, so he wasn't shocked. But this was a huge surprise for him. Especially the wind force, which was much rarer. He had only managed to get to 2-star soldier level after killing the Gale Mantis in the past. He didn't expect to advance another level so quickly. Wind Force. 6 out of 1,000 3-star. After adding the 360 points of Metal Force, his Metal Force finally advanced from 3-star to 4-star. Metal Force. 80 out of 2,000 4-star. The Fire Force came from Xiao Nanfeng. This chief commander from the Crimson Tiger Troop might have suffered in the hands of Dan Taixian, but he wasn't someone a nobody like Wang Ting could underestimate. The Fire Force he dropped allowed Wang Ting's Fire Force to rise exponentially. Fire Force. 625/2000 4-star. His ability skyrocketed, dissipating the frustration in Wang Ting's heart a little. Chapter 238. Daylight Robbery. Xiao Nanfeng flew out from the sunken pit on the mountain. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his hair was in a mess. He looked a little disheveled. "Xiao Nanfeng, do you still want to fight?" Dan Taixian was itching to have a go. She hadn't fought to her heart's content yet. Actually, none of them were seriously fighting. They were the top-notch battle power of the country. If they really fought to the death, it would be the country's loss, no matter who died. Dan Taixian might be unreasonable and rash, but as someone who had reached this status, she wasn't brainless. She wouldn't kill Xiao Nanfeng. She only threatened him because she wanted to take revenge for Wang Ting. Xiao Nanfeng almost cursed out loud. His face was black as he said gravely, "What on earth do you want?" "I've already said that I'm seeking justice for my disciple." Dan Taixian pouted her lips unwillingly. "You can be direct and tell me what compensation you want." Xiao Nanfeng took a deep breath. "First, hand over the two culprit. I will lock them in the cells of my Black Sparrow military camp. Next time, when another war breaks out, they can atone for their crime by gaining merit." Dan Taixian was straightforward. "Okay." Xiao Nanfeng nodded expressionlessly. "Oh right, there's another person called Yao something, right?" Dan Taixian pondered for a while, but she couldn't remember Yao Jun's name. Yao Jun. Wang Ting was speechless. He had no choice but to remind her. "Yes, pass that Yao Jun to me too," Dan Taixian continued. "I'm not able to do that. He has already left. If you catch him, help me punish him too." The moment Yao Jun was mentioned, Xiao Nanfeng felt hatred rising in his heart. If that Yao Jun hadn't caused trouble, all this wouldn't have happened. He even caused him to suffer such great humiliation. Nonsense, if you want to catch him yourself. I won't run errands for you, Dan Taishin rebutted without giving him any face at all. If he's not around, it's fine. I heard that you found an or mine this time. My disciple contributed greatly to this mission, and even killed a high-level dark apparition. My Black Sparrow troop will take half of the ore mine. Also, you have to pass us the corpse of the high-level dark apparition. Dan Taishin, this is daylight robbery. Xiao Nanfeng wanted to vomit blood. The veins on his face kept bulging. Sigh, you managed to see right through me. This is indeed daylight robbery. I won't leave until you agree. I will beat you up in front of your subordinates every day, Dan Taishin threatened him directly. You! Xiao Nanfeng felt extremely frustrated. He glared at Dan Taishin and took a deep breath. Then, he growled, "All right, I admit defeat this time. You can have half of the ore mine, and the corpse of the high-level dark apparition will be yours too." Xiao Nanfeng didn't want to see Dan Taishin again. He immediately asked someone to bring Lu Huaixin and Li Gang over. The two of them were wearing rune handcuffs. They were prisoners now. Disciple, I will hand these two over to you. You can do whatever you want to them. Dan Taishin didn't even look at the duo. Instead, she waved her hand and asked Wang Ting to take care of them himself. Lu Huaixin and Li Gang felt extremely embarrassed. They had always been in a high position. With the Crimson Tiger troop supporting them, they had been smug and haughty. They could frame and lock others up without a reason. However, they were prisoners now. Their future was destroyed, and they couldn't control their lives anymore. Wang Ting glanced at them, then ignored them. The two of them didn't possess any more threats to him. After losing the protection of the Crimson Tiger troop, they were nothing. Even if Li Gang was a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior, Wang Ting didn't care. Was a 5-soldier-level martial warrior very powerful? With his overall battle power, he might be able to kill a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Lu Huaixin regretted his actions wholeheartedly. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have cooperated with Yao Jun and tricked Wang Ting. But there was no medicine for regrets in the world. If there was, please give him an entire bottle. This was what Lu Huaixin was thinking now. After some time, the corpse of the high-level dark apparition was also brought over. Dan Taishuan's gaze landed on it as she sized it up with interest. It's a high-level dark apparition from the Blood Tribe. I shall send it back and let those men in white coats examine this fellow. High-level dark apparition corpses are very hard to get. I have never seen one so intact. There is great value in studying this corpse. It will be good if we can find its weakness. Dan Taishin thought to herself. This is the joint mining contract I've just come up with. After you sign it, you can disappear from my sight, Xiao Nanfeng said with disdain as he threw a contract at Dan Taishin. Dan Taishin didn't mind. She signed the contract without reading it carefully. She believed that Xiao Nanfeng wouldn't dare to play any trick. Send someone to bring these two people and the corpse of the high-level dark apparition to the Black Sparrow troop. I will make a move first, Dan Taishin said. After she finished, she pulled Wang Ting and soared into the sky. She disappeared on the horizon in a blink of an eye. Xiao Nanfeng stood on the spot with a black face. The martial warriors around him didn't dare to move any closer. They felt that if they went to provoke their chief commander now, they would most likely die a terrible death. General stage martial warriors' speed was incredible. Wang Ting even felt that he had broken through the sound barrier. However, Dan Taishin protected his body with force, so he didn't feel the pressure. After some time, Wang Ting and Dan Taishin returned to school. Stay for dinner, Dan Taishin said to Wang Ting after she called someone to prepare her dinner. She lazily laid on the sofa as though nothing had happened. Wang Ting had been busy the entire afternoon, so he didn't eat or drink anything. He was already famished. Only an idiot wouldn't accept a ready-made meal. He sat down on the sofa without any worry and swallowed a mouth of saliva secretly. He was waiting for dinner to start. What did you learn from the trip today? Dan Taixian asked abruptly. Wang Ting's heart shuddered. He said sternly, I am too weak. It's good that you have such enlightenment. The trip wasn't in vain. Dan Taixian nodded and continued, You're indeed talented, but there are many talented people in the world. However, not many of them became truly formidable warriors. If you are strong enough to look down on everything, such things should never happen. Even if it did, you would be able to seek justice for yourself without relying on other people. Hence, all in all, you're too weak. Wang Ting nodded. He agreed with Dan Taixian. She was powerful enough, so the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop and other strong warriors couldn't do anything to her. Even if they were infuriated, they had to swallow their anger. He felt envious and wanted to be like her. Do you want to know why I'm so powerful? Dan Taixian smiled and asked. Wang Ting looked at her curiously. Was she asking him to compliment her? He hesitated for a moment and decided to go with the flow. He coughed awkwardly and said, Master, you're beautiful, talented. Bullshit. Wang Ting. Chapter 239. Sweet talk and counting his gains. Why are you so strong then? Asked Wang Ting speechlessly. That's because, from the moment I started my martial warrior career, I chose the formidable path. Dan Taixian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and replied calmly. The formidable path. Wang Ting almost choked on his own saliva. Oh my God, is my master spouting nonsense? You don't believe me? Dan Taixian asked. How is that possible? Master, you're so magnificent and talented. I can tell that your talent is invincible in the universe. Wang Ting laughed awkwardly. Dan Taixian enjoyed Wang Ting's flattery. She accepted his praises readily before continuing. I know you don't believe me, but I have to tell you that I have never suffered a defeat ever since I became a martial warrior. Am not just invincible, I can even kill enemies at a higher level than me. You might be able to do that too. There are numerous talents in the world, and some of them can indeed do this. However, I have never heard of anyone that can kill opponents with a higher level at any stage of their journey. Wang Ting turned serious. At first, he thought that Dan Taixian was just boasting, but gradually, he noticed that Dan Taixian's tone was too composed. She seemed to be stating the truth, not persuading someone to believe it. This mentality proved that she wasn't making a casual remark. She was honestly invincible at her level and could even kill martial warriors at a higher stage compared to her. No wonder the tough Xiao Nanfeng wasn't her match. How did I manage to remain invincible? Dan Taixian answered her own question. First, you need to integrate your spirit, qi, and essence to form the force of invincibility. With this force of invincibility, you will then be able to blaze your way through all manners of obstacles and defeat countless talents in the field. You will become the real unbeatable warrior and progress to the top level quickly. Wang Ting immediately registered profound respect for his master. The image of his master was becoming better and mightier in his heart. What do you think? My stupid disciple, do you want to try your master's formidable path? Dan Taixian asked with a smile. She felt a little proud when she saw Wang Ting's reverent expression. Yes, I want to walk the formidable path too, Wang Ting nodded and replied. Good, I have high hopes for you. Dan Taixian nodded in satisfaction. But, in her heart, she heaved a sigh of relief. Talking nonsense with a straight face was so difficult. At this moment, the doorbell rang, breaking their conversation. The food should be here. Open the door. All right. Wang Ting ran to open the door when he learned that the force dishes were here. The person outside the door was the fatty he saw last time. Wang Ting knew from Dan Taixian that this fatty was a force chef master. Thus, He immediately gave an amiable and gentle smile. "Hello, did you come to send food to my master?" Yes." The fatty outside the door was stunned. "You can pass it to me. Thank you so much. The forced dishes you make are delicious," Wang Ting praised him sincerely. "Oh, thank you. Wait, the principal is your master?" The fatty asked curiously after he realized what Wang Ting had said and felt astounded. "Is there a problem?" Wang Ting asked. "No. I didn't expect the principal to have a disciple." "You are really young and promising," the fatty commented. Thank you. Brother, you are a force chef master. You are even more amazing." The two of them started complimenting each other just like that. A Roland for an Oliver, a well-matched contest. The atmosphere was harmonious. The fatty only realized what he was doing after the door closed. Why did he talk to someone he didn't know for so long? "What are you up to now?" Dan Taixin felt puzzled when she saw Wang Ting chatting with the fatty for a long time. Nothing. I just want to keep an amicable relationship with him so that I will have good food in the future," Wang Ting said. "Tisk, as long as you're powerful enough, you will be able to eat all kinds of good food," Dan Taixin said with contempt. Time to eat. Wang Ting laughed. He didn't mind her master's comment. He rubbed his hands and opened the lunchboxes. When he placed the dishes on the table, the fragrant smell wafted into his nose. This time, Dan Taixin had ordered 2 servings of food. It was enough for them to fill up their stomach. Delicious. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Ting laid on the sofa and gave a satisfied burp. "Look at you!" Dan Taixin rolled her eyes and kicked him. "Go back to your room after you've finished eating. Don't run around for the next few days. Heal your body properly and wait for the lessons to start." "Sure. I will leave immediately." Wang Ting got up. "Oh right, the benefits that we asked for from the Crimson Tiger Troop. It's useless for you to take the high-level Dark Apparitions Corps, so I will pass it to the Black Sparrow Troop for research. As for the ore mine, you can't swallow it either. I can give you other benefits in exchange. Is there anything you want?" Dan Taixin asked. Wang Ting had never thought about this. Dan Taixin was the one who asked for all these things from the Crimson Tiger Troop. It had nothing to do with him. But, since Dan Taixin mentioned it, Wang Ting thought of something. "My family is preparing to enter the military Dan medicine and weapons industry. We need to get a license," Wang Ting smiled and said. "That's simple. I will inform the related parties when needed," Dan Taixin replied. Wang Ting thanked her hurriedly. It might be a simple task for Dan Taixin, but it wasn't easy for them. After bidding farewell to Dan Taixin, Wang Ting went back to his dormitory. The moment he stepped into the house, a black shadow swooped down from the roof. "What the F*******K? He hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it. It was the little crow. This little creature had just learned how to fly, or more accurately, it was halfway through learning. Now that he thought about it, the little crow had suffered so much when it followed him to the Xingwu continent this time, especially when he was escaping from prison and the pursuit of the Crimson Tiger martial warriors. It was stuffed in his bag most of the time and almost got claustrophobia because of this. That was if birds could get this illness. Wang Ting placed the little crow on the ground and fed it some star beast meat. Then, he allowed it to stumble and flap its wings in the room. It kept bumping into the furniture. He walked into his bedroom and laid on the bed. He silently counted the gains for this trip. The greatest benefit was undoubtedly the increase in his levels. Currently, his Fire Force, Metal Force, and Earth Force had reached 4-star soldier level. Overall, he wasn't much weaker than a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Also, his Dark Force and Wind Force had reached 3-star soldier level 2. They had jumped 2 levels, from 1-star to 3-star. Mind you, these 2 forces were rare, so it was harder to increase their levels. He was lucky enough to be able to climb 2 stages up in one leap. Besides these, Wang Ting also received 3 battle techniques: Wave Invisibility, Berserk, and Bewitch. Wave Invisibility was a concealment skill. Berserk was an amplification skill, while Bewitch was a support skill. All of them had their pros and uniqueness. They were all exceptional battle technique. It was hard to find ways to get one of them, but Wang Ting got his hands on all 3 at once. He could only clap his hands and applaud the system. His spirit had also increased tremendously. He was halfway through his spiritual realm state, so his spiritual power had increased many times. If not, he wouldn't have been able to kill that high-level dark apparition. These were all his personal gains in terms of ability. Besides, the dwarves gave them rewards and offered their friendship. Overall, the harvest was amazing. Chapter 240. The Yao family wants to reconcile. Wang Ting led a peaceful life for a few days. He spent most of his time recovering from his injury. If he had nothing to do, he would go to the actual combat training building to pick up attribute. Although it was the holiday, some students didn't go home. They continued to work hard in their cultivation. What was one thing that could make you fall into despair? When you thought that the more talented people were having fun and enjoying themselves, but then you realized that they were working harder than you. Wang Ting, who was strolling in the gravity room, saw a familiar figure. Bailey. Brother Ting. When Bailey Qingfeng heard the voice, he turned around. He was startled upon seeing Wang Ting. He said in surprise, Why are you in this state? Oh, I accidentally injured myself during my mission. Wang Ting lowered his head and looked at the bandages on his body. He didn't explain in detail, and just answered the question casually. Actually, the injuries on his body were mostly healed. The medicine provided by the school was very effective. Scabs had already formed on his wounds. After applying the medication one more time, his injuries would probably heal completely. Besides, they were just external injuries. It was nothing serious. Even if he suffered a serious injury, he would heal quickly with the help of high-quality spiritual dawn. This was why alchemy had a higher status than modern medicine in the current society. Normally, bone injuries would require at least 3 months to heal completely. But, to an alchemist, one spiritual dan down your throat and he guaranteed that you would be alive and kicking in 5 days. Force injuries could only be treated by spiritual dawn. Modern medicine was helpless in front of it. However, never look down on the intelligence of human beings. After integrating alchemy and rune skills, modern medicine had been progressing rapidly. In the future, there might be cross-generation high-quality medical equipment like the ones in science fiction movies. At that time, the advanced medical industry would start blossoming. The world outside is indeed full of danger. Bailey Qingfeng squinted slightly when he heard Wang Ting's reply. The muscles on his body also tensed up. Wang Ting had interacted with Bailey Qingfeng for a long time, so he understood him quite well. When he saw his reaction, he immediately knew what he was thinking. Wang Ting felt a little speechless. But, after pondering about it, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. The world outside was indeed dangerous. Look, he almost couldn't come back alive. Thus, being a cautious and brave warrior was a good choice. Brother Ting, you are able to execute missions already. I'm envious of you, Bailey Qingfeng said. You should be able to become a martial warrior soon. At that time, you can claim missions too, Wang Ting said. Just a little bit more, Bailey Qingfeng nodded and said. All the best. I will make a move first. I won't disturb your training anymore, Wang Ting said. Okay. Besides picking up attributes in the actual combat training building, Wang Ting would go to the stadium and walk his dog, his little crow. A bandaged monster walking with a fat little crow in the stadium, it became a beautiful scenery of the school. On the last day of the holiday, Wang Ting woke up in the morning and realized that the scabs on his body had dropped. He didn't need to bandage his wounds anymore. I should go back home in case my parents worry about me. Wang Ting finished his breakfast and left the school. A black sedan was parked outside the school gate. When Wang Ting stepped out, the eyes of the man who kept watching the entrance of the school lit up. He immediately walked over. Are you Wang Ting? Wang Ting was shocked when he saw a stranger rushing towards him. That guy even knew his name. He frowned and asked, Who are you? Why are you looking for me? My family head is looking for you. Oh right, my family head's surname is Yao, the man in the black suit said. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Yao. You should know what's happening. Please follow me. The man was a little proud. He thought that he had scared Wang Ting. After all, based on their family head's status, it was an honor for this low-rank martial warrior student that their family head was looking for him. However, get out. Wang Ting replied unhappily. The family head of the Yao family? He must be Yao Jun's father. Based on the grudge between him and Yao Jun, Wang Ting didn't want to bother about this person, no matter what motive he had. He didn't want to have any interactions with the other party either. The man's expression froze immediately. He said in disbelief, Do you know what you are saying? I asked you to get out. Don't you understand human language? Wang Ting said expressionlessly. Do you know what our family head's status? Before the man could finish speaking, Wang Ting walked past him. Stop right there. The man turned angry from embarrassment. He hooked his right hand into a claw and attacked Wang Ting's shoulder. Bang! The next moment, the man felt his vision turning black. He felt excruciating pain on his face, and his entire body flew out sideways. How is he so strong? The man slammed on the ground. This was the only thought that flashed through his mind before he fainted. The middle-aged man in the black sedan was finally alerted. He walked out of the car. He looked at the unconscious man on the ground and Wang Ting, who was at the side. A frown appeared on his face as he walked over slowly. He said, Young man, it's bad to be too violent. How is Yao Jun related to you? Wang Ting asked him instead of replying to him. Anger flashed past the middle-aged man's face. However, he forcefully suppressed his rage and explained, I'm Yao Jun's father, Yao Guanqing. Yao Jun is more violent than me. Indeed, this is a bad thing. You need to educate him properly, Wang Ting said. You! Yao Guanqing was so infuriated that he wanted to slap Wang Ting to death. But he couldn't do it, even if he had an extra pair of balls. He took a deep breath and said, I will not argue with you. I came today because I want to reconcile. Reconcile? Wang Ting seemed to have heard a hilarious joke. He sneered. Your son wants to kill me, yet you want me to reconcile with you? All hatred can be put down. If it can't, it must be because the compensation isn't high enough, Yao Guanqing said. Humph. Wang Ting snorted. He was disgusted by Yao Guanqing's actions. Yao Guanqing said confidently, Tell me, what do you need to reconcile with us? I can satisfy you as long as you don't ask for too much. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in reconciling with someone who wanted to kill me, Wang Ting replied. Then, he walked past him and continued going forward without giving Yao Guanqing a chance to reply. Do you know the consequences of rejecting my good intentions? Yao Guanqing shouted behind him. His expression was sinister. Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. Yao Guanqing gave a mocking smile. He thought that Wang Ting was afraid of him. Are you threatening me? Wang Ting smiled for some reason. Before you touch me, you should consider whether the Yao family can bear the implications. Yao Guanqing stared at Wang Ting as he left. His face was black and he was puzzled. Does this fellow have some background I don't know? Chapter 241. My son has the potential to become a general. On the way back, Wang Ting was still thinking of the Yao family's matter. Yao Guanqing wasn't sincere when he said he wanted to reconcile with him. His attitude was slightly contemptuous, and he was looking down on him. He must have encountered something, so he had no choice but to make this decision. However, he could confirm one thing: Yao Guanqing didn't know that Dan Taixian was his master. If not, he wouldn't have dared to threaten him. The Crimson Tiger Troop had sealed off news of what happened that day. Outsiders didn't know about it. As the chief commander of a troop, suffering such humiliation wasn't a glamorous thing. There was no way he would let outsiders know about it. Yao Guanqing's pressure might have come from the Jisun Martial House. Once I agree to patch up with him, the Martial Arts Academy won't have a reason to look for him anymore. This Yao Guanqing is very scheming. A cold smile appeared on the edge of Wang Ting's lips. But why didn't the Crimson Tiger Troop look for Yao Jun? He was puzzled. By right, Yao Jun was the culprit who had caused everything. There was no reason for the Crimson Tiger Troop to let him go. However, the thoughts of the higher authorities weren't something he could understand. They might not even remember someone like Yao Jun. After all, to someone like Xiao Nanfeng, Yao Jun was just a nobody. Why would a giant care about a nobody? Wang Ting shook his head and threw this matter to the back of his head. Very soon, he sat on the taxi back to Deer Garden. "Mom, I'm back," Wang Ting shouted the moment he stepped into the house. "My son is back." Li Ziyumia's eyes lit up as she walked out of the living room. "Yes. I just finished my mission, so I came back to take a look at you guys before heading back to school," Wang Ting said. "Just nice. I will make some food for you in the afternoon. You can go back to school in the evening," Li Xiumei said happily as she pulled Wang Ting into the house. "Hey, Dad is home too," Wang Ting said in surprise when he saw Wang Xinghua in the living room. "Shouldn't Wang Xinghua be in the office at this time?" "You're back." Wang Xinghua nodded at him. "Dad, why aren't you in the office today?" Wang Ting asked. "Don't mention it. Daodu's relatives don't dare to kick up a fuss in Deer Garden, so they go to your dad's office and block him every day. Your dad is so irritated that he could only hide at home," Li Xiumei said. "They create trouble in our company?" Wang Ting frowned. "Dad, what's going on? Where did they get this courage from?" It wasn't a secret that Wang Ting was a martial warrior. Many people knew about it. Daodu's relatives should also know that he was a martial warrior. However, they still dared to cause trouble. Did they have some support? "They found a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior from somewhere," Wang Xinghua replied helplessly. 2-star soldier level? "Let me go and meet him," Wang Ting said. "Never mind, let's hide for some time. I don't believe that the 2-star soldier-level martial warrior will allow them to order him around without a reason. They must have paid him a hefty sum. They won't be able to afford him for long," Wang Xinghua said. He was worried that Wang Ting wasn't the martial warrior's match. "That's right. Let's not get in a head-on fight. You're still young. You will definitely be more powerful than the 2-star soldier-level martial warrior in the future," Li Xiumei comforted Wang Ting, afraid that he would let his young emotions get the better of him. The two of them had no idea how powerful their son was, so they were worried for nothing. "Dad, Mom, I'm a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior." Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. "What?" Their eyes widened. They suspected that they heard wrong. "I said that I'm a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior," Wang Ting repeated helplessly. 4-star soldier level. Wang Xinghua was still in disbelief. He asked curiously, "Son, are you joking?" "That's right. Don't try to coax your mom," Li Xiumei said. "Why will I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can bring you to the Jisun Martial House and show you the examination result," Wang Ting said. "There's no need for that. We believe you." Wang Xinghua exchanged glances with Li Xiumei. He then exclaimed, "We just find it a little unrealistic. You have only become a martial warrior for a short time, yet you're already at 4-star soldier level. I heard that it's very difficult for a martial warrior to advance his stage." "Haha, your son is a genius," Wang Ting said. Wang Xinghua laughed. Good. My son has the potential to become a general. Look at how happy you are. General? Is that a stage you can reach so easily? I think that you've gotten dizzy with success. Li Xiaomei was elated too, but she still nudged Wang Xingguo and told him off. All right, I understand. I was just too happy, Wang Xingguo said. Dad, Mom, where's Daodu? Why don't I see her? Wang Ting glanced around and asked curiously. I asked Sister Chen to bring her to the garden to play, Li Xiaomei said. Wang Xingguo nodded. Then, he said to Wang Xingguo, Dad, let's go to the company now and solve the matter. Okay, let's go now. Wang Xingguo wore his clothes happily and went out with Wang Ting. They drove directly to the office. Mr. Wang. Young Master Wang. Chen Ergu from the security department was standing guard at the entrance. When he saw the father and son, his eyes lit up. Hey Ergu. Wang Ting had some impressions of Chen Ergu. After all, his name was easy to remember. Young Master Wang, you actually remember me. Chen Ergu felt overwhelmed with favor. Ergu, are those people still here? Wang Xingguo asked. Yes. They are in the lobby and playing cards. They do nothing else, but they don't want to leave either, Chen Ergu said helplessly. He glanced at Wang Ting unconsciously as he spoke. He knew that Wang Ting was a martial warrior. A few days ago, Mr. Wang was forced to hide at home because of these people. He hadn't been to the office in a while, but he suddenly came back today. It must be because young Master Wang was back. He wondered if young Master Wang was able to deal with that martial warrior. Chen Ergu muttered in his heart. Bring me over, Wang Ting said. All right. Young Master Wang, this way please. Chen Ergu led the way. They walked towards the group in the lobby, who were having a ball of a time. The other party had obviously noticed them too. Hey, Mr. Wang, I heard that you were on an overseas trip. Did you come back today? A mean-looking man around 30 years old stood up and smiled at Wang Xingguo. Wang Xingguo wanted to reply, but Wang Ting stopped him. He said to the person, This is private property. Please leave this place. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? The mean-looking man frowned and said, He's my son, Wang Ting. Wang Xingguo said, You're Wang Ting. The mean-looking man was stunned. He took a few steps back uncontrollably. Behind him, another muscular man stood up slowly. I heard that you're a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. It's impressive for you to have such an ability at this young age. However, you're not my match. I'm in charge of this matter. You better hand the person over obediently and not force me to act. You know the consequences of a battle between martial warriors, the muscular man said calmly. Bang! Wang Ting didn't reply to him with his mouth. Instead, the aura of a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior surged towards the man. The muscular man's face turned pale, and he retreated continuously. The chairs behind him got knocked on the ground, but he didn't seem to notice them. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. Chapter 242. Is my love going to end before it starts? You're not a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. The arrogance and confidence of this 2-star soldier-level martial warrior had vanished like a puff of smoke. He was stupefied and at a loss of what to do. The mean-looking man and the other relatives were just ordinary people. They couldn't withstand Wang Ting's presence at all. In their eyes, Wang Ting was like a frightening beast staring at them like a predator waiting to swallow them. Their faces turned pale from fright, and they collapsed on the ground due to the pressure boring down on them from Wang Ting's aura. They just stared at him in a daze, having lost their ability to speak. You're just a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. Who gave you the courage to take charge of the matter? Wang Ting looked at the other martial warrior and said calmly. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, an even more powerful aura erupted and smashed down on the head of the 2-star martial warrior. Bang. The other party's expression changed. This time, he couldn't resist Wang Ting's force of presence anymore. He flew out like a rag doll. He slammed heavily on the ground and vomited blood on the spot. His eyes were filled with fear. In front of this stark difference in ability, he didn't have any thoughts of resisting. He hurriedly apologized and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry." "Go out," Wang Ting said coldly. "If I see you again, I'll send you to the Xingwu continent." The Xingwu continent. The two-star martial warrior's expression changed again. He obviously knew a thing or two. Wang Ting wasn't going to just simply send him to the Xingwu continent for a holiday. Fear crept up his heart. "I will leave immediately, leave immediately." He crawled and rolled out of the office entrance without caring about the mean-looking man and the other relative. The mean-looking man and the other relatives looked at the back view of the escaping martial warrior. Suddenly, they understood what despair felt like. "You want the Daodu family's assets?" Wang Ting's calm voice entered their ears at this moment. They shuddered. "No, no. We have never thought about it, never." The mean-looking man shook his head without stopping after he turned and saw Wang Ting's face. "Since you have never thought of it, what are you all doing here?" Wang Ting looked at him and squinted slightly. The mean-looking man didn't know what to say. He couldn't think of a good reason. Cold sweat started appearing on his forehead from his anxiousness. At this moment, a middle-aged lady behind him said quickly, "We just want to see Daodu. She's a poor child. She lost her parents at a young age, so we are very worried." "Humph," Wang Ting scoffed. These people were lying through their teeth. However, he was too lazy to argue with them. He continued, "Daodu doesn't want to see you. If you dare to appear in front of Daodu or my family in the future, I will make sure you won't have the chance to spend money even if you become rich." His tone was composed, but it sent chills up their spines. They immediately understood that Wang Ting wasn't joking. He meant what he said. Compared to their lives, money had to take the back seat. They hurriedly promised that they would never appear again. "Get out," Wang Ting said. The group ran out of the office building in a frenzy. They didn't dare to stay for another second. They only stopped and panted after running a long distance away. "Brother, are we really going to give up?" the middle-aged woman asked the mean-looking man. "Are you planning to oppose him?" Even the two-star soldier-level martial warrior acted like a mouse in front of a cat when he saw him. He almost peed in his pants. "What right do we have to offend him?" The mean-looking man glared at her. "I just feel a little unwilling to give up like this. It's a huge sum of money, you know," the woman said in embarrassment. "Money, money, money, that's all you know." The mean-looking man was furious. "That little brat is lucky. She managed to find someone powerful to protect her. No one will dare to touch her in the future." The middle-aged woman's pupils moved. She continued, "Do you think that the Wang family is eyeing her inheritance too? Forget it. He is a martial warrior, a 2-star and above martial warrior. Will he care about this small fortune?" The mean-looking man shook his head. "Let's not think about this anymore. I've decided to take the earliest plane available back to my old home. I will never come to Donghai if I don't need to." "Sigh, me too. I will never come to Donghai again. Big cities like this are filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's not a place we can handle," the middle-aged woman said a little dejectedly. The other relatives treated these two people as their leaders, so they didn't have any say in this matter at all. After deciding, they rushed to the airport and booked the earliest flight they could find. They returned to their hometown without any hesitation. Wang Ting ignored them. After all, they were just ordinary people. They couldn't create a huge scene. There was no need to take their lives because of this. Since there was no one causing a disturbance, the company was finally able to resume its operations. The employees weren't afraid anymore. Instead, their morale was significantly boosted because of the power Wang Ting revealed just now. Discussions were going on continuously. The son of their CEO was a powerful martial warrior. They felt honored to be in this company, and at the same time, they were more confident about its future. Li Xiumei was cooking when Wang Xinghua and Wang Ting returned home. Daodu had also come back and was watching cartoons in the living room. "Brother, you're back." Her eyes lit up when she saw Wang Ting. She stumbled and ran over with her arms wide open. She wanted a hug. "Unfortunately, you're just a little girl. It would be great if a beauty asked for a hug voluntarily." This thought popped up in Wang Ting's mind suddenly. He hurriedly shook his head and carried the little beauty in front of him. On the other side, Wang Xinghua was excitedly telling Li Xiumei about what just happened. He wasn't just excited. He felt proud too. "You should have seen how majestic our son looked. He didn't even move. All he did was release his aura, and the two-star martial warrior started peeing in his pants. He ran away without any courage to threaten us anymore," Wang Xinghua said with exhilaration. "When you were kidnapped that time, I saw our son in action. Those people were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly." "Martial warriors are indeed powerful," Li Xiumei said. "No matter what, our son is a martial warrior, a powerful martial warrior. Our Wang family will only get better and better." Wang Xinghua was already looking forward to the future. "Alright, Dad, I've already gotten the license. You can start reorganizing the company," Wang Ting walked over and said. "You got it?" Wang Shengguo's eyes shimmered. However, he was astounded at the same time. "How did you get it so quickly?" This wasn't a normal license. It was a license for war resources like weapons and Dan medicine. He had heard that some mighty martial warriors might not get the approval even if they wanted to apply for the license. Even if their application was approved, they needed to undergo a long process that included some intelligence evaluation and wealth estimation. It was troublesome, and it was common for the process to drag for a year or two. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. "To some people, this is something that can be solved with a single sentence." Wang Xinghua was shocked. It looked like Wang Ting had extremely powerful support. He got more and more excited. The stronger Wang Ting's support was, the greater the benefit their Wang family would receive. But, on second thought, he suddenly found it harder and harder to see through Wang Ting. Wang Ting wasn't just strong in terms of ability, but he also possessed a powerful background unknown to him. He had surpassed the achievements the Wang family had accumulated for so many years single-handedly. It was hard to have such huge achievements. But, he didn't probe further. Wang Xinghua felt complicated in his heart. After shaking off his thoughts, he chatted with Wang Ting about the restructuring of the company for a while. Li Xiumei finished cooking and called everyone to the dining table. Lunch was extremely sumptuous. The family had a fun time eating. After lunch, Wang Ting bade farewell to his family and left his house. But, he didn't go back to school immediately. He contacted Lin Chuhan instead. School had started for some time, but he hadn't met Lin Chuhan yet. He didn't know how she was coping with the new environment. After the call was picked up, he knew that she was at home, so he drove to her house. When he reached her house, Mother Lin greeted him enthusiastically as usual. She gave him fruits and snacks to eat and seemed exceptionally delighted that he came. "Wang Ting, you haven't visited us for a long time. How's your university?" Mother Lin asked. "It's not bad," Wang Ting smiled and replied as he ate the fruits Mother Lin had served him. That's good, that's good. Alright, you youngsters can chat yourselves. I won't disturb you." Mother Lin winked at Lin Chuhan and happily went to attend to her shop. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes helplessly. She said, "What drug did you give my mom? Why does she like you so much? You won't understand. This is my charm," Wang Ting laughed and replied. "Show off." Lin Chuhan was speechless. This fellow was really thick-skinned. "Let's go up. My younger sister hasn't seen you for a long time and kept asking about you. You're amazing. You mesmerize the young and the old," Lin Chuhan teased him. Is Chuxia better? Wang Ting asked. Lin Chuhan sighed. Still the same. They came to Lin Chuxia's room while chatting. The windows in the room were opened. Sunlight was shining inside and dissipated the coldness in the room. Lin Chuxia was lying beside the window with her fists on her cheeks. She was looking at the sparrows outside. It was hard to figure out why she was staring at them so intently. Chuxia, look who's here, Lin Chuhan shouted. Sister. Lin Chuxia turned around and saw Wang Ting standing beside Lin Chuhan. She called out in surprise, brother-in-law. Lin Chuhan slapped her forehead. Fine, you can't change your habit. Wang Ting burst out laughing when he saw her expression. Many attribute bubbles had piled up in Lin Chuxia's room. Wang Ting greeted her while secretly picking up the attribute. Poison Force * 10 Demon Lotus Poison Body * 6 Poison Force * 10 Gun Kung Fu * 3. He received 56 points of Poison Force and 45 points of Demon Lotus Poison Body attribute. Poison Force 35/500 2-star, Demon Lotus Poison Body 260/10,000. This time, his Poison Force rose to 2-star, but the journey to form the complete Demon Lotus Poison Body was still long. This special physique was indeed difficult to gain. Wang Ting also received 18 points of Gun Kung Fu. It was obvious that this little fellow had secretly practiced Gun Kung Fu during her free time. Lin Chuxia's talent seemed quite good. Despite figuring everything out herself, her Gun Kung Fu was still presentable. She didn't go on the wrong path. Normal people might not be able to achieve this. Brother-in-law, when are you going to bring me out to play again? Lin Chuxia asked. Next time. I'll take you out when I'm free next time, Wang Ting smiled and replied. Next time again. Lin Chuxia was a little disappointed. I will definitely bring you out next time. I promise. Wang Ting stuck out 2 fingers and tapped her forehead. Aya, don't poke my forehead. Lin Chuxia shook her head. Then, she nodded and said, All right, you cannot lie to me. If I lie to you, I'm a little dog, Wang Ting smiled and said. Yes, little dog. Wang Ting stayed at Lin Chuhan's house for more than 2 hours. At around 4 p.m., Lin Chuhan and Wang Ting prepared to go back to school. Let me send you, Wang Ting said. Lin Chuhan drew her hair back and nodded. She didn't reject him. The two of them said goodbye to Mother Lin and Lin Chuxia. They went to the intersection, sat in the car, and drove to the university town. Donghai University Town. A sports car drove into Donghai University. Under the gazes of many students, it slowly stopped below the freshman dormitory. Oh my God, it's a sports car. Whose is it? I have never seen this number plate before. It's not the young masters from our school. The students started chattering uncontrollably. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, F***K look. It's Lin Chuhan. Lin Chuhan? Which Lin Chuhan? What do you mean? There's only one Lin Chuhan in our school. Lin Chuhan got out of the car. When she noticed the gazes turning towards this side and stopping on her, she felt helpless. However, this was the effect she wanted. It looks like you're really popular in Donghai University, Wang Ting smiled and said. He parked the car and followed her. Of course. An outstanding person like me will be in the spotlight no matter where I go. Lin Chuhan flicked her hair. You're getting arrogant, Wang Ting teased. Lin Chuhan suddenly realized that she had been influenced by Wang Ting's bad habits and was starting to speak randomly. She coughed awkwardly and said, Wait here for a while. I will put my luggage in my dormitory and come down to treat you to a meal. All right. Go ahead. Wang Ting nodded. Lin Chuhan carried her bags up to the dormitory while Wang Ting waited on the spot. An uproar erupted among the students who saw this scene. F***K, F***K, who is that guy? Lin Chuhan got out of his car and even spoke to him so gently. This is bad. My ice goddess got melted by someone. Ah, is my love going to end before it even starts? Did you hear that? My heart seems to have shattered. Many people were guessing Wang Ting's identity. When school started, Lin Chuhan had gained high popularity because of her outstanding appearance and aura, as well as her exceptional results. Many young men treated her as the new goddess of Donghai University. She was placed side by side with the other existing goddesses. They were neck to neck. 1 month after school started, many young men who felt superior confessed to Lin Chuhan. However, Lin Chuhan had never spoken to any one of them pleasantly. She rejected all of them in a cold manner. Lin Chuhan's popularity soared even higher because of this. But, now, Lin Chuhan sat in a man's car to come to school, and her attitude towards him was ambiguous. She seemed to like him. The male students from Donghai University refused to accept this. Chapter 243. Little brother is so handsome. He can be forgiven for what he said. Around 10 minutes later, Lin Chuhan came down from the dormitory building. 2 more young ladies were accompanying her, and the group was smiling and chatting happily. They seemed to be very close. If you came a little later, the male students around me would have skinned me alive, Wang Ting smiled and said. You're afraid of them? Lin Chuhan retorted. I'm not afraid of them. Based on my judgment, they should be martial arts students. I think that none of them is my match. However, that doesn't mean that I want to be treated like an animal in the zoo, Wang Ting said casually. Before Lin Chuhan could open her mouth, an ordinary-looking female student beside her said abruptly, Chuhan, your friend is a little arrogant. Ignore him. He always has a big mouth, Lin Chuhan said. But he doesn't have any bad intentions. Don't take it to heart. If he was someone else, I would have scolded him, the ordinary-looking young lady said. Wang Ting just smiled when he heard her comment. He didn't say anything. Anyway, this is the first time I saw you talking to a man like this. Aren't you going to introduce him to us? The ordinary-looking young lady said. The other young lady who came down with Lin Chuhan was pretty and cute. She had a bob cut, and there was some baby fat on her face. She was almost as beautiful as Lin Chuhan. However, their auras were completely different, so they were 2 different types of beauty. At this moment, this young lady agreed with her friend and said, That's right, that's right. Hurry up and introduce this handsome little brother to me. Hey, Tian Xiaoxiao, how can you be so shameless? The ordinary-looking young lady shouted in a helpless tone. What's the problem? Little brother is so handsome. He can be forgiven for what he said, Tian Xiaoxiao replied. The ordinary-looking young lady placed her hand on her forehead and appeared defeated. Wang Ting burst out laughing. Lin Chuhan shook her head helplessly. She said, He was my table buddy during high school, Wang Ting. He's studying in Huanghai Military Academy now and is a martial arts student too. Wow, high school table buddy! Tian Xiaoxiao exclaimed as though she had discovered something amazing. Then, she continued enviously, Why didn't I have a handsome little brother as my table buddy in high school? Love struck. The ordinary-looking young lady had disdain and contempt on her face. However, she seemed a little surprised when she looked at Wang Ting again. You're from the Huanghai Military Academy? No wonder you're so arrogant. But, the martial arts students from Donghai University are not to be trifled with either. Yes. The martial arts students of Donghai are amazing, Wang Ting nodded and said. He didn't want to argue with her. Humph! The ordinary-looking student snorted softly. Lin Chuhan introduced her friends. These are my roommates. This is Su Wantong, and the lovesick lady beside her is Tian Xiaoxiao. Hey, I'm not lovesick. Tian Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Su Wantong refuted mercilessly. If you're not lovesick, no one is. You can't even move your legs after seeing a handsome man. No way. I don't treat other little brothers like this, Tian Xiaoxiao explained. Humph, That's because they're not handsome enough. Su Wantong glanced at her from the corner of her eyes. Lin Chuhan shook her head when she saw them bickering with each other again. She said, "This is how they normally are. You'll get used to it." "It's alright. They're very lively." Wang Ting laughed. Lin Chuhan's roommates were easy to talk to. He could tell that they had some minor flaws, but it didn't affect their personalities too much. "They're too noisy. They quibble every day." Lin Chuhan complained about them, but she then thought of something and let out a smile. Chuhan, be the judge. Su Wantong is bullying me." Tian Xiaoxiao ran over and grabbed Lin Chuhan's shoulder. She swung it continuously. Alright, that's enough. Do you still want to eat?" asked Lin Chuhan. "Yes." Tian Xiaoxiao and Su Wantong stopped their antics and replied in unplanned unison. "You rarely treat. How can I miss this chance?" Su Wantong mumbled. "Let's hurry up and leave then," Lin Chuhan said. Lin Chuhan led the way out of the school. Su Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao followed closely behind her. The male students wailed in despair when they saw Wang Ting leaving with 3 young ladies. There weren't many female students in the martial arts department. Beauties like Lin Chuhan and Tian Xiaoxiao were even rarer. The students from their school didn't even enjoy such treatment, yet this young man from God knew where was able to date both of them at once. What was the meaning of this? The world was too cruel. They didn't go to a high-class restaurant. Instead, they chose a restaurant with a good environment and affordable prices outside the school. After ordering the dishes, the 4 of them started conversing while waiting. Most of the time, they were talking about recent incidents in school. Su Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao were curious about the Huanghai Military Academy, so they kept asking Wang Ting questions. The conversation never stopped. On the other hand, Wang Ting occasionally shifted the topic to Lin Chuhan. He beat around the bush and managed to get her to talk about her experiences in school. "Your university life seems more fulfilling than mine." Wang Ting glanced at Lin Chuhan and lamented. "Are you trying to say that your university life is very fulfilling too?" Lin Chuhan squinted slightly. There was a dangerous glint in her eyes. Ha, you are thinking too much." Wang Ting laughed awkwardly. Lin Chuhan stared at him for a few seconds. Suddenly, she said, "Why don't you bring me to your school when you're free?" "Huh." Wang Ting was shocked. He started getting narcissistic as he thought to himself, "I'm an influential man in my school and am quite popular among young ladies. If Lin Chuhan sees this, she might get jealous." "Is that not possible?" Lin Chuhan asked. "That's not it. I have to apply if outsiders want to come to my school," Wang Ting said. "You can go and file the application then," Lin Chuhan replied. Wang Ting seemed to have made a huge decision. He nodded and said, "All right, tell me beforehand when you plan to visit me. I will apply for you." A satisfied expression finally appeared on Lin Chuhan's face. After they finished eating, Wang Ting sent Lin Chuhan back to her dormitory. "It's getting late. I also need to go back to school." Wang Ting opened the car door and said to Lin Chuhan, "All right." Lin Chuhan nodded slightly. She continued, "Thank you for accompanying me today." "You don't have to thank me." Wang Ting waved his hand. "I'm leaving." He sat back in his car and drove off. "You don't have to thank me." "Whoa, little brother Wang Ting is indeed handsome." Tian Xiaoxiao cupped her hands together and said dreamily, "Let's go, lovesick lady." Lin Chuhan knocked her forehead uncontrollably. Seriously. She ruined the atmosphere. Despite walking into the dormitory, their voices could still be heard faintly. Chuhan, do you like little brother Wang Ting?" How is that possible?" "In that case, I'll contact him tonight. I added him to WeChat." Wang Ting. Chapter 244. Who wasn't a genius? It was past 8 p.m. when Wang Ting reached his school. He drove his car into the university. After all, it was inconvenient to go out in a big city like Donghai without a car. Hence, the school had dedicated parking lots for its students and teachers. In this area, the martial arts students and the normal students enjoyed different treatment. The school didn't allow normal students to drive to school. They were completely enclosed in the school compound. However, the martial arts students didn't have to follow this rule. This wasn't any preferential treatment, though. Martial arts students had different statuses in society, so they couldn't follow the rules all the time. Besides, the martial arts students had to go out on missions. Although most of these missions were around Donghai, the locations were secluded. Most drivers weren't willing to drive there, no matter how much money was given. After all, this was the martial arts era. Under the nourishment of force, animals had started mutating, and danger was everywhere. Without a car, one might have to spend half a day to find transport to his mission venue if he was unlucky. This was a complete waste of time. Thus, cars were a necessity. The school knew this, so they didn't forbid the students from driving. Many martial arts students had their own cars. Of course, they didn't lack the money to buy cars. Some of them even had a few cars in their garages. They took turns driving each car. After all, the damage rate of a mission was quite high. It was normal for cars to get destroyed. Wang Ting had learned about this from his seniors in the martial arts club. He wondered if he should prepare a few cars just in case. He should find those that could withstand some beating. As the students came back, the school started to get livelier. Many buildings were lit up, and it wasn't as deserted as before. The next day, school started as per usual. Wang Ting realized that after the holidays, many freshmen had advanced to become martial warriors. Martial warriors! They might have just broken through the level, so the students didn't know how to control their force. It unknowingly seeped out of their bodies. Wang Ting was able to detect it easily with his ability. Actually, it wasn't that strange. The students who could enter the Huanghai Military Academy were definitely talented. Many of them used to be advanced stage martial disciples. They were only a step away from becoming martial warriors. After they entered the university and collated enough school credits to exchange for cultivation resources, they were able to take giant leaps forward. Wang Ting wasn't the only one improving after entering the university. None of the students were slacking, all of them working hard to climb higher on the ladder. That was even more so when there was an outlier like Wang Ting in their batch. Many students who felt that they were gifted had a ball of flame burning in their hearts. They treated Wang Ting as their target and secretly worked hard to chase after him. Ho Pingliang and his roommates had successfully become martial warriors too. None of them were left behind. Bailey Qinfeng also became a martial warrior. When he said that he only needed just a little bit more a few days ago, he was telling the truth. Wang Ting wondered if he got stimulated by him or he was originally preparing to advance. But there was still a group of students who hadn't advanced. Everyone's talent and skill were different. They couldn't advance together. Before the lesson started, the students in class gathered together and started discussing. There were bright smiles on their faces. Some were elated, some were excited, and some were inflated. Wang Ting, I've already become a martial warrior. Let's have a battle after I start practicing my force battle technique. A male student walked straight to Wang Ting and said with a smile. The room turned quiet instantly. The atmosphere felt a little weird. F***K. Chun Yang actually wants to challenge Wang Ting? He is too. I don't know what to say. What gave him the courage? You shouldn't say that. All of us treat Wang Ting like a god, but he might not be that powerful. We are all gifted high school students from all around the country. No one is weaker than the rest. If Wang Ting can do it, we might be able to do it too. Why don't you go and challenge him then? Let me get used to it. Let Chen Yang do it first. A commotion erupted among the students. Many were in disbelief, feeling that Chen Yang must have gotten arrogant, letting his success get to his head. However, no one would mind having more drama in school. Since school started, Wang Ting's battle result was striking. Many people respected him from the bottom of their hearts, but not everyone was convinced. Who wasn't a genius? Did Chen Yang know the distance between them? He did. But he still wanted to try. If he didn't have the courage to challenge someone stronger than him, he wouldn't need to continue practicing as a martial warrior. No one believed what they saw. They would only be convinced after a personal battle. Wang Ting was chatting casually with Ho Pingliang and his friends when he heard the voice. He raised his head and looked at the handsome young man in astonishment. "You want to challenge me?" "Yes, but not now." "1 month later," Chen Yang replied. "Your courage is commendable. However, you're not my match." "Not now, not in the future," Wang Ting shook his head and said. He wasn't underestimating his opponent. He was just stating the truth. All this while, he had been aiming ahead of him. The distance between the freshmen like Chen Yang and him was too vast. If he turned around, he might not even be able to see them. This was the difference. Chen Yang didn't understand. His expression turned ugly as though he was humiliated. "Humph, we will only know who wins after fighting." "If you really want to fight, I can give you a chance. But I hope that you won't regret it," Wang Ting said. "Wang Ting, you're too self-conceited." Chen Yang felt that he was about to burst into anger. Listen to what he was saying. What did he mean by giving him a chance? What did he mean by he wouldn't regret it? Every sentence was enough to infuriate him. He was looking down on him without even hiding it. "I'm not arrogant. I'm just telling the truth," Wang Ting said. "I'm not going to bullshit with you. We'll meet 1 month later at the arena." Chen Yang threw this sentence down and left. Wang Ting shook his head. Chen Yang didn't know the difference in their abilities at all. He was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior who could kill 5-star warriors. On the other hand, Chen Yang had just stepped into the 1-star soldier level. Based on Wang Ting's advancing speed, he wouldn't know how powerful he would become 1 month later. Chen Yang would at most be at 2-star soldier level. How could he fight with him? He had tried to persuade him sincerely, but the other party wouldn't listen. He even thought that Wang Ting was humiliating him. Humans don't listen to honest advice. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. "Brother Ting, are you really going to fight with him?" Ho Pingliang leaned over and asked. Lu Shu and his friends were looking at him too. They were all curious. They admired Chen Yang, as he was the first person who had dared to challenge Wang Ting. It didn't matter if he was brave or stupid. At least he did something they didn't dare to do. "That's right. Since he wants to fight, I shall satisfy him. It won't take up too much time anyway," Wang Ting replied calmly. "Then you must show him some mercy. We are all classmates," Ho Pingliang hesitated before saying. Wang Ting was speechless. "Am I someone who doesn't know when to stop? I'm not sure about that. However, the whole school knows your special fondness for bestowing people with horns," Song Shuheng said softly. "Wang Ting, they are trying to ruin my reputation." Chapter 245. Chen Yang's face turned green. The students from Battle Class 1 spread the news that Chen Yang wanted to challenge Wang Ting. Very soon, most of the freshmen had heard about it. This had nothing to do with Chen Yang, though. The main reason was that Wang Ting was extremely famous now. He had defeated a few top 100 seniors consecutively. This was no ordinary feat. Not only was he famous, but his reputation was also good. Many people felt proud of him. Because of Wang Ting's presence, their seniors from the higher level had high hopes for this batch of freshmen. They wouldn't treat them like how they treated the past batches. You could say that if Wang Ting called for help, at least a third of the freshmen would step out to support him. Many people felt that Chen Yang had no chance in this battle. They treated it purely as a show. In fact, some of them even used him as their scout. You can go first. We will stand behind you and support you. This was what they were thinking. Actually, most freshmen didn't have a clear understanding of the ability of the top 100 students. Of course, this was because Wang Ting had defeated many top 100 students, so in their hearts, the position of the top 100 students was pulled down. They just felt that Wang Ting was very powerful. However, Wang Ting was a freshman too. If he could do it, why couldn't they? Youth knows no fear. This was the kind of mentality they had. But, when the second and third year seniors heard this, they shook their heads and laughed. The student who could defeat the 100 students must at least have the battle power of a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. It was useless unless Chen Yang was able to advance to 2-star soldier level within a month and learn an extremely powerful force battle technique that would allow his battle power to reach 3-star soldier level and above. If not, this would be child's play for Wang Ting. Many students were discussing the challenge after their meals. However, most of them were talking about Wang Ting. I heard that a freshman wants to challenge Wang Ting. Freshman? Who? How is he so confident? I don't know. I don't care who he is. I only know that he's a freshman. Wang Ting will probably bestow him with bruises on his head again. After all, even the 3rd and 4th year seniors couldn't evade it. Chen Yang heard such discussions when he walked along the paths in school and the cafeteria. He realized that he had become the backdrop. To hell with a backdrop! His face turned green in anger. At first, he thought that this was a good chance for him to become famous. However, things went in an unexpected direction. No one cared about him. They were all discussing how Wang Ting would torment him a month later. Wait for me. I entered the university as an extreme martial disciple. With the resources given by my family and the school, I believe that I can catch up with Wang Ting in a month. Chen Yang clenched his fist and gritted his teeth as he thought to himself furiously. He wanted to go out to relax, but now, he turned around and walked towards the actual combat training building. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate to death. The popularity of this event lasted only for a few days. Everyone was busy having lessons and cultivating. Who would care about this every day? Especially those people who hadn't become martial warriors. They wanted to catch up with everyone as quickly as possible, so they worked extremely hard. The freshmen who just became martial warriors didn't relax either. Wang Ting had already set an example. They had to work hard to run towards him and shorten the distance between them. Time passed. Every day, Wang Ting attended lessons, picked up attributes, ended his lessons, picked up attributes. After his enlightenment and spirit rose, his cultivation speed became faster too. When he was free, he would practice his battle technique. All his battle techniques progressed steadily. His campus life was extremely fulfilling. It was Wednesday, and Wang Ting had a theory lesson today. He left after picking up a tribute. He was able to grasp theoretical knowledge just by picking up a tribute. His progress was ahead of the other student. This was a piece of cake for him. He was walking further and further on the path of a star student. Then, he ran to the Dan faculty to observe a lesson. He was pretty interested in alchemy, rune, and smithery. It was always good to have more skills. Thus, usually, whenever he had the chance, he would observe other faculties' lessons. He had gone there multiple times already, so all the instructors of the faculties had an impression of him. They took more notice of him too. This was an outstanding student who was extremely talented in martial arts. They didn't want him to walk on the wrong path. However, they noticed that his talent in other subjects was also quite high. Thus, they paid more attention to him. As time went by, the students from the other faculties couldn't stand it anymore. They grumbled in their hearts. "Hey, we are your children. Wang Ting is from another faculty. Please don't show him too much love." The instructor from the Dan faculty, Xia Zhuxiu, stood on the podium and said, "You have been studying spiritual herb differentiation for some time. Let's do a test today." Class monitor, come up and help me distribute the papers. This is too much. Our instructor is taking a surprise quiz. I didn't revise. How can I take the test? That's right. Instructor Shah is too sneaky. He didn't inform us beforehand. The students below started crying in agony. The class monitor of Dan Class 1 stood up unwillingly and walked to the podium to take the papers. He distributed it to everyone. At first, he thought that being the class monitor was a good thing. But it wasn't. The instructor called him whenever he needed and treated him like a coolie. You must have a strong foundation in spiritual herb differentiation. The result of your alchemy will depend on how hard you have worked in the past. Do you want me to give you time to revise when you all are making dawn? Shah Zhuxiu asked. Instructor, you have worked hard for so many years, but we've only just started learning. There are so many spiritual herbs, and the book is as thick as a dictionary. How can we memorize everything? The students cried bitterly. That's why you have to work even harder. Shah Zhuxiu encouraged them. He continued, don't worry. This is just a small test to see how much knowledge you have grasped. It will allow me to know how to guide you specifically. The class monitor passed the script to everyone. When he reached Wang Ting, there was one last paper in his hand. The instructor had prepared a set of papers for Wang Ting too. The class monitor felt helpless. Why was this fellow everywhere? His battle talent was exceptional, and he also displayed high aptitude in the herb field. This was infuriating. I wonder how you will score. He slammed the test on Wang Ting's table and turned back to return to his seat. Wang Ting shook his head before taking a look at the script. The test started. Although the students complained and moaned, they still did the papers obediently. Only the sound of pens scribbling on the papers was heard in the classroom. This paper isn't too difficult. Wang Ting scanned the questions and started writing furiously. Less than half an hour later, he finished the entire question paper. He handed over the paper and prepared to leave. It looked like there were no attributes to pick up today. Wang Ting, you're done? Shah Zhuxiu was surprised. He looked at the test paper that was filled with writings. Wang Ting had really finished the paper. He frowned and said, Do you want to inspect it? No. It isn't that difficult, Wang Ting said calmly. Isn't difficult? Shah Zhuxiu glanced at him. He had prepared the questions personally, so he knew that some of them were quite difficult. A newbie couldn't answer everything. Especially the last two questions. They were extremely difficult. Students who didn't have a deep understanding of spiritual herbs might only be able to answer 1 or 2 points. Yet, Wang Ting said that it wasn't difficult. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.